Are you hearing yourself clear? Sounds really clear. Stream check the Streamlabs. Or just check the stream box thing.
Testing. Yes. Oh my god.
Look at
Oh
that.
my
There
god.
we go. You're doing
Chat,
so good.
I don't know what just happened, but
I don't see our stream.
oh, it's there. It just doesn't have the
Oh,
thumbnail.
I see it now. Look at that.
It does, there's a few. Well, it has a thumbnail. Thanks to Vamps, and thanks to Zara. Zara, this is Zarax. From chat, you may know her. That just walked me through everything that I needed to do to fix my computer, which just like crashed, and it's worrying me. Everything that's going wrong seems to be focused around my interface. The Scarlet Solo from Focusrite. This is like a negative commercial, though. I probably shouldn't mention them. They probably don't want to be mentioned.
They don't want this attention, but it'll fit in fine on YouTube.
But yeah, it'll be a call out video. We'll do a drama stream about Focusrite, and then they'll hit back. They'll be like, "Weren't you the?"
I can't give a fair critique of Focusrite other than troubleshooting them repeatedly over the ages.
Almost think
I use an SSL2 Plus for an interface.
I almost think that it might be more of the software than it is the hardware that's giving me problems. Although the hardware is a little iffy too. Things tend to slip out of their slot and
slipping out of slots. What?
Yeah, it's the you gotta have the you gotta know whether you're in trim mode, are you in slip mode, are you in slide mode. I've been doing all that kind of stuff. So like chat's starting to re-find us again. I'm making sure, like I feel like I sound a little bit clippy. Let's like unclip me. Testing. Okay, that's better. And then turn me up in my ears, and I think everything will be good. Testing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I had to turn myself down.
That is definitely better on your stream.
What is better? Oh, you were watching the stream, and Ryan is right. What does Ryan say? Oh, I can actually see your chat now. Sorry.
I had to disconnect my brain and body from the Discord conversation for a second, but I was able to hear it, and it sounds better now that you turned it down.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you got to kind of plug out and plug in. Ryan says, I blame the economy. And chat's agreeing with Ryan. It may be the economy.
It could be the economy.
It could be our mode of production. Did you ever think of that? Maybe this isn't the best mode of production that we could have. Maybe we've had this one for a little too long, and it's already caused problems, and we should be over it. Growing pains. We should, you know, like as a child, I throw away childish things. And honestly, one of those things is capitalism. Kind of childish, right? A little bit immature. Not a good look, Sweaty. I'm the one who's sweaty, though. I was sweating up a storm trying to figure out what was wrong with my computer. And it turns out that part of it was just, I don't know. You know, we did have a legitimate crash, but then after I brought my camera back, which the camera crashed too, like, right, nothing was working, right? I brought the camera back, and then I was having this problem with the microphone, and it turns out that the microphone problem, it just completely amounted to me having myself muted. So I'm back, I'm okay. I may have to get a better, I don't know, interface and or rig at some point.
It is working though. That the most important part is that it's working.
It's just making me really nervous, right? Because if this thing, if my rig goes down, then it's like I would be streaming to you off my phone, and you wouldn't enjoy it.
What are you talking about? Everybody loved that stream you did long ago.
The Caleb Moppin one?
Bed on your phone?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the Caleb Moppin stream. I did one stream where I was on my phone, and you know, actually if you have it close enough to you, the microphone is not bad, but I had my Bluetooth headphones on, and Bluetooth Bluetooth headphones for audio is just not. So I'm trying to chill out. I'm trying to eat some watermelon.
It sounds like you've got a plan.
But I want to know,
And what's
chat, how how are you doing? Oh my gosh, I'm splashing. This
that's how
isn't
you know
just
it's good.
this isn't just watermelon. This is watermelon and lime. I squeezed a lime
Oh,
into my watermelon because it tastes good. Dragon
I got
Princess, Moe no Ape, Cindy Prem, good to see you all. Oh my god. Like my life flashed before me, right? Just then. Double Dostoevsky just chilling and watching you on LubeTube. Hey, I didn't say LubeTube, I said BlueTube. Hmm.
is lube tube what helps the earbuds stay in your
Look,
ear?
we're gonna have to ask P. Diddy about LubeTube, apparently.
I don't think we should ask him about anything. He might just plead the fifth.
Yeah, he might just do an apology video and say it's all right now, isn't it? I apologize. Sorry about that. Sorry about all
I
that shit. Sorry about all that blackmail and the, you know, the
Yeah, I don't think he can
abuse.
apologize his way out of the
No, he
trafficking
apologized,
charges
Sarah. He
that he's
apologized.
facing.
Everything. Why are you giving him a hard time? He said, "I'm sorry." So everything's
He didn't
okay.
even play
Who's the guest?
ukulele.
This is Zara Xerox. You may recognize her from chat, and you should all thank her, as I will now. Zara, thank you, because honestly, without you, I don't know if I would have this all up and running.
Aw,
So thank you.
I mean, thank you. I'm glad that it's
Thank
working
you.
and that it worked
And we're
out.
gonna have an argument about who to thank. Who to like? No,
I mean,
thank you.
we could have that. Like I
You're welcome. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's like
he's
the mid.
who's welcome
We're
now.
like Midwest drivers, right? You get to a four-way intersection and you're like, you go, no, you go, no, you go.
Ope. Uh that's my only Midwest joke. Ope.
Ope. They do say ope a lot. And
They
depending
do.
on
I
what
don't
part of
really
the
know what it means.
depending on what does it mean? It's like, oh, it's a where does ope come from? I feel like I've said ope before. Like I
You
spent some
have.
time in the Midwest.
I've heard it slip out of you a couple of times,
It's
and
like,
it was
oh,
unexpected, and I was like, "Oh my god,
it's kind of like what you say instead
she's
of
got
oh
that
shit.
Midwest in her."
It's what you say
Yes,
instead of oh shit, right? You say
it's
ope.
like a non censored version, or like a safe for work version of "Oh shit." It's kind of
Oh shit!
perfect in a
Oh
lot of
shit!
ways.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Can we make a Midwestern tipster, and it's ope 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 ope,
I think it might.
just ope with an echo?
I think we have to be careful not to destroy the legacy of Tipster. You know, for all I know, there's a functionality now on Twitch which I haven't really played with, where you can knock on other streamers' doors. Now I don't know if it makes noise on stream. I don't know if it makes. Oh wait, no. You know what I just realized?
Terrifying.
Oh, I'm missing. I forgot to do some stuff. I got distracted by this
Okay, you
delicious.
do
All
the
right,
stuff that you're supposed to do because the watermelon was delicious. I'm gonna read chat.
the watermelon was good. The lime was good. Everything was good. But yeah, we've
Must
got.
preserve Tipster's legacy at any and all costs. This sounds like a committed chat that knows what a priority is. I think everyone's onto something here. We have to build a memorial to Tipster
We
in
need.
sound bites.
Yeah, or like a NES game, right? Doesn't he play? Or it's not NES. It's like some. It's N64. What does Tipster play, chat? He plays some antiquated console.
I don't know what. I've never really watched him play much in the way of games. Usually, I just see him defending people who are watching their career spiral. I mean, that's a game in itself, perhaps the most dangerous game.
It's the one with Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, whatever game that is.
Oh wait, I know that game.
What system is
So
that?
Kelly Lewis says it has to be called Just the Tip, but the name of the game is actually called Disappointment.
A lot of
Oh,
disappointment.
sorry. Credit to Femios. I don't want to steal without credit. Reverse searing a steak is hard. Hmm. Very interesting. I don't know what that means,
I think
but
it means like, how do you unroast Tipster after Tipster's been roasted? Is that right? Is that what you do to it? Do you roast a steak?
I don't think that that's the like universal method of heating it.
Is it freezing?
You just mean like you can't unburn the burned?
Yeah.
No amount of burn cream can repair what has already been wrought.
No aloe vera? Wait, would that work? What if you took a steak, you cooked a steak, and you're like, oh no, I can't eat the steak yet. I'm not ready to eat the steak yet. And you put like aloe vera on it? Does it turn raw again? Is that how aloe vera? Because like if you have a sunburn and you put aloe vera, then it gets rid of the sunburn. So does it get rid of the searing from being cooked? We must go deeper. We're trying.
I was of the understanding that aloe vera just relieves some of the general discomfort to the area and some of the symptoms of sunburn, but does not repair the damage done to the skin.
I was under the assumption that it had cooling energy, that it worked on an energetic level, and it imparted that which had too much heating energy with cooling energy in order to bring it back into balance.
Oh, maybe they have ghost energy from all of the plants that passed away to bring us
The
the
cow
aloe.
flesh is dead. Not if you put enough aloe vera. Don't you bring the cow back to life if you put enough aloe vera?
Aloe vera is practically
I don't know how meat
UV.
works, Chad. I haven't had it in a long time.
I
Like, it's
mean,
a mysterious thing.
I've had some impossible meat lately, and let me tell
Was
you,
it
it was burnt up.
impossibly good?
I wouldn't go that far. It was pretty decent. I mean, it's just, I like other impossible products more, but I just haven't felt like that.
Yeah, medieval alchemy logic. We got to balance the humors, right? There's too much. Oh my God, what is it? There's like phlegmatic. That's the cool one. Wait, I used to know the humors.
Oh yeah, no, the humors definitely. I have to stop myself because I always want to make humor jokes about bodily fluids, and they're always the type that get me in trouble. I guess it's safe to say, Flem, do you ever get demonetized for talking about bile?
God, I hope not.
How many types of bile are acceptable these days? Like, I don't want to be like a conspiracy theorist talking about, like
Yeah,
lost
wait.
lost visions of bile. Hi, Christy Z.
Okay, so the phlegmat and the oh my God, the melanch is like female, and then the sanguine and the choleric is male.
I wouldn't know anything about that choleric, but I did play Oregon Trail, so I've seen one or two family members in a video game die of cholera, and then the rest just capsized in the boat when it flipped over and floated away. We should have forded that river.
So it's in the
What?
gallbladder, is where the yellow bile comes from. The blood
I
is.
knew there were different types. The yellow bile, that's what it is.
Anyway,
Yellow and black bile. Okay, so basically, the earliest medical scientists were just all about that, like black and yellow, bile, bile, bile.
Oh shit. Yeah. Wait. No. Sorry. Choleric is the one that's fire. Phlegma is the
Choleric is
one.
fire.
Yeah. Choleric is fire. Phlegma is the one that is cold. Oh yeah, cold and moist. Black bile is cold and dry. That's
What
melancholic.
the what the heck is a bile that is dry? For it to be a dry bile, wouldn't it have started as a wet bile?
Yeah, in the summer, in its youth, it was wet, and it was in the gallbladder. But by the time it's in its autumn, it actually is in it enters the spleen.
Okay, so the
But no,
spleen.
the infancy is the blood. Oh my gosh, because the blood actually does get recycled in the no, not spleen. Wait, yeah, spleen. That's where the dead the senescent blood cells get removed from your bloodstream in real life in the spleen. It's interesting how this is in no way medically accurate and yet has some weird parallels to things that are medically accurate.
It's interesting. It's almost like they came to an interesting conclusion in the wrong way. Uh,
Well, yeah, and the when the um when the treatment is but oh wait, no. I was about to say this the leeches. They put the leeches on you, but somehow there is like one or two things that leeches are good for. I feel like I
which is obviously, it's got to be how they originally like figured out that the leeches were occasionally good for one thing. I just what do they really what do they really mean? Where does this come from?
where does the idea of like, you know what, you're sick, but it's okay. I've got leeches and I'm gonna put them on you. They're gonna suck the
We're gonna
bad blood out, and you're gonna be all right.
take little of your blood, like little bit of your blood,
You
as
have
it
too
takes
much
sometimes.
blood, so we're gonna bleed you, and then you're gonna have less blood, and you're gonna be super healthy.
I mean, can anyone tell me that that's less believable than a doctor saying that, 100 years ago that I'm hysterical and that I must have a haunted uterus and I need to take cocaine and
Okay,
use
let's
this.
not talk about that.
I'm
That's the
talking
one.
about like
That's the one
the
thing that
Coca-Cola. That's what it's
that
called, right?
yeah that YouTube doesn't like. The sea people of Southeast Asia have giant spleens, so they can dive longer. The spleen stores extra oxygen that can be used by the bloodstream. When you said the sea people, though, I was thinking Bronze Age collapse. But we're not talking about
Sea
Bronze
people.
Age
Oh my
perverts
God.
today. But we're not talking about Bronze Age pervert today. We're talking about the other guy, Rudyard, young Rudyard of What If Alt Hist. Potentially, actually, chat. Let me see. Wait, what are? Oh my God, chat! I've got so much that I have to test to make sure it's okay. Studio mode. Um,
The
no, it's
power of
not.
studio compels you.
It's not. It's not okay. Nothing is okay here. So yeah, there's a few things that I still have to fix.
Are these changes in OBS?
There are changes in attitudes, but there are also changes in latitudes.
Oh, latitudes and attitudes?
Mm-hmm.
Let that
Changes
be an
in
OBS.
datitudes. What kind of
Data
datitude does your
changes.
dad have? Is it the Jimmy Buffett attitude, or is it the? I can't think of who else. Who
I'm
else
trying to
did
think of
dads
like
list?
Bruce Springsteen had a datitude.
That's definitely a datitude. Does he have a dad bod to go with it?
I never really looked at his body. I thought that his body was actually just like some straight leg blue jeans and like a white t-shirt, and that he didn't have anything under that because that was his body. It was just like he's an alien construction
He's
of
kind of like
Daddy Awkward.
Jotaro, isn't he? Like that.
Oh,
His hat like is part of his hair. Billy Joel has dad energy. Yes, there we go. Yeah, what kind of
That's
datitude
amazing.
does your dad have? Does your dad have the Billy Joel attitude? Does your dad have the Jimmy Buffett attitude? Does your dad have the Hall and Oates attitude? Or the
Irene,
Sting attitude? The Sting, that's a good dad. The Sting
I think it's
attitude?
very important
Would
that
Sting be
in
a
the
good dad?
future, in the next couple of weeks, at some point, you may need to do a tier list of all of the datitudes of
We'll do
like all
like
of the
a,
dad idols, and
yeah,
you have to rate them and rank them about like everything.
I feel like it needs to be like a compass meme, but with different datitudes.
Oh, like the polar ends of datitude. Because like for instance, there's the dads that think it's funny, and then the dads that get really sad or upset when I tell them that I started listening to Holland Oates, and that's a really cool guy. What a neat name. Who would name their kid Holland?
Yeah, he's almost Holland Oates is almost as good as Simon Garfunkel.
Right? I feel like
Have you ever heard of this one dude though? Emerson Lake Palmer?
Emerson Lake Palmer.
Emerson Lake
Like
Palmer is one interesting guy.
that's got to be a stage name because it's such a cool like first middle last combo. I feel like it just rolls right off the tongue. Like I can't get over it. It's incredible.
Oh, speaking of cool old guys with datitudes, what about Fleetwood Mac?
Oh,
Mr.
but that's
Fleet
not just for dads. Not strictly. But yes, 100% dad
or Pink
energy.
Floyd, yeah. Or Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin was a pretty cool guy.
What I love about Fleetwood Mac is that they have like datitude, but they also have like free spirit girly energy, and I feel like that's schmeckly. We've got ourselves a super chat.
That's the first super chat of today. Thank you so much.
Yo, let's
I'm shaking, chat.
go.
I'm like, I don't know. This always like this shakes me to my core when I have this kind of these kinds of technical difficulties because I'm never sure if they're gonna work themselves out or if they're just gonna be like a reason for me to disappear from YouTube for months while I try to get it fixed. And like that would be disastrous at this point. Um I'm
I don't
not in
think
the
anyone's
position to
supposed to.
be able to.
Oh, Roy Orbison, Sasha G. That's dads love Roy Orbison. Like the older dads,
Hmm.
they love Roy Orbison.
Was he an
I'm
orbiter?
talking. He
Roy
was like the
Orbiter?
original
This is the
orbiter.
first
He
Destiny
had
orbiter, yeah.
sunglasses, and he was into Pretty Women. I'll tell you that. He would have loved you. Roy Orbison. What a guy. He's like the boomer datitude guy, right?
My dad's all about a certain bike club.
A bike club? Is it like the Tour de France kind of thing?
Is it spandex? Is it that kind of bike club? The spandex
Oh,
one?
Christy Z, I saw your actual chat. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Roy Orbison is like an old like rock musician who did that famous song Pretty Woman. Sometimes I would hear like boomers that I like knew that were like older than me, like that listened to a lot of Roy Orbison, and sometimes he sounded like he was yodeling. He wasn't actually yodeling, but sometimes he had like that kind of like yodel-esque kind of vibe.
What about the Huey Lewis attitude? What's that like?
I feel like it's newsworthy.
Hmm.
To be honest, it's hard to go wrong with Huey Lewis in the news.
It's powerful, right?
Yeah.
It's
I
a
mean, Dolly
powerful.
Parton can yodel as well, but I don't think she gets like the Datitude Awards. She's more of like the 9 to 5 kind of like award show. Oh wait, did he make a it's hip to be a square? Is that his thing?
He's one of those pocket square guys from the 80s, right?
I mean, I just remember the sunglasses and just thinking that like a stiff wind could blow him away. Um, oh, I like that. Dolly has catitude. So is the opposite of datitude attitude?
Attitude.
Oh my God.
Well, as long as we're not
Thank you so
speaking
much,
in
Omega.
platitudes. Megastar says a candy-colored clown. They can. What's going on? Call the Sandman tiptoes through my room every night. The candy-colored clown they call the Sandman. Okay, that's scary. Maybe is it scary? I don't know.
Well, when I think of like the Sandman, I always think of like running from a man who goes by the name of the Sandman.
Is that Metallica?
No, it's America.
Yeah, that's where the Sandman's from, right? Is Metallica?
Well, they had
It's like
the
a
Enter
lullaby that they wrote
Sandman,
for their kids. Yeah, they were
but
like
before they had Enter Sandman,
they
there
had
was
to.
that other band, America, that did the song Sandman. So I wonder, like, what if those two Sandmen are the same? It's just like to Metallica, it's like a lullaby, and to the other band, they're just like, he flies in hurricanes
Oh my
in
God,
the
Chris
middle of them.
Isaac. Wait, I know what you're talking about. Like he's the sexy guy, right? Chris Isaac, Chris Isaacson, or Chris Isaac.
I can't seem to recall like a face to match the
I don't know
name, which
about
it
his
sounds.
face, his voice. Is what I'm talking about. That
Oh
song is
yeah.
"In Dreams" by Roy Orbison. Oh my God,
Oh.
making a
What?
vag joke. Oh, I missed the vag joke.
Oh, I missed that too. I usually pay better attention. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Narwhal, the catitude. I'm just meowing away here. Didn't even think about it. Um,
If you haven't seen Blue Dreams, well, I've seen Dreams in a dispensary before. Um, in a I'm sorry. I mean, I've seen Blue Dreams in a dispensary before.
ah, I like what you did there. Uh, I definitely like that. I'm loving the fact that everyone's coming back into chat,
That's a good thing.
finding their way.
That's a good thing. Yeah, because that was scary. Like, right, that was a outage longer than most of the time. It's just an issue where there's a temporary problem with the internet, and my software just says, "Oh, you finished the stream. Cool. Let's close it out and never let you restart it again." And I'm just like, is that really necessary? Like, YouTube can restart a stream, Twitch can restart a stream. Why can't my restreaming software restart a stream? Why can't it just like pick up where it left off? And it's all just like, no,
Really
because the stream I was getting data, and then I stopped getting data, so that's the end of the stream, right? We'll just close that off and like, no, I want to append. Come on. We should have a blue velvet. What is blue velvet? Is that like David Lynch? David Lynch, that's the guy from the show with the backwards
The
talking people and the weird
wait, are we
stuff.
talking about the show about the birds?
No, it's
Like
the weird room where there's like checker.
twin
It's like
beaks.
it's a chessboard,
It was
and there's
Twin Beaks, and
red.
it was about the two birds joined together
Yeah,
in
it's
the attic.
about a red curtain.
I do remember Twin Peaks. That was really cool. Didn't he also? Gosh, he's directed like a bunch of interesting stuff. Uh, the Dude 1984 movie
The
with like
dude.
Patrick Stewart and
Wait,
Sting.
I thought that was the. I thought that was with. Oh my God, what the fuck is his name? The
George
dude.
Orwell?
Jeff
Oh, I think that
Bridges. Yeah, Jeff Bridges. That was the dude.
was Jeff Bridges in Dune. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Dune. The dude.
Oh, the Dune abides. That would be really funny if they had like a Dune Lebowski. I don't know. This whole thing is kind of it's kind of surreal to think about it. Um Now I need to know what blue velvet is. I need to absolutely know, but I can't Google that. What would happen? Who knows what that could
I
be?
don't know. We might start losing. We might start losing viewers if we let this go on too long. But
Okay, well, let me let you
this
get
is,
down to
oh my
business. You
god,
have
Pal
so much
World is
important
back.
stuff to cover.
No, we do. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that I'm seeing that Pal World is a thing again. I'm
Really?
not good. I don't know. That like it fucks with me. Like it really like every single time that happens, I think my computer is dying and that I start realizing that I don't have a backup. I have no backup, right? If this computer dies, like I disappear. Like I don't know what other way there is about it. And that's not a good way to be. That's not a I want to have at least one backup plan, so
Well, let's get you,
Nintendo is
to a
suing
place where
Pal World. Patent infringement lawsuit. Pocket Pair Incorporated. Damn.
okay,
They're
well,
getting
let me let
sued.
you get into the Pal World details and the great late Hannibal Lecter, I
The
believe.
Great Late Lebowski.
Oh yeah, the late great
The
Lebowski.
biggest Lebowski.
I mean, I guess it's it's abided by. Also, thank you so much, chat, for being so nice and wonderful. It's been so long since I have talked to you on stream, and I
I just
appreciate
wanted to bring
you.
Zara on here to thank her because chat without her help, I might not have been back today. So we'll try to figure out what to do. I've got a lot to cover, including like I'm excited about this. We got the late great Hannibal Lecter, and he's coming back. He's coming back, folks. No, I always think that it's funny if you we should merge Donald Trump together with other internet lolcows, right? And thus we would have the merge. But in this case, it would be instead of like Sonichu being real, it would be more like the Big Lebowski being real and the late great Hannibal Lecter being real and the snake being real. Like all these things would be real. Chat is very appreciative of you, Zara. What is the topic? Oh my gosh. Well, it was supposed to be Hannibal Lecter, god damn it. But then the stream went down. The topic is technical difficulties, but not anymore. I think we're through the deck. Let me see. Let me check. We'll run a few checks on things, all right? Let's see if we're still dealing with technical difficulties or if we have moved past that. All right. That's P. Diddy. That's the dono goal. This thing I have to fill out a little bit. I believe we're at 12% on the dono goal. We get to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll get extra content. What extra content, you might ask? Jill Stein versus AOC. I kept this one on here. I thought about replacing it, right? But I feel like some people want to see this. So I kept it on here just for you, chat. We got What If Alt Hist talking about the left. We got Walter Matheson. Do you all know Walter Matheson? He's the guy that always goes like undercover and he goes to the RNC. He usually goes to right-wing events and trolls them. Some like I think he went to like a oh my god, he went to some kind of right-wing event dressed like a stormtrooper. But this time he's dressed as a chud. He's dressed as a Trump fan and he's undercover at the DNC. Not so much to troll DNC people, but to troll the trolls, right? You know how the DNC happened and Charlie Kirk showed up and Matt Walsh showed up. They all showed up. They all showed up. They all thought they could get one over. And most of the, most of what they got was just cooked. Well, Walter Matheson showed up there to cook them a little extra. It might be interesting, right? I put it on there for that reason. AJW and an actual Justice Warrior simping for Anna Kasparian, as he always does. Everyone should watch Blue Velvet now. Muad'Dib. Is Blue Velvet like what happens with your eyes when you take too much spice? If they decide progressives. Oh, yeah. So chat's now talking about what happened in Lebanon. And if you go to like the wrong part of the internet, and by the wrong part of the internet, I mean DGG, then this is just a great meme. Oh my gosh, people, Hezbollah terrorists got blown up with their pagers. They got blown up with their radios. Wait, what do you call those things? What do you call the radio things? Walkie-talkies. Yeah, it's great memes if you're in Destiny's community, but in real life it's not great memes at all. It's like there were a lot of civilians hurt there, and anytime that you do something like try to sell pagers and radios in Lebanon to go after Hezbollah, other people like that use pagers, like I don't know, doctors are gonna get them too. So yeah, it's not actually funny. It's not actually good memes, but it is happening, and it's really disturbing, as Christy Z is pointing out. Right? They could decide any group is an enemy. You only see the Twitch. Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean, Playo TV? Pagers, yeah. In Lebanon. I kind of don't want to start out with that. You're from Germany, says Playo. I want full spectrum. I only see Twitch. Wait. I'm trying to understand what that means. But until we do, let's have a capogen. Can we capogen that? There we go. Anyway, I was supposed to start this stream 2 hours ago, and I have fucked around, and I have not found out very much. Which, if you know what fucked around and find out actually means, then maybe that's not such a bad thing. The topic of the day is, wouldn't you like to know, right? No ball breathing. Should we keep ball breathing? The Odd Couple with Jack Lemmon. I could replace Jill Stein and bring back ball breathing. What do you think, chat? I'm a what if alt his stan. My will cannot be stopped. Yeah, I mean, like the Rudyard fans are unstoppable. That's true. Walter Matheson is the second best Matheson. Who's the other Matheson? Yeah, people are glad to see Zara. Zara's very busy while I'm streaming, right? So it's just that kind of thing that it's hard for her to be around. I mean, she's usually around at some point, but Richard Matheson? Wait, who's Richard Matheson? Why do I not know this? Richard Matheson. It sounds familiar. Author, screenwriter. I Am Legend. Shrinking Man. What Dreams May Come. Wow. I have a friend that really likes that. And I never knew what she was like, I want you to watch this movie. I was like, you want me to watch this old Robin Williams movie? And I didn't think I liked Robin Williams, but she insisted on it, and I ended up watching it, and it was really good. It was surprisingly good. That's who Richard Matheson is. Oh my god. No longer with us. For like the last 10 years. Fantasy, horror, science fiction. Well, thank you for teaching me, for broadening my horizons, chat. Look, I just have this thing where my ex made me watch like a million movies, most of them by Adam Sandler. And so I had this resistance to watching movies for a long time, so I don't know what good cinema is as a result. Also, because when I would watch a movie, it would be a terrible Adam Sandler comedy from the 90s, because that was what my ex liked to watch. It was just like every single joke was like, because he's gay. Oh, I get it. He has gay sex. Yeah, gay sex. That's really funny. Yeah, hilarious. The 90s must have been a very easy time to be a comedian. You just had to, the punchline could just always be, because he's gay. Get it? No? No? Um, they're making basic communication devices unsafe. There's no way to start exporting. They don't start exporting this to Palestine. I'm sure they'll get away with it in the US. Um, it's Diddy, Diddy, the diddler. I guess that's not a funny joke, is it? Um, they're called walkie-talkies. Thank you. I'm throwing that music video in Discord. It's so frightening. This is an advancement in terror tactics the world does not need. There's a lot of scary stuff that the world does not need. They are going to be families afraid to let their kids near any device. How can people who did this look? I mean, the Luddites are finally going to get what they want. I don't watch Insta or whatever. I'm not streaming on Instagram, if that's what people are thinking. And I'm not streaming on TikTok either, although maybe I should be. Chat. Okay, so maybe it's a good thing that I got disrupted and I got off my usual track, because like I would probably have been serving you the top of the hour ad break by now, had everything gone normally. But I do want to do things a little bit different as far as my stream. I've noticed that in a quest to maximize my segments, right? Which you know what segments are, right, chat? Like when we do a segment, when I'm like, I gotta press the buttons, then I go like that. We go into a segment, right? So I mean, like, this stuff is necessary. This stuff is good. This is the way that I spread my content to other people by talking about specific subjects like Sean P. Diddy Combs. But also, it's not very interactive. And I realized that I've gone from a streamer that constantly streamed. Oh my God, I almost want to show you what my stream used to look like. Should I try that? Let's see if I can do this. I don't want to bore you or anything, but I think I can do it pretty quickly. All right, so my stream would look like this, right? We'd be like right there, and then we bring in another element here. Really? Is it this hard to embed chat now? Embed stream? No, I want to embed chat. All right. Like, it would be like this, except the whole thing was chat. Okay, wait. Really? That's what that looks like? Oh my god. Yeah, something like this. This is what chat would look like. Sort of. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but and so yeah, we had chat and I would sit here and I would talk to chat for hours and hours, and I kind of miss that, right? I kind of miss that. Now, of course, you see the problem with this, right? All it takes is one um shithead to decide to post something nasty in chat, and then everybody's fun is like ruined. And but anyway, I do want to kind of like get back to a little bit more of the interactive nature where I interact with chat, and I've already spent all the time that I would spend interacting with you on the beginning. But like, here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem. Like, right, we need to do this. Like, right, I need to do these. I need to record these. I need to do a good job on these. And I need to upload these as videos. But in between that, I want to do this. And the problem is that when I'm doing this, people kind of zone out. And like, if there's any conversations in chat, they're conversations generally that don't have anything to do with what's going on here. And then I come back here and I'm like, hey chat, what's up? And chat is just like silent. And it's just like, I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's not a winner. That's not doing well. Let's go back. Let's go back here. Let's go back. Let's just hang out in here the whole stream. And I will just react to videos. But I also want to react to chat. I just have to have a way to do this. Now, I've seen other people do this in a certain way where there's like a little bit more structure to it, where I start off with an introduction telling people what the story is about, what the background on this is. And like with P. Diddy, I don't know that much. He was a big rapper in the 90s. He was maybe more known for his production skills than he was for his musical talent. He was friends with Notorious B.I.G., who is one of the two rappers involved in the East Coast West Coast beef that ended up with Biggie and Tupac both being gunned down, and that he has stayed incredibly influential in the music industry. And he's not just influential in the music industry. This man has a strange power over entertainment, right? There's not a lot of people saying bad things about this guy until very recently, when some people came out with allegations of abuse. And then a video showed up that was more than just allegations. It was a picture. It was a video of this man being very abusive, very physically abusive to a woman. And as more has started to come out, the question has arisen. Why is this man not under indictment, considering the amount of evidence that there seems to be? Why has no one ever come out? You know, like why are more people not coming out? Because apparently there's like all this shit that goes on at his parties, parties attended by the likes of Donald Trump. Like, right? Now, this is my thumbnail for today. And you might think, well, NCC, you're joking around, right? Clearly, 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 this is photoshopped. Hannibal Lecter didn't come to a Puff Daddy party. Laura Loomer didn't come to a Puff Daddy party. And you're right. But who did come to a Puff Daddy party, who did come to many Puff Daddy parties, was Donald Trump. Up until 2016, when Trump became a politician, their friendship fell apart. But before that, he was here too. And these are parties that you think of a party as like a good time, right? Especially a rich and influential individual like Sean Puffy Combs invites you to a party. You think that you're going to have fun. You think that you're going to get spoiled, right? You think that this is, you finally made it. And what you've made it into is a very bad situation from what's been coming out. A situation where you might be drugged, a situation where you might be violated, a situation in which you might be filmed in a compromising situation, which makes it hard for you to tell other people that this is not a party. This is fucking torture. This is sick shit. And we don't know what all the sick shit is yet. We don't have all of that information. Do I have the original picture maybe here? No, it's the same. It's the same. So eventually the indictment is going to be unsealed and we're going to get more information. We're going to find out more stuff. Until then, we've got a little bit of information to kind of ruminate over, let's just say. And who better to chew that cud with than one Moist Critical? AKA Charlie the Unicorn.
It's finally happening. P. Diddy has been arrested. Anything is possible! This is a moment for celebration. For so long, P. Diddy has gotten away with heinous crimes that tons of people knew about. From car bombs to assaults to sex crimes. It's like P. Diddy was going for some kind of high score, trying to catch every possible crime like a Pokemon.
And we don't even know what's real and what's fake. Like, for instance, if you've watched Candace Owens, she's done a lot of content about P. Diddy and said some pretty wild stuff, but it's Candace Owens, right? She lies a lot, and it's hard to know, like, what exactly is true and what exactly is false.
Pokemon. He has terrorized the music industry for decades and ruined so many lives. In recent times, the evidence against him to support all of the allegations that have existed for decades has been overwhelming and led to a large investigation against P. Diddy, and now it looks like we're reaching the climactic finale with him being arrested. When this story broke last night, the indictment was sealed, but this morning they said, "Open the gates. Let them see." To sum it up, he has been charged with sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, or kidnapping, arson, and other crimes. He abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct from 2008 till now. The allegations mirror 11 civil complaints filed against him since 2023. Really, that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the P. Diddy lore. He is a horrible menace that has been around for decades. Also mentioned is that he had thousands of bottles of lube and baby oil that were seized from his home during those raids as part of...
Yeah, these parties are called freak-off parties.
Around for decades. Also mentioned...
Yeah. They're called freak-off parties, and it seems like part of the goal of the party is about putting people into compromising positions and exerting leverage that he has from his immense amount of clout. Yeah, I feel like more than anything, chat, like, again, there's more details that are going to come out, hopefully in the near future. But as of now, what we know is that this is the story of a man with so much clout that nobody seems to be able to say anything about it. Nobody seems to be able to expose him, right? He's doing bad things to people. The people that he's doing bad things to are not able to say anything for the sheer amount of social force that he's able to wield.
Is that he had thousands of bottles of lube and baby oil that were seized from his home during those raids as part of his freak-off supplies. He also had tons of narcotics as well. So Diddy became infamous for his freak-off parties that would go on for days, where he'd force attendees to not only stay there and perform non-consensual sex acts in front of him, but he would just be pumping them full of drugs, and he would be watching while furiously masturbating like a coked-out goblin. So in relation to the drug charges, he'd allegedly distribute cocaine, oxy, Xanax, GHB, MDMA, and ketamine. I'm gonna be very brave here for a moment and say, that's not alleged, that is confirmed. The amount of drugs this guy had here, he was like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, but drugs instead of candy. The amount of freaky shit they found in his house must have been like entering a separate dimension. Thousands of bottles of lube, like so much lube.
So, like I said, I used to watch movies with my ex. My ex was really into movies, and I mentioned like Adam Sandler movies, like shitty comedies by Adam Sandler, rom-coms, stuff like that, right? One of the movies that my ex really liked was Get Him to the Greek, which was a Russell Brand enterprise that featured P. Diddy as a character that I interpreted to be nothing like what he's like in real life. The P. Diddy and Get Him to the Greek introduced a spliff to the main characters, right? Which, you know, the main character is all about that life, but this is not just any spliff. This spliff was called a Jeffrey. And a Jeffrey is a multitude of psychogenic substances all rolled into one smokable little spliff, right? And then once he had people Jeffried, right, which became a verb too, they would get Jeffried with P. Diddy, you know, he'd do all kinds of wild stuff, like encouraging them to stroke the furry wall, and would really just turn into like almost a monster, almost a demon, and sort of chase them around, right? And I always thought that this was like the comedy was that this is nothing like what P. Diddy is like in real life. Certainly somebody with so much clout, somebody so famous, somebody so well known, so somebody that, you know, touches so many different parts of society. Certainly he would not be like that in real life. But I am starting to think that the portrayal of P. Diddy and Get Him to the Greek is actually a lot closer to the real P. Diddy than anything I could have imagined.
Make Bad Dragon's headquarters jealous. Thousands of bottles of baby oil, more than Johnson & Johnson's warehouse, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they found the goddamn Death Note among those freak-off supplies. His legal team seems very optimistic that things are gonna go well for P. Diddy. They even released a statement saying, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." Hi,
And we'll take a look at that too.
Mark. The fuck is wrong with you, man? Are you serious? Like, I understand it's your job. I get that, but holy cannoli, an unjust prosecution, huh? So what if there's overwhelming evidence to support the decades worth of allegations against Mr. Combs here? And so what if there's that video of him brutally beating Cassie in that hotel? He said he's sorry. Did we forget about that? He apologized. Let's all move on from it. Racketeering? You're gonna try and come after him for racketeering? Mr. Combs' brain is so rotted from years of drug abuse, he can't even spell racketeering, much less engage in it. This is a load of hooey. It's unjust. A miscarriage of justice, even. He goes on to glaze him a little bit, sucking on his cock, calling him a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family.
Yeah, impresario is the word that I keep on hearing applied to him. Chat's telling me he's more of a label owner than he is a producer. So even that level of creativity is not, yeah, because that's what I've heard about him. Is he had a rap career and collabed with Biggie when Biggie was alive, but even though he had some hit songs, they might have done well off of the strength of the samples that he would, that 90s era rap is very like sample heavy. And if you could afford to pay for the sample from a already famous song, you kind of just automatically had a hit. Like think of like Will Smith stuff from this era. But yeah, apparently even even me saying that he is a producer is a little bit more credit than people who know him better than I do in chat want to give him credit for. So I will defer to your judgment on that variant.
Man, proven philanthropist. He then has the gall to say he's imperfect but not a criminal, and then says he's been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily
And it's so weird. Think about the difference between somebody with a tiny amount of clout, somebody with no clout, somebody that's still trying to make it in the industry, right? Somebody that's a cursory figure. If anything marginally like this would to happen to someone like that, their career is over. They're done. There's no explanation. There's no apology. You're gone. You're gone. But with this guy, like the fact that he thinks that there's an ability to apologize, to equivocate. No, I'm not perfect, but come on, who among us is, right? Is just wild. But this is what clout gets you. This is the kind of special consideration that clout gets you.
Relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reverse your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. See, that's the thing, Mark. People have all the facts because there's so much evidence with the facts.
There's too many facts.
There is video evidence to support.
Which facts do you pay attention to? They're all really bad. Like, right? Which take precedent?
Support the facts. What do you mean? Again, I know he's just doing his job, but that shit is so shameless and foul. I don't know how you sleep at night when you have to defend someone that is obviously guilty like P. Diddy. It's fucking wild.
Now, Charlie's really playing a little dangerous here, right? As much as P. Diddy is at this point exposed, and I would say a lot safer for somebody to say something like this about him than it would have been previously, he's still got lawyers. And there's a reason that people say allegedly. Have you ever heard we'll check on the news, right? We'll look at some news about this, and you're going to notice how many allegedlys get like shoehorned in there, because allegedly is the only body armor that you can wear when going up against a clouded up individual like Sean Puffy Combs.
To me.
Like Diddy.
31 minutes ago, Sean Combs arrested in Manhattan after grand jury indictment. They done caught the diddler.
The diddler. Oh no.
They also had that video drop of him beating the shit out of her recently. And then he released the apology video about it. It's always, like, I understand it's their job to defend their clients, but it's always just so crazy. A statement from Mr. Combs' legal team said that they are disappointed with the decision to prosecute him and noted that he had been cooperative with the investigation and had voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Ugh. We're so disappointed that they're actually trying to hold him accountable. Like, we're really upset about that, actually. Yeah, there's overwhelming evidence to all of these awful crimes that he's committed, including that video of him beating the shit out of Cassie. But like, why would you? Like, I thought this was a free country. Why would you try and like punish him for that? I'm assuming the apology video didn't work. We don't know yet. We don't know. Maybe they'll send the apology video out to the powers that be, and they'll be like, "Wow, he is reformed. This is
class act.
A good man. We can't punish him for. He's changed. He has changed so much.
He's a pillar of the community."
Look at this apology video and how sincere it is. We're dropping the charges.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Okay, so no, obviously, oh my God, we're not going to watch this, right? But obviously, yeah, it's inexcusable. But what makes somebody think that an apology is going to fix this, right? Look, apologies are great. If you are, if you get into a conflict with someone and you hurt their feelings, you went a little too far, you got a little too angry, you told them they were too stoned to stream, maybe an apology is appropriate there. Doesn't mean they have to take your apology. They can tell you to fuck off. They can tell you they never want to talk to you again. But that's the kind of thing where an apology, you know, really, at least it lets everyone else know that you knew you were out of line and that you don't want to be like that. And you're, you know, apparently going to strive to not be like that in the future. But this is different. This is him beating someone in a hotel, right? She tries to escape. He comes down in his fucking towel. And I mean, you know how this video ends. We're not gonna watch it. We're not gonna watch it, right? Because it's terrible, and I'm sure you've seen it before. But yeah,
It takes. I'm not gonna.
yeah, exactly.
It's brutal. It takes a big man like Puff Daddy to take full responsibility after saying he's gonna make no excuses and immediately starting the video with an excuse about hitting.
Yeah, what the hell would your excuse be? Like you would expect that this would be one of those things where he'd be like, I have a substance problem. Or have a mental health issue, and I'm going to go to rehab, and I'm going to disappear. For I mean, now this came out like right. This apology came out before the indictment, right? So obviously, you know, you're indicted. It's not a good time to go to rehab. From what I understand, he is not being allowed bail, which is pretty rare for someone as wealthy as him. Am I right about that, Chad? He's not getting bail, right? He's not getting bail.
Fucking rock bottom or whatever. Ah, man. A beacon of strength, really. It took a lot of courage for that apology video.
I'm gonna be so pissed off if this guy gets bailed. Is this guy getting bail? Is that happening?
I respect 50 Cent being a massive hater and selling the documentary Diddy Do It. 50 Cent has been like...
Is that seriously? I haven't looked into this. That was what 50 Cent's documentary was called?
I would say an elite level hater of P. Diddy for quite a while. I don't remember how long ago this was, but there's a comment he left on an Instagram post of Diddy's that I think about from time to time and giggle on. It was P. Diddy riding a bike, and 50 Cent left the comment under it saying, "We all know there's no seat on that bike." That shit, like I was grabbing my...
Okay, wait, no, what's the joke there? Oh my god, chat, please don't tell me this is a gay joke. Right? Please don't tell me out of all the things you could say about this guy that the joke is that the bike seat goes up his butt? That cannot be the fucking joke. Wait, let me rewind that just to check that out. Wait, what?
Being a massive hater and selling the documentary Diddy Do It. 50 Cent has been like... I would say an elite level hater of P. Diddy for quite a while. I don't remember how long ago this was, but there's a comment he left.
50 Cent is the king of pettiness, and I love it. Yeah, ACAB. And also, thank you for re-upping your membership.
Left on an Instagram post of Diddy's that I think about from time to time and giggle on. It was P. Diddy riding a bike, and 50 Cent left the comment under it saying, "We all know there's no seat on that bike."
Okay, so that's the joke from... I mean, I guess 50 Cent, like, you kind of expect it. There's so much more to go at him over, though. Did people really not know any of this stuff?
That shit... Like, I was grabbing my belly when I first read that.
Wait, 50 Cent's pretty old school, too, right? Is 50 Cent like a 90s rapper?
That one. I thought that was so good. Earlier this evening, federal agents arrested Sean Combs based on a sealed indictment filed by the SDNY. United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, said in a statement, "We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning and we'll have more to say at that time." Federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. Oh.
Yeah. Now, that's weird, right? I expected to see the charges by now.
Keeping him a mystery right now. A little loot box of charges here for him. What was the name of his camp for kids?
Oh no.
Brainwash kids and shit.
Was it Puffy Camp or something?
Was it Puff Daddy Pastry Parade or something? What the fuck was it? Puff Daddy Love Care?
Oh no.
Puffy Flavor Camp. That's what it was.
Flavor Camp. That's right. It was the Flavor Camp. You go there to get your flavor. 50s, early 2000s. Signed by Eminem.
The singer and producer
Puffy Flavor Camp. That's right. Basically like abducted kids. That's exaggeratory.
Yeah, Eric's putting out the point that no matter how good of a hater 50 might be, Kendrick is the champion.
He didn't like
world champion of haters.
Abduct them himself, but that shit was foul. The 48 hours with Justin, oh yeah. The P. Diddy clip with Puffy Flavor Camp, he was like, I don't remember the whole...
I don't know. I don't want to know what Puffy Flavor is. Like, I don't want to know what that flavor...
I'll pull up the clip, I guess, in a second, but there's a clip where there's an interview and he's like, no. Justin's got 48 hours with Puff. He's got a 48 Puffy hours. No interruptions. It'll be good for him or something. It's so weird. Fucking diddler. And in plain sight, right under everyone's nose for years. Finally, though, they're acting on all of the shit. Much like Epstein, it feels like everyone knew he was on some heinous shit, but no one came forward.
Avi says 50 walks so Kendrick could run.
Because he's so influential. Well, that was one of the big things. If I remember correctly, he had like a lot of dirt on everyone through throwing his Diddy parties. So I think that was a big...
Now, I'm trying to remember, what are these called, right? Diddy parties? Or there's other names for these parties.
Piece of leverage for him and keeping people quiet for so long. But yeah, tons of people knew all about Diddy and the terrible shit.
Judge, and keep Sean Combs locked up. First of all,
okay, we're going straight through towards this, I guess. So let's finish this Puffy content up. Can anybody help me out with the name? The freak-offs. Thank you. That's the more proper name. I think Moist Critical is just like me, you know, having a brain fart, not able to think of what they're called. But yeah, freak-offs is the official name of these. So the whole furry wall, the Jeffrey, the chasing after people, the turning into a werewolf, that stuff might not have been fake.
the law says that when
Get Him to the Greek is not a movie as much as it is a documentary, at least in regards to P. Diddy.
person's facing the charges, Sean Combs is facing, the presumption is that he gets locked up pending trial. So the field is automatically tilted in the prosecution's favor. He is looking at a minimum of 15 years behind bars if he's convicted. The prosecutors argue that. And finally, prosecutors argued intensely that Sean Combs is engaged in constant obstruction of justice, intimidating witnesses, bribing witnesses, and that usually strikes a chord with judges when they're considering bail.
What do you make of the charges and the indictment? Does it seem solid to you? One of the responses from Sean Combs' defense team seemed to be they don't have anybody who alleges that they did anything non-consensual.
Yeah, I don't get that read out of the indictment. Of course, we're hearing from both sides. Now, it strikes me as a strong indictment. We do have to keep in mind it's a one-sided document. It's the prosecution's allegations. But a couple things jump out to me. First of all, they have videotape. We've all seen the videotape of the assault on one of those women who's alleged to be a victim. That's going to be a really tough piece of evidence for the defense. And if you look beyond the indictment, there was a companion document filed today that says that prosecutors have talked to and plan to call dozens of victims and witnesses. So even if the defense can discredit one or two or three, they're going to have to deal with dozens of victims pointing the finger at Sean Combs.
So you used to specialize in prosecuting racketeering cases at this U.S. Attorney's Office. Yeah. How exactly do racketeering charges play out here, and how does it give prosecutors an advantage?
Racketeering charges are such a powerful weapon for prosecutors, and I used to use that tool quite effectively, I think. What prosecutors have done here is allege that Sean Combs was at the head of an organization, a racketeering organization, a criminal enterprise that committed multiple crimes that were connected to one another. And what that allows you to do as a prosecutor is to pour in evidence of all manner of crimes. And here prosecutors allege that Sean Combs committed this enterprise by committing assault, extortion, drug trafficking, with firearms offenses, with obstruction of justice. And so you end up as a prosecutor able to put this massive evidence of various types of crimes in front of a jury. So it's a lot for defense lawyers to respond to, and it really is an advantage for prosecutors if they can prove the core allegations.
You're familiar with not only this prosecutor's office, but the judge assigned in this case. Tell us about them.
Yeah, so Judge Andrew Carter, first of all, is assigned to this case. He was a magistrate, as I mentioned before, in Brooklyn before this. His background primarily has been as a defense lawyer. He was a longtime public defender. He's deeply respected in the New York legal community. The prosecuting office here is the Southern District of New York. Maybe I'm biased. I used to work there. But it's known for charging and getting convictions in high-profile, high-stakes cases.
And we've been hearing a lot from the Southern District, right? This is where Donald Trump's, at least one of his, I think maybe both of his cases went down.
That's what the Southern District has done for decades now. They're no strangers to this type of case. I will say, at the risk of sounding like a homer, if they bring a case, they typically have the goods. They have their case buttoned up.
All right, Ellie Honig, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Let's get some more on this with our legal and entertainment expert.
I'm sorry, at the risk of sounding like a homer Simpson.
And Joey Jackson, I'll start with you. How much does it speak to the severity of these charges against Combs that the judge denied his bail?
Says everything, Wolf, for a variety of factors. Number one, certainly, generally, you would be given bail if there's any condition or combination of conditions that would ensure, A, you return to court, and B, there's an issue as to whether you're a danger to the community. Because of the manner in which the indictment was laid out, speaking about over a 16-year period, allegations with respect to what he allegedly did, it becomes problematic. Let me tell you what the concerns are very briefly. Number one, you have very motivated accusers, right? Very motivated people. We know that because they laid out the allegations in lawsuits. Lawsuits are civil in nature, not criminal, but I think that provided a treasure trove of information for the federal government to do what they did. Number two, with respect to the seizure of things, right? Evidence from his properties in California and Miami, videos, the other things in terms of Elizabeth's excellent piece moving into this, the lubricant, the cocaine, the other things that were taken, drugs, what have you. It's really.
So I'm going to see if I can find this documentation, right? I think it's strange that so far we've heard about lubricant, baby oil, and narcotics. And I'm guessing there's a lot more involved.
Concerning. And so at the end of the day, Wolf, it's going to be established with proof or not proof. But here's the last thing. This is a case, the United States of America versus Sean Combs. Why do I say that? Because a lot of other people who could have been charged in this indictment with him were not. What does that say to me as a defense attorney? That they are cooperating with the government. So you have the accusers that are there giving their story, innocent until proven guilty, but you have other people who you could say were his enablers who are not being looked at by the government, who are looking at helping the government prove their case. So it says an awful lot that he's detained at this point without bail. There'll be an appeal on that issue. We'll see what a court has to say thereafter.
Yeah,
So the thing I know about racketeering charges is that they're commonly used against organized crime. And I can sort of see why they apply when it comes to him. The idea with these charges is that you've got the big fish, the individual at the center of the network, the individual that makes this thing work, even if he's not doing, the majority of the crimes himself. And then you've got lots of people under this person that can be charged with lesser crimes, and then sort of, and at that point, the prosecution has leverage in order to get them to turn state's witness. And that's what they're trying to do. The only way to prove that somebody was at the center of, essentially like a ring of organized crime is if you get all of their middle managers to roll on them and to give evidence, right? You start with the people at the bottom of the chain, implicate the people higher up, those people higher up, implicate the people higher up until you're, at the level of his, of people that are actually hearing from him. And that's because what you got to establish is sort of the chain of command and how the stochastic, power worked. And once you can get that, then, the racketeering charges come in and really bite the person at the top of the chain.
see what happens. Lisa Bonner is with us as well. Lisa, to Joey's point, and he made very strong points, the judge said in her words, and I'm quoting her now, my concern is this is a crime that happens behind closed doors, even when pretrial services is monitoring. That's pretty chilling. What do you make of that?
Well, I make a bet that they really do believe that Sean Combs is a flight risk. And they also really believe that he is a danger to society. As Joey said, no, he did not act alone. So there were enablers from his employees, his coworkers, his assistants, to other people in law enforcement that have aided and abetted him in carrying out these crimes. So the judge made clear that there was nothing that she could determine that would really grant bail. Now, I wanted to point out that this is a magistrate judge, and the magistrate judge is really more administerial in nature, meaning that tomorrow or the day after or soon thereafter, that this case will be given to the district judge who will be hearing this. Now, at that point, they will indeed his defense team will indeed try to convince the judge once again that Sean is not a flight risk and that he should be entitled to bail. I personally do not see that happening for the reasons that I mentioned, but that is what they will argue.
Interesting. Lisa Respers France is with us as well. Lisa, that very disturbing video of Combs abusing Casey Ventura at that hotel in Los Angeles was a key point of evidence in today's hearing. How significant was that? And put into perspective for us.
Nope. We are skipping that. We are skipping this video. Sorry, we're on Twitch, and I gotta be careful.
Because it became such a huge deal.
Also, I really don't want to see it again. I don't know about you, chat. I'm assuming you've already seen the video.
Because it's one thing to be accused in a civil case or civil cases when it comes to Diddy, but it's quite another thing to see with our own eyes someone being brutally abused like Cassie Ventura was. And so consequently, Wolf, when you had that, it opened up the possibility that other people must not be lying either, is how a lot of people in the industry felt. And I personally, I don't see how he comes back from this.
Yeah, we showed our viewers some video of Combs actually receiving that key to the city of New York. Joey, you heard Combs' attorney say they're appealing this decision in a hearing tomorrow. What would they try to argue to get this bail decision reversed, and how likely is that?
So, Wolf, what they will argue is we know that at the outset of this case that he moved to New York. And what they're going to say is that, listen, he wasn't fleeing anywhere. Yes, he's well-resourced. Yes, he can go to anywhere really in the world if he wanted to.
Wait a minute.
But he didn't. He came.
Was that Balenciaga he was wearing?
Came here to New York.
That's got to be Balenciaga.
To fight the charges. Number two, in addition to coming to New York, he offered to surrender.
Right? That's gotta look. I don't know much about fashion, but motherfucker looks like a Balenciaga commercial right there. Is that Balenciaga?
Anywhere really in the world if he wanted to, but he didn't. He came here to New York to fight the charges. Number two, in addition to coming to New York, he offered to surrender. They chose it as prosecutors to get him at the hotel. Why? That was the indication.
Look, real dreadlock. I don't want to rush to judgment on anybody. Again, you know, he hasn't been convicted of anything. He's been charged with quite a bit. There's a lot of allegations out there, right? So I don't want to rush to judgment or anything, but I also wouldn't rush to judgment about his innocence at that point, right? It's just
that they were going to look.
I don't know where this is coming from.
Detain him, right, indefinitely until the case comes. And number three, they'll argue that, yes, these are decades allegations in terms of 2008 to present, but what they will say is that, you know, he hasn't, as of late, been certainly a danger to the community, and these certainly are allegations. Last point, Wolf, and that's this. These are life-changing allegations. Every indictment is, but there's also a forfeiture provision in here, so irrespective of whether he's detained or he's out, if he's convicted on this, and it's an indictment which is a mere allegation. This has to be proven in court to be clear. But if he's convicted, the government can forfeit everything from the criminal enterprise. That is his world. That means the government could take everything and anything that was a result, right, of proceeds from who he is and what he does, entertainment or otherwise. So this could change his life as he knows it. And ultimately, that's going to depend upon whether the government proves the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Potentially, he could spend.
Wait. So here's what I don't get. They're talking about like his material possessions. And yeah, obviously, you know, in a racketeering charge, those are going to be gone after too. But I feel like he's got bigger worries. I feel like if this is, you know, if this sticks, right, he's not going to be, this guy's 53. Is that right? 53 years old. like potentially he's not going to be out of jail or out of prison until he's a very old man.
In prison, right, Joey? Maybe the rest of his life?
Without question.
That's what I'm saying.
Looking at potentially a 15-year mandatory minimum in addition to, it depends, of course, a life sentence. Now, in the federal government, very briefly, there are these sentencing guidelines. Sentencing guidelines are predicated upon who you are, but listen, these allegations could keep him behind the bars for a long time.
Certainly true. Lisa Bonner, let me go back to you.
So can anybody help me out understanding the going back to New York thing? So I mean, like, all I know about this guy is from like documentaries talking about the deaths of Tupac and Biggie, and yeah, Biggie is, you know, an East Coast guy, and Tupac is a West Coast guy. So like, it makes sense that he's from New York, I'm guessing. So do these charges all like take place in New York? Because like, how long has he been living in on the West Coast for?
Cases like this, how much do you weigh putting the survivors through a trial versus exploring potentially a plea deal that could spare them having to testify?
Well, I don't foresee them really accepting a plea. At this point, there is so much evidence that is levied against him, and the indictment is very strong. It is specific, it is laid out in detail, and it is very extensive. And so when you look at that and you look at the vehement denials that Sean has given over the course of this past year, and it wasn't until the video evidence came out with Cassie Ventura, where he was seen brutally beating her.
Hey, do not go back to that. Please do not go back to that. I don't want to see that again.
And so at this point, really, he was really denying all of that. So I don't really foresee that changing. He had an opportunity at some point. He knew this was coming. He still was trying to negotiate a surrender versus a plea.
Playo TV says, can you please explain what the fuck is going on? I mean, which part of it? Like the background of him, why he's famous, the charges against him?
So I really don't think that they're going to be inclined to offer a plea, or will Sean be inclined to offer or accept one? So I do see this playing out in court, very similar to what R. Kelly did. And that was tried over just across the bridge at the Eastern District of New York. So I really do not foresee any kind of plea. And it is unfortunate for the survivors because you are pitting them up against the evidence and having to speak on that.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Lisa, Joey, and Lisa, thanks to all of you. Appreciate.
Get him to the Greek. Oh yeah, that's right. Russell Brand. Oh my God, who's the other? Was it Seth Rogen? Who's the other guy in Get Him to the Greek?
Appreciate it very much.
I honestly did not know who any of these people were when I watched that, like way back, right?
And this is Michael Moore. Michael's with me now. Let's just deal with the, if you will, the logistics before we turn to the gravamen. The refusal of bail in these circumstances, bearing in mind he'd flown to New York to turn himself in, so he was preempted by the police. Are you surprised that he was refused bail?
Well, I'm glad to be with you. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, the nature of these charges are so serious, the allegations are so serious, that it's not surprising that this hearing he was denied bail. The judge has to look at things like whether or not he could be expected to return to court. Does he have the manner and means to perhaps evade law enforcement and not appear? Is he a flight risk, in other words? And so I think at this point the judge has decided that the fact that he was doing these acts in secret do not obviously lend much to his statements that he will be open and available. So I'm not surprised at all. But again, we will see what the district judge now does since the case has been, or the decision has been at least appealed up, whether or not there are some terms of bail that might make the court comfortable that he will show up for court.
Now, turning to the charges themselves, they are amongst the most serious, which would involve.
Mozart says whale juice is better than baby oil.
Very long periods of incarceration if convicted. But it also raises the question, if there was a plea deal at some point in the future, to plead down from these very serious charges, the lesser accepted offenses would also be serious and could end up in prison.
And also, wait, does that, okay, wait. Now, my understanding is that's not how RICO charges work. The only way that a plea bargain would work is if their case fell apart. In other words, if they weren't able to start with the little fish to get to the bigger fish to get to the, you know, right, they got to get people to rat on each other. They got to get people to, and not just rat on each other, right? Because you're dealing with a situation where there could be people involved in this that didn't want to be involved in it, and that are only doing, you know, carrying out his will because of the fear of, you know, what he could do to them. Like, this is a powerful person that's got a lot of has got a lot of leverage over a lot of people, and that, you know, so potentially people that are caught up in this, they might not be all, you know, terrible people that are on board with what he's doing. There could be people that are just kind of caught up in it and don't know how to get out. Jonah Goldberg? Oh, it was Jonah Hill. Wait, Jonah Hill did it? James Franco? I don't remember any of that, like, 2000 stuff that my ex used to make me watch.
I think any plea discussion of the case, because you have such significant impact on the victims of the case, would necessitate that he be sentenced to prison in some way. I just don't think that a judge would take and place him on probation or some type of house arrest, given the allegations that were made, no matter what the plea discussions were. And remember, the prosecution and a defendant can negotiate a plea amongst themselves, but a court has the decision finally on whether or not to accept that recommendation, and ultimately has the authority to make a decision about whether or not a prison sentence is appropriate. We operate under the federal sentencing guidelines. Those give the judge some parameters to consider, things like whether or not somebody accepts responsibility, whether or not there have been an adverse impact on victims, whether or not there's been excessive fraud and deceit through the investigation of the case. Those things come into play as we talk about what might happen if there is a plea agreement that's ultimately reached.
It's important to remember.
That makes him coming back to New York makes sense. That makes him releasing the apology video makes sense. He seems to be trying to establish grounds on which he could be, that he could receive bail, right? It seems like that's what he's going for.
Besides that, obviously,
or at least get a plea bargain rather than the, you know, the highest sentence, because they're talking about, what did they say, 50 years plus a life sentence is what's on the table.
Proven guilty at the moment. But it's also important to remember that not being a nice person, being an unnice person, if you will, is not a crime. They're going to have to prove the elements of the offences in these cases. Just because he might not be likable is not enough to get you locked up.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And this is an indictment. These are merely allegations, and he has a right to have his case tried in court, and the government has to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The indictment, the allegations, we heard from the United States Attorney in New York, these are sordid details. They are particularly troubling as it relates to whether or not the allegations are true, on whether or not certain people, victims in the case, were given drugs at the time to get them to do these sex acts, whether or not there's been some effort to blackmail or extort or silence victims in the case by the use of videotaped, and to call it pornography would probably be too nice. I would just say dark type of pornography, it sounds like.
Yeah, compromat, right? As far as what it's being used for.
You know, these are things that a judge is going to have to consider as we go.
And New Edge, yeah, he's a donor to several prominent Democrats, but he's also got connections to Trump as well, right? There's a lot of wealthy and powerful people kind of tied up with this guy.
Finally, back to the...
We'll take a look at what Donald Trump has said about him, as well as what finally drove P. Diddy actually to cut ties with Donald Trump, I think is how it worked out around 2016. Well, we'll take a look at that stuff in a second.
The logistics, if you will. He was prepared to turn himself in today, so we understand. The arrest removed from him the almost right to bail, since I was going to turn myself in, I'm entitled to bail if I'd had turned myself in. By arresting him, the prosecution removed that possibility.
Well, they certainly removed the argument for him to make that he had turned himself in. It's mighty hard to, when you fly into town on a jet and you're there to argue that there's no possible way you could be a flight risk. And that's one of the things the judge would consider. Another thing would be the nature of the charges, the allegations that were made. They spanned a long period of time. There were efforts to influence witnesses, it sounds like. At least that's been an allegation that has been made. These are all things that get put into that decision. The fact that he just would have turned himself in, that would have been in his favor. But there are so many other factors at play that it wouldn't have surprised me to see a court dig into those a little bit in making a decision whether bail would be appropriate. And at this stage, a judge has determined that bail is not appropriate. He has a right, and has done apparently so, to appeal that decision and have another hearing on it. At that time, his lawyers will have a chance to make these arguments about the efforts that he was making to cooperate and to get there. The term cooperation, frankly, sometimes gets to be a little loosey-goosey. Depending on
loosey-goosey
who's wanting to
you could probably come up with a better term than loosey-goosey, given the nature of this case.
The argument to their benefit.
We'll talk more in the future.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's just like there's so many phrases that that you don't want to use for fear of turning our stomachs even more than they already have been turned. All right, so let's take a look at what the attorney for Diddy has to say. We've also got the prosecutor outlining the charges. We've got an update. Start with the update.
As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this
and we're muted. Why are we? Are they muted? They're muted.
Conspiracy.
No, wait, you can hear it, but I can't hear it. What is up with that?
Carry out criminal activity. As alleged in the indictment, obstruction of justice.
Oh my God, chat, this is so weird.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges.
So if you don't know, we started out the stream, it was pretty rocky. My computer crashed. Wait, just let me plug this in. Okay.
The indictment alleges that
I don't hear this.
Used and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force.
What would have changed that would make it so that I don't hear the sound that everybody else hears? Okay, that's so weird. That's so weird, chat. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Let's try a different video.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing
of a
three-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking.
Again, sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm guessing, though, they're affecting me a lot more than they are affecting you, so.
Interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
That's a lot.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time involved multiple commercial sex workers and often involved a variety of narcotics such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse.
Okay, so there we have, you know, the question that somebody brought up in chat, right? Why would people allow him to continue to do this to them? There it is.
The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses.
Thanks for watching.
I'm sorry. There's something about like them ending with that particular. Like, right, we just cut right straight from this like horror show to like Lester Holt being like, thanks for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe. Oh my God.
As alleged in the
This is the one that I can't hear, but for some reason you can hear. I guess we'll just have to skip that. It starts off like the same. It's a little bit longer, maybe. Like seriously. And chat, no, it's not just an issue of like I'm like unsatisfied with the audio, or I'm afraid that I'm it's not the issue is actually not even on your side. It's on my side for whatever reason. And again, I'm having issues with my computer. I cannot hear this, right? So I could play this for you, but I'm unable to commentate
with multiple victims.
For some reason, this particular video, I am wondering if it's an issue of like mono stereo. Right, so imagine that my headphones are only playing one side of the stereo, you know, left and right, and that this video is recorded maybe on the other. That's what I'm thinking. But anyway, apologies. Let's see what his attorney had to say.
So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just...
What? This relationship, it feels like there's more charges against this guy than just about the person he's on video like dragging down the hall.
someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day.
It's gotta suck to be, I always think it would suck to be a prosecuting attorney because, you gotta kind of go after somebody even if you maybe suspect that they're innocent, but like also defense attorney, here you are, having to deny like evidence that's like, pretty irrefutable.
So we don't have to fight anymore.
I
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for one day before the case started or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest a guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make him as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have. Huh? Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're appealing it. We're no bail. No bail. He's detained.
We're appealing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail.
When's the next court hearing?
Tomorrow at 3:30. 3:30. Same place. Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow, 3:30. Same courtroom. Different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you.
The Joe Rogan
experience. We're not ready. We're not ready. We're not ready for this yet. We're not ready for the Joe Rogan experience. You can't handle the Joe Rogan experience. I want to see. Okay, so chat, I do have for you the sealed indictment. Was this unsealed? How do I have this? I thought the indictment was... Does it mean... Oh my god. So he's known as Puff Daddy, he's known as P. Diddy, he's known as Diddy, he's known as PD, he's also known as Love. Okay. So we have a Legal Eagle video from 5 months ago. I'm assuming that that there'll be another one yet to come, like a new video. Yeah, I kind of wanted that update, but I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't hear it on my side. I'm going to have to figure this out on my end. Okay. I kind of feel like we've done, the only other thing I really want to cover here is this. All right, so this is the indictment. Count 1 is a racketeering conspiracy. I feel like the video we went over this in detail. The Combs Enterprise, that's what we're calling the criminal organization. I mean, that, look, allegedly, right? That's what the indictment says. So I'm not, throwing that on there. The purpose of it, yeah, I feel like we've kind of been through, like, at least like I mean, this isn't in detail, right? After freak-offs, Combs and the victim typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Yeah, they went over this. Racketeering conspiracy. Okay, so count 2 is trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And again, there's another word in here that I'm not reading to try to preserve my monetization. Yeah, chat. This is going to be very hard to stay monetized today. So, massive appreciation to those of you who have donated so far, whether through a super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, or gifting memberships to others on YouTube. If you're signing up for my Patreon or contributing to the Throne account, massive appreciation to you on this very day, because this is it's stuff like this, right? If I go over wholesome content like what we're about to see, we're gonna do a what do you call it? A palate cleanser. It feels weird to say palate cleanser when this is the kind of stuff we're cleansing. Count 3 is transportation to engage in the P word there. Forfeiture allegations. This is talking about... I don't understand how the forfeiture thing is working, because like my understanding of forfeiture is it's like if you are a very successful dealer, then the stuff that you bought, the material, the money and the assets that you got from doing that are potentially going to be seized by the court. But I don't know what the argument would be here that these parties... Let's just read this. I need to figure this out. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of the indictment. Now, count 1 was about racketeering. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy. Okay, there's all the different aliases, I guess. Shall forfeit to the United States pursuant of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1963, any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962, in any and all interests in securities of, claims against, property, or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over. There it is. Okay, so they are actually claiming that the influence that he maintained through this racketeering organization served as leverage, if I'm understanding this correctly, served as leverage for his career as like a music impresario. Enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established. So in other words, the influence that he had over other people was actually contributing to his successful career and the operation of his various businesses. That's wild. That's probably the wildest part of this, the hardest, to wrap your mind around. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2, God damn it, I'm like trying to keep track of which is which. Right? There's 3 counts. First is racketeering. Yeah, racketeering conspiracy. First count 2. Trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. As a result of the offense alleged in count 2 of the indictment, P. Diddy, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1594, any and all property, real estate, personal involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offenses, and all property traceable to such property, and any and all property, real estate, personal, or real or personal, constituting or derived from the proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense. So the trafficking. count 3 was the transportation to engage in. Okay, well, I feel like I understand this, and I do indeed require a little bit of a palate cleanser. Are you ready, chat? Here's your palate cleanser.
At just 2 months old, this little baby hippo is already an internet giant. Her fans following and resharing every moment, from these panicked expressions to her new front teeth. Time magazine calling her an icon and a legend, proclaiming she is the moment.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
This is Mu Dang from Thailand, a baby pygmy hippo.
Mu Dang, a baby pygmy hippo from Thailand. Her name, which roughly translates to bouncy pig or pork patty.
Pork patty.
Was chosen by popular vote at the Kaukio Open Zoo. Since her rise to fame, attendance at the zoo has doubled on weekends. Authorities telling The Guardian they had to install CCTV cameras to guard her enclosure. After incidents like this, a guest disturbing a sleeping Mu Dang prompted backlash. Pygmy hippos are native to West Africa, and they're about half the size of a river hippo. It's estimated that few...
Okay, so yeah, it's not this, right? So the type of hippopotamus that Mu Dang is extra small, extra cute hippopotamus, and Mu Dang is also a baby, so it's an infant, small hippo.
Fewer than 2,500 pygmy hippos remain in the wild. But despite Mu Dang's newfound fame, from pants to fan art, even a makeup tutorial from Sephora, this baby hippo is sticking to what she does best, a healthy mix of sleeping, screaming.
I was wondering why she looks so moist, and then I remember, like, hippos are basically, like, as much as they're mammals and they obviously can walk on land, they hang out in water, in the river.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
Okay, so let me take you live to Mu Dang, all right, if we can. This is live, I believe. This is Mu Dang right now, and you need this, but I need this too. We both need this. All of us need this. Davi's saying that P. Diddy's gonna get Epsteined. Here, let's why don't we just switch to this? Oh my God, so much. Okay, I feel better. We got through that segment. Chad, if you enjoyed my content, make sure to leave a like. You can also hit subscribe if you want to, and hit that bell notification to stay up to date on my streams, on my videos, and on everything else. If you want to support me, you can check out my Patreon, which is in the description, and support me monthly on my Patreon. At this point, I'm giving you a lot of content for free, and that's kind of what we're concentrating on right now. You do get a shout out. So I should mention, for joining my Patreon, speaking of the shout out, I need to give, like, I keep forgetting, chat. If I'm bad and I forget to shout my Patreons out, please remind me, because that is the one benefit right now that I feel like I can confer upon my patrons. Yeah, I haven't been putting out a lot of videos just because I've been grinding so much live stream content. I hope to change that in the near future. And one of the biggest benefits that you get as a Patreon member, when I'm putting up videos, is that you get first crack at those videos. You, in fact, get the uncensored, unedited, uncut versions of the videos. If you want to, see what you're missing when I when I edit it, you get the first crack at those. So let me see. I gotta give my shout out. So yeah, the Patreon has various tiers to it. There's a tier as low as $3 if you want to just support me with a little. But if you're supporting me at $5 or above, that makes you a fancy weasel. Fancy weasels support me at $5 or above. I also give you a fancy shout out. So let's do that right now. Omega Star shouts out. JR shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Noe shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity shouts out. Oh, also Zara Xerix. Lest I forget.
There are freaking communist invading radicals.
Zara's been supporting me for a long time, but like, you know, before I even had tiers, so I sometimes forget to mention her, but thank you, Zara. Thank you to all of my fancy weasels, and really, you help me keep the lights on, you help me keep body and soul together, and I do appreciate the fact that you're supporting me monthly the way that you do. And we're gonna do more with the Patreon. Oh my god, with the new Discord and with all of the fancy weasel type community type member. I guess I just haven't been concentrating on the members only stuff as much because I'm just giving my all to everyone, and I haven't been able to. Hippos are semi-aquatic. You're kind of, it's kind of like right now, I'm like Sam Cedar, like everybody's getting the members only content. And in the future, like I'm gonna try to like pull back a little bit, and you know, I won't be streaming as much, but the members are gonna keep on getting extra stuff, exclusive stuff. Wait, what is hippos are semi-aquatic? I think that's what you were trying to think of. Yeah. Well, I mean, semi-aquatic though. I mean, that's a technical term, but like they're just a lot. They're in the water a lot, if I understand correctly. Any way to front load dono supported content? I love late nights. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I've been kind of worried about that, right? The fact that people sometimes donate to get that bonus content. But then they go to sleep, especially if you're in the UK or on the East Coast, right? The nights are pretty late. You know, we should, like, theoretically, chat, I am supposed to be starting at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 4 o'clock Eastern time, and I've just gotten on this whole thing of, like, of staying up late, waking up late, and starting late. And if I start late, it means the stream goes late. And that's not ideal. But front loading the dono supported content. Huh. I'm thinking of different ways to do that. Okay, so the first way would be if the donos themselves were kind of front loaded, then maybe we could do that. Like it could be like the second the dono goal gets hit, then after that segment, straight to dono content. Does that sound good? Because that's one way we could do it, but then again, it's kind of asking a lot. A lot of times donos like kind of come in over the course of the stream, and that's fine, and we don't actually hit the dono goal until the very end. So it's sort of the other way to do it would be that the dono, the bonus. What are we talking about, chat? We're talking about this right up here. Dono goal is at 12% out of 100%. If it hits 100% by the end of the stream, I do extra content. What content do? I do the content that you vote for, but I also allow people who donate to have a little bit of extra say over what that content is. So you see right here how it says Jill Stein versus AOC, +0, What If Alt Hiss, +0, Walter Matheson, Undercover, +0. That's because nobody that's donated so far has let me know which of these topics they want to see. So when you do donate, if you let me know what content, which of these 4 options appeals to you, I will put your money where your mouth is. I will put your money where my mouth is. I will put my mouth where the money is. I'm not sure, chat. How does this work? I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win. thus adding extra points to it. So if the conditions are met, if we hit 100%, then we do bonus content. But Miska's given me the idea that maybe if we hit it early, we could do the content early. And that might actually help me out too in terms of getting back on a good schedule. Because I know on Twitch, right, if you're following me on Twitch, you see the schedule say she's starting at this time, and then it's like 3 hours later is usually what, and today it was like, I don't know, it must have been 4 hours or 4.5 hours late, right? That's not good. I don't intend to be 4.5 hours late, but it just ends up happening like that. Yeah, no, I like this. This is a wonderful. Aw, you have eyelashes. You have eyelashes. How do you have eyelash? I didn't know that hippos had eyelashes. This is Mudang.
Kumrick super chatted $10. Drink some water and exercise.
Drink some water and exercise, please. What if alt hist? Gotcha. Okay, so that brings it. So let me show you how this works then. Thank you, Sim. Wait. Your name is pronounced Kemrick? Oh my gosh, chat. I know it's not Kumrick, and I don't know why the sassy British TTS voice would take CYM and say that is pronounced cum. No, that is not. I don't know. Where did you get that? Why do you think that's... Somebody said it's like a Welsh pronunciation. Maybe she's Welsh. British is like got Wales. There's Wales in Britain, the country of Wales. Maybe it's that. But yeah, good thinking, Miskatonic. That is Oh my god, let me catch back up with chat. You don't want to see that. Oh my god, I don't know what you don't want to see. That was probably back in the Sean Puffy Combs, same as the other guys. I don't think either of them will get this, but R. Kelly and Michael Jackson both had defenders who questioned the allegations against them as though to control them. There was a whole South Park. Oh yeah, wait. I didn't do like I was like, let me show you how this works, right? All right, so because I got confused about the pronunciation of your name, yeah, I know that the TTS got it wrong, but then I'm like, wait, do I actually know it? Is it Simric or Hemric? It's one of those two, I think. But yeah, the donut goal goes up to 22%. See how that works? And then what if alt hist goes up to 10%? And then if I look at the poll itself, and also drink some water and exercise, that's great advice. There's very few people who that advice would not be helpful for. Wait, oh no, we don't have the new poll. Oh my god, chat. Because my stream went down. My stream went down. Oh my gosh. Something just happened in Shorts chat. Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gift subs. Shid Piz. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Shid Piz. Why doesn't it work? My You Just Got Weaseled is broken. Why is the weasel... Press the button. Wait, what if I, like, record this? You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. It's not working. Oh. Let's try this again. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to say it all. Okay, should Piz, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Mago Del Rio, you just got weaseled. Chat, my whole setup is broken today. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Queen Bee, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. The furry one, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Random Girl 3PO, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that gets added to Rud Tent, which means we got 37% and 25%. So, and that also means that I got to redo the poll. Bonus content. There we go. Bonus content. Question mark. We're going to do our Trump tent next, right? I'm just trying to like relax a little bit because today has been stressful. And I still don't know, like there's a lot of my tech chat that is just not working and I don't know why. I have to figure that out. All right, so our options today are Jill Stein versus AOC. Jill Stein went on the Breakfast Club. There's been words exchanged between Jill Stein and AOC. I believe that AOC called Jill Stein predatory. And, you know, basically described the Green Party as predatory. So, so Jill Stein has a few things to say back to AOC. We've got What If Alt Hist's new video on the left. It's anthropology of the left. I couldn't fit that all on the line, so I just called it the left. But yeah, the video is called Anthropology of the Left. Apparently, Rudyard has a video called Anthropology of the Right also. But I'm kind of more interested in what this cretin has to say, what this incel has to say about the left, right? That sounds interesting. So yeah, Jill Stein versus AOC on the Breakfast Club. What If Alt Hist on the left. Walter Matheson uncovering going undercover as a chud at the DNC, pretending to be a MAGA supporter. We'll see if that's interesting or not. I don't know. It sounds a little bit. Mehdi Hassan really went after Jill Stein. Can somebody find maybe we'll do a 2-for-1. If we choose the Jill Stein thing, here we go. Here's your poll. So I was about to figure out, like, you know, with the donation extra percentage, like what was winning. Because I give you, like, look, you get to decide, you get to help decide what content we're doing, even if you're not able to donate. Even if all you can donate is your thumb, right? I appreciate those thumbs, and I appreciate those thumbs, whether they're hitting a selection, an option on the poll, or whether they're hitting the like button. And I appreciate them all the more when they're hitting both. So there it is right there. What If Alt Hist on the left? And everyone is leaving, and I don't know why. I'm sorry, chat. Am I boring you? Am I boring you? Are you not entertained? I'm just trying to catch up with this. Whole day has just been ridiculous. What If Alt Hits gets dragged on every history or alt history subreddit I frequent? Yeah, I mean, it's funny that this person could, you know, is considered by anybody like a source on history. I want to vote for several of the choices. Huh. Interesting. I don't think YouTube lets you do that. Anyway, we got to get back on board with our Trump tent. We're going to be covering Donald Trump tonight. Did we get some QAnon stuff in chat? Oh my gosh. Was it entertaining at least? Yes! Yes, we had a QAnoner chat. Unironic QAnon representing. Based weasels, yes indeed. Like the stream for Irene being based and playing dino puppies for, yeah, it kind of is a dino puppy. I'm just trying to recover from the ridiculous beginning of the stream. But yeah, Miskatonic, you got a good idea. And if chat will play along with me, if we can front load the donos, we can definitely do those earlier. Because what Miskatonic's pointing out is that the donos usually come over the course of the stream. And that means that we don't hit the dono goal until the very end. And I usually do that content at the very end too. And so the people that are donating in the beginning maybe don't get to see the content that they are donating for, right? Because when you donate, you're able to let me know which of these topics you want to see as the bonus topic, as the bonus content. And you actually get to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice if you tell me in the chat which of the topics you want to see go on. Oh my god, is Mudang sleeping? I think Mudang is sleeping. Wait, is Mudang breathing? I'm like looking for the breath. Yeah, Mudang is breathing. Oh my God, so relaxed. Look at how. So is that Mudang's mom? I think that's the mom of Mudang, maybe, or maybe the dad. I don't know. Some kind of relative, maybe an uncle. But yeah, when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of the topics of that we're running the poll on, which of the 4 topics that are right up there. Or wait, let's see, where are they at for the? Oh no, we got to add that. Is it right there? It's right there. It's right there. Yeah, there we go. So you see these 4 topics. We hit 100 on the dono goal. We will unlock one of the topics. Which topic? The topic that you're voting for. Where do you vote for the topic? You vote for it on YouTube on the full scale stream. So even if you're on Shorts or you're on Twitch or whatever, you can come over and vote if you want. I'm not telling you to switch streams. You do what you want. You watch me on whatever platform and whatever version you want to do. But if you want to vote, you got to come over to the main stream. So that's where that is. Your vote counts towards that. And then your donations count towards that as well. So I combine them together, and we see which of the topics is the winner. And in the past, we've been doing the bonus content at the end of the stream, but Miskatonic has brought up the very good point that people don't get to see the end of the stream sometime, and that sucks. So yeah, if we can get the donos more front-loaded, right, for those to happen at the beginning of the stream, maybe we could do them like as soon as we hit the dono goal. Like I'll just go right into the bonus content, and that way it's easier to see for even for people that are in the UK or on the East Coast or wherever, which I'm assuming are the people that are having to go to bed before the bonus content even happens. Okay, so do we figure out how to say your name? What is Shorts? Like YouTube Shorts? Yeah, it's like my live stream goes on YouTube Shorts in vertical format, as well as in on the regular like 2 streams at once. We got 2 streams going. One stream for the Shorts audience. It's kind of like a TikTok stream, but it's on YouTube. Does that make sense? She is breathing. Don't you dare scare her. Well, I just wanted to make sure. She's just a baby. That time traveling Mudang that came back to warn them about people pouring water on the baby version? Wait, is pouring water bad? The stepsister, Hippo Hub says that's Mudang's stepsister. Simric, am I saying your name correctly? Oh, look at this. We got a field trip. We got visitors. Visitors to Mudang. Mudang, wake up. You have visitors. You have visitors, Mudang. Just told my cat that Mudang is cuter than her. Wait. We should put this in the... Oh my gosh, I'm not changing the... All right, so look. Mudang. Live reaction. There we go. What did somebody call what did somebody say about baby, like the dino thing? What did Diddy do to the hippos? Yeah, that's a good point. I need to change the... Wait, you're asking my thoughts on Kamala? Look, the best thing that Kamala's got going for her right now is that she's not Trump, all right? The second best thing that Kamala's got going for her is that she's not Biden. She's not Trump, she's not Biden, that's why she's winning. Because most Americans don't want to vote for any of those two octogenarian assholes. Oiled up dino puppies. Yeah. I feel like dino puppies is a thing. Baby oil shortage has finally stopped now that Diddy is in custody. That's right. That's right, don't cap. So yeah, some of you got here a little too late for the Diddy content. We covered that just now. We're gonna go into Trump next because Trump is back. All right, I'm ready to go into my second. And anyway, ready to go into the second segment here in just a second. But yeah, good ideas, chat. And I'm gonna try to read chat more. Is it okay if I read chat more in between the segments? Because that's the one thing that I feel like is missing from my stream. And when I stream for vibes. Zara says, I love Dino Puppy. I love every kitty too. I also really love seal videos if there are like ocean doggies. If you need more baby oil, put more babies in the press. No! I wonder if there's going to be a hippo monster in that zoo horror game coming out. I mean, as long as it's cute. Okay, it looks like we might have no choice. Did the live stream end? Maybe the live stream ended. That might be all the baby. Well, we could always go back in time. Oh, look at that. So that's why Mudang went to sleep. Like, right? You have a nice lunch of bananas and melons? Are those melons? Or they could be pumpkins too. Mudang can't reach over. The thing is too tall. It's too tall. Anyway, we're going to go on to something that's not quite as cute, and that would be the Trumpster. We're going to take a look at the Trumpster. But yeah, chat, if you have ideas for the stream, whether you're watching me on Twitch, whether you're watching me on regular YouTube or YouTube Shorts, feel free to let me know. I very much want to know what you've got in mind. Maybe set a secondary goal for what to open the next stream with. You know, I would do that, Miskatonic, but I think that that's even more likely to have people miss the content that they donate for, right? Because you can go with me if you will, right? Let's say that you watch the stream on Wednesday, but you're doing something Thursday, or I don't normally stream on Thursday. Like, let's say that you're watching the stream on Tuesday and you donate for a topic, but you can't be there on Wednesday, right? So I feel like it's just as likely that somebody wouldn't be able to be there for the end of the stream when they're donating in the beginning, as that somebody wouldn't be able to be there for the next day when they're donating the day before. So whatever I do, I want to make sure that Miskatonic's point is that I address that, and that, you know, the people that are donating should definitely get to watch that content. They shouldn't have to watch it on the VOD, because the VODs are great. You can what's a VOD? The VOD is the video after I'm done with the stream. So after I'm done with the stream, all of my streams turn into videos and they live on my channel. That's why it's really important for you to hit that sub button and maybe even hit the bell notification to know when videos are coming out. But if you ever miss something, right, you can catch it the next day and it'll be on, you just have to go over to the live tab, right? And if you want to watch it on, if you want to watch it on mobile, or if you want to watch it on the full scale, whatever you want to do, you can always watch it after the fact. But I get that for some of you, it's not as good, because if you say something in chat like Miskatonic did, right, then I won't be able to answer because I won't be able to see. You'll have to say it in the comments below, and And I may or may not answer then because I'm a very busy lady these days. But just know that that's an option. But again, I want to make sure that people, especially people that are donating, because like, right, you donating, Fallout says a megastar. I got you. Yeah, Fallout's also an option. So that's up to 81. I owe you some Fallout, even beyond the next time we hit 100. I owe you some Fallout. Greetings, Knight Rider. Good to see you.
It was so peaceful.
Yo!
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals here to see the hippos, right? Huh. I'm psyching myself up, chat, for this Trump tent. We got our favorite guy, and he's back. And for a long, long time, Trump, they won't let Trump be Trump, right? They won't let Trump be Trump. When Trump is Trump, he talks about sharks, he talks about batteries, he talks about windmills, which are the graveyards for birds. That's why we can't do anything about climate change, right? Because it might hurt the birds if the windmills are going. And he also talks about the late great Hannibal Lecter. And that is like just my favorite shit. That is my favorite shit of all. Like when Trump talks about Hannibal Lecter on a political stage, and like you ask him about it, and he's like, people say I ramble. People say I'm not rambling. I'm talking about I'm giving examples. I'm giving stories, right? This is real. I'm a genius. Okay? I weave it all together. Like I say this, I say that, and it does it. They're two different things, but then in the end, I come back to this, and I talk about the snake, and I talked about Hannibal Lecter, and I just weave it all together, right? And it's an example. It's an example of why you should be anti-immigration. Because if we have immigration, then we have Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter, famously from the UK, right? Got that British accent. So that you get, if you open your borders, you get Hannibal Lecter. And he'd love to have you for dinner. He's having a friend for dinner right now. So he's going to be back to on his bullshit again. We're going to let Trump be Trump. And, for a long time, I think that his campaign managers have told him, you got to stop saying Hannibal Lecter. People are fucking roasting you. Donald, I watched a live stream the other day. No comment chick. She made fun of you. She ridiculed you. She made you seem like a bumbling, rambling lolcow. And you don't want to be a lol. He's like, what's a lolcow? He's like, trust me, you don't want to be that. Right? So they got him to not say Hannibal Lecter. They got him to calm down. They got him to try to and it's not good, right? Because that's not Trump being Trump. We need Trump to be Trump. When Trump is Trump, Trump talks about the late great Hannibal Lecter, and we get regaled by all kinds of stories. He brings somebody up on stage. You right there. Hannibal Lecter would love to have you for dinner. And he starts like, imagining like cuts of their meat in his mind of like, Hannibal Lecter would eat your liver, or he would eat your gallbladder, he would eat your, I don't know, whatever organs he likes. He's like a cultivated guy. He would eat your bone marrow, maybe he's into that, right? And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's like a stream. He's like a live streamer, but he's an octogenarian, and he's out there in front of a bunch of boomers with red hats talking about the Hannibal Lecter hour. And it's wonderful. So we're going to get that back. We're going to get back to that. And then we're going to watch Kamala Harris, his opponent, not nearly as entertaining, not nearly as funny. Kamala's not as smart as Donald. She can't do the weave. She can't masterfully weave lots of topics together. She doesn't talk about Hannibal Lecter. She doesn't mix up Alaska and Afghanistan, right? She's not nearly as entertaining. She's not, the lolcow potential, Kamala is very low, right? And so we're going to watch her afterwards, though. She goes to the National Association of Black Journalists, which is the organization that Donald Trump, when he was like a very early Donald Trump lolcow, right? That's what he was doing. And I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, that's where he said, I didn't know, is she black? Is Kamala black? Right? He starts questioning like her her background, starts questioning, you know, her race. It seems to like not understand the concept of you know, being mixed or anything like that. You know, really strange stuff. And that's where that came from. That's where that question in the debate came from. They asked her, you know, what do you think about what Donald Trump said about your background? And she's just like, and she's right. She doesn't need to say anything. There's no need. There's no need. Let that man, he's, if he, oh my God, I'm just so fascinated. Like, I keep on thinking that this hippo is eating like eggs, but it's not. It's eating pumpkins and bananas. I don't think there's any, it feels like it's a runny omelet. Doesn't it look like it's eating a runny omelet? Anyway, chat, we got to get back to the late great Hannibal Lecter. That's what we're about to do. So what do? I hit my buttons. I hit all the buttons. I hit this button. And again, I am going to do my best to let you in chat know when we're about to do a segment. So I'm about to do a segment right now. I won't be responding to chat as much. If you donate while I'm doing a segment, I'll read those donos after the segment. All right. So I will get to you. Still want you to keep super chatting and stuff like that. If you really need to interrupt me, if you really want me to answer a question, you can super chat $5 or more, and literally a sassy British TTS voice will come in. It will interrupt me, and I'll try to answer your concern immediately. But saving that, I'll read the donos at the end of the segment. And here's my promise from now on. When we hit the dono goal, I will do the bonus content right after that segment. So some people had been concerned that they're not getting to see the bonus content because it's the last thing. I'll move it up if we can hit the dono goal earlier. So we're at 37% out of 100% right now. When we get to 100% after that segment, that's when I'll do the bonus content from now on. So that sounds good. And remember, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics you want to see next, right? Looks like Jill Stein is actually winning in the poll. Oh no, tied with What If Alt Hissed. It's 43-43. Walter Matheson, Undercover Chud, is at 13%. AJW, Simps for Anna Kasparian, no one cares. So we might have to take that one off the poll for next time. I don't know. But that's where the score is right now. So with the donos, right, we got a tiebreaker. And the tie is being broken in favor of What If Alt Hissed. Oh my gosh. Moe Noip. Let me see if I can... I don't know what's wrong with my... Wait, is it playing this for you? Maybe I'm just not hearing it. Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't play anything. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, I can't make it work. But yeah, for everybody who just got memberships, let me read your names out just so you know. Rowan1334, Jamie Lynn, Stumbling Potato, great username by the way. Neo Jackass, and Noah Martinez. You all just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, member party, all right. So that brings us up to 53. We're at 53 right now. You heard wow? Yeah, it said wow, but what it's supposed to also say is like, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. But like, I broke my everything. I broke my everything, chat, and I'm so sad. Like, I thought I broke my computer. Like, it just fucking died from me trying to fix the sound, and I don't know why. But I'm gonna have to figure it out. Why do my comments not come up? I see you, or else ellipsis. Yeah, you got through. Is it a top chat? Oh my gosh, I'm on top chat. Let's switch to live chat. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. Okay, so Fallout New Vegas is getting 15 points applied to it. That brings it up to 96. Maybe, chat, I talked about maybe doing like a Twitch subathon to try to get my subs up to a certain level. Twitch will actually treat me better if I have more subs on it. So I thought about maybe doing a subathon. Also, you know, Twitch is a more interactive platform, so that could be fun too. We could do a lot more like interactions on chat. But yeah, Fallout New Vegas would be a great thing to do on Twitch as well, because Twitch is all about video games. Anyone got any recommendations for Lovecraftian inspired fiction? Maybe I'll read some Lovecraft inspired fiction. Oh my gosh, Simric, you gotta tell me, what is like Lovecraft seems scary. Is Lovecraft is like super scary, right? But yeah, anyway, we're at 53%. If and when we hit the dono goal, I'll go directly to the bonus content now, because you have requested and I have heard. I've got to press the buttons now though. Press this button. Everything on my stream is like broken, chat, and I don't understand, but I'm gonna try to like not let it get to me. All right, press that, and then this button. We'll do some Trump tent. All right. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's back, folks. He's been resurrected. He's been pulled back from the dead by Donald Trump because Donald loves him so much. He'd like to wear his skin. That's how much he loves the late, great Hannibal Lecter. So he did a big, what is it called? Town hall in Michigan. All right, Michigan, a state that he very much needs to win. Very good place for him to be campaigning. And strangely, though, he did it with Sarah Huckabee-Sanders, who's from Arkansas. I don't know. He's got to have somebody there with him to I don't know, keep him on track. Let's take a look at this. We're not going to watch all of this.
More weight than any.
Because if I watched all of it, wait, let's see if I can find a better. The volume is so low. How low is this volume?
Runway ever built. Think of that. They're, I think, 19,000 feet long, which is, 3 times what a normal runway would be. It's called Bagram. And we were going to keep that because of China, not because of Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where they make nuclear weapons. So that was a good one. We left, and the way we got out was so embarrassing. And because of that, first of all, 13 dead soldiers. I've gotten to know their families. They're incredible families, but they'll never be the same. Many badly injured, Sarah, nobody ever talks about the soldiers that are badly injured. They talk about 13 dead, and we always have to say that, number one, and great families.
We're not going to talk about the, 67 soldiers that died while he was president in Afghanistan. He likes to say that, nobody died under his watch. It's absolutely a lie. But you were going to get to hear about his friend Abdul, his Taliban friend, Abdul.
But nobody ever mentions the fact that some of the soldiers were hurt so badly, the arms, the legs, the face, like obliteration.
No, God damn. The way he talks about yes, war injuries are really quite horrible. But the arms, the legs, the face completely obliterated. Oh, it's nobody ever talks about that.
We left American citizens behind, and they're not too happy, I can imagine. But if they're living, and we also gave them $85 billion worth of the best military equipment. All
that money could buy.
Beautiful, brand new. Between the goggles,
he lost a couple dozen in Africa.
Planes and the armor-plated cars. We gave them armor-plated trucks and cars and vehicles. And so much, and they're one of the largest sellers now today of military equipment in the world. They're selling this stuff. 707.
It's just hilarious that this guy had 4 years to withdraw from Afghanistan. He didn't do it, and now he's all about Joe Biden.
77,000 rifles and guns. Think of that. How do you have that anyway? Who would put that? We have 71,000 trucks and cars, and again, many of them armor plated. So. What happened is when Russia looked at that, they said, we're going to invade. We're going to go into Ukraine. If that didn't happen, I don't think, and I guarantee you, if the election were a straight election, we won that election, we should have won that election, everybody knew we won the election.
Here we go again. Election denial.
Putin never would have attacked, but the oil prices got driven up at $100 a barrel. He made money. He's the only guy fought a war, and you make money fighting a war, but it got driven up because of their bad energy policies. But when he saw that, and you wouldn't have had, think of this, you wouldn't have had, how different would the world be? You wouldn't have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. You wouldn't have had October 7th.
It's almost like magic, just like everything would have been good, right? Because Trump likes good things, not bad things. And everything that's bad that happened wouldn't have happened under Trump. Even though a lot of bad things did happen under Trump, that was 2020, and we just kind of erased that from our memory. It doesn't count. It's not his fault. You know, we just pretend that he was president from 2016, which, you know, he was president from 2017, but we give him credit for that last year of Obama. We give him credit for all of Obama's economy, but we don't give him any credit for his absolute clown show failure to manage the largest public health crisis, right? So we're supposed to consider him based on a time when the world was at peace, when there was no, you know, war in Ukraine, when there was no pandemic, right? But his first major test as a leader, which he failed, we're supposed to just erase that from our minds. Just zap that right out of your mind, Men in Black style.
In Israel, where that horrible situation took place because Iran was essentially broke. They had very little money. And we would have made a great deal with them. All we want is we don't want them.
And remember, this guy keeps on talking about Bagram Air Force Base, right? He loves that Air Force Base. That's in Afghanistan. And if you don't want a forever war, if you don't want, in other words, a permanent occupation of Afghanistan, you can't keep Bagram Air Force Base. But he wanted to keep it. So in other words, the feeling that you get from Donald Trump was Joe Biden was responsible for everything bad that happened as a result of George W. Bush's invasion of Afghanistan and Barack Obama's, and I'm putting him in there too, Barack Obama's and his failure, right? Two presidents, right? After George W. Bush that failed to withdraw from Afghanistan. But no, it's all Biden's fault. And we should have stayed there. And we should have kept Bagram Air Force Base. This is the whole thing. The idea that you could have an air base in the middle of a country that is run by the freaking Taliban, that is run by an enemy of the United States, who the United States have been fighting for like 20 years, right? These are not fans of the United States. They're just gonna be like, yeah, no, keep your air base there and use it as a bulwark against China, I guess is what he wants. So this motherfucker either wants forever wars or he's just unrealistic.
To have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. That's all we want. We don't want you to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, you don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Then you shouldn't have broken the treaty by which they were obliged to let inspectors in, the treaty that was to prevent them from reprocessing spent nuclear fuel into weapons. That was a treaty under Obama. Donald Trump broke that treaty, never replaced it with anything. So if you didn't want them to have a nuclear weapon, you've got a strange way of looking at that, right? He also talks about North Korea, claims that was some kind of a giant foreign policy victory for the United States. What that was the United States giving in and letting North Korea continue to build. There were, I think, 6 nuclear weapons built during his presidency. So it's just like
deal with Iran. They would
of all of the things to try to claim as a feather in his cap, foreign policy is probably not where he should be going with this. There are issues where Americans give him credit, rightly or wrongly. I would say wrongly. Issues like immigration, where he's thought to have a better policy, even though at this point he has the same policy, the exact same policy, since Kamala and Biden just completely caved on that. But people give him credit for having great immigration policy, and people give him credit for the economy. Again, complete bullshit, but right, he gets credit for that. So if you want to win in 2024 and stay the fuck out of jail, which is the reason this guy's running, make no mistake about it, right? The biggest reason that he freaks out when his polls go down as far as they've been going down. When Kamala, surpasses him now by a margin that's outside of the margin of error. Now it's like undoubtable. She's up by 6 points, right? That's why he freaks out. That's why he loses it, right? Because for him, this is about his ability to not face trial. If he gets elected, all of those charges go away, and he'll probably make some new ones. Let's be real, it's Donald Trump. There'll probably be new ones, but at least the charges again that are chasing him right now, those will go away. So, he's got a lot riding on this, right? So he should want to pursue this campaign in a way that'll help him win. However, he just can't help it. Anytime anybody talks about his crowd size, he's got to talk about that. Anytime anybody says that he's boring, he's got to be like, I'm not boring, I don't ramble, right? He's just posting his L's. And this is what this event is about more than anything. This is Donald Trump posting his L's.
Happy, and I think they're going to end up being very unhappy, but it's very dangerous. They're very close to a nuclear weapon. And the other thing, you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation because...
I'm sorry, who's very close? Is he talking about Iran?
Have a nuclear situation took place because you wouldn't have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel, where that horrible situation took place because...
Again, October 7th in Israel was his fault, right? He brings in his son-in-law to negotiate. Guy's not a diplomat. Guy's not trained for anything like that. Guy's got no fucking skills, but it's his son-in-law. And he's like, you go, Jared, go and do the negotiation, right? Jared's like, okay, I'll do the negotiation. And he cuts Palestine out of the talks, right? So if you don't want to have an event like that, right, then you might want to try to make peace with the people that are at the center of that conflict. And he didn't. He just cut them out. So yeah, October 7th, I'm sorry, Trump, that was you. That was you. You did October 7th yourself.
Iran was essentially broke. They had very little money.
Yeah, he's talking about Iran. He's talking about Iran. Oh my God. This guy. I swear to God. Snack Cena, thank you for the Prime sub. Amazing. That just sounds delicious. A Prime sub. And also the fact that you're Snack Cena, it's making me hungry. But yeah, thank you for subscribing with a Prime. Always forget to mention, chat, there's an ad break at the top of the hour, every hour on Twitch. It's an ad break that you can avoid for free if you like Snack Cena. Vox Populi. Vox People Pie. Yes, Vox People Pie indeed. So now this one's interesting, right? Here, wait, let me show you what just happened really quick. Oh, it's up there. Why is it up there? Okay, it's up. I don't care. Anyway. Or it's down there if you're watching on Shorts, right? So everything on here is a plus, right? When you donate and you say, what if alt hiss, that's a plus, right? You add points to the topic of your choice. Everything up here is a plus, but you scroll down to Vox Populi, that's a minus. And what that means is that it minuses from all the pluses. So this says 20%, but it's actually now 20% minus 3%. So it's 17%. So if you want to make the vote count for more and the donos count for less, just say Vox Populi, and that's that will do that. So anyway, let's. Yeah, no, he's talking about Iran, and this is entirely his fault. Like, there's not even an argument. Like, at least on this stuff, he can obfuscate and be like, October 7th happened during Biden. The invasion of Ukraine happened during Biden. Like, he can say that. It really has a lot to do with his policy as president for 4 years. But he can say that, right? With Iran, there's just no excuse. There was a deal in place to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons. There were inspectors from the UN that went into Iran to make sure that when they are using nuclear power, they're not taking the spent fuel and reprocessing it into weapons grade stuff. So as far as keeping Iran from having a nuclear weapon, that was in place under Obama until he fucked it up. And he fucked it up because one of his donors, I believe Miriam Adelson, asked him to do that, right? He did a lot for Miriam Adelson, moved moved the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Israel, moved to Jerusalem. Allowed Israel to occupy the Golan Heights, right? A lot of the settlements, right? A lot of the U.S. enabled stuff that literally led to October 7th, right? He did on behalf of one of his big pay pigs.
And we would have made a great deal with them. All we want is we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
We would have made a great deal with him. There was already a deal.
We want.
You blew the deal up. You did everything that you did made it more likely that Iran will have a nuclear weapon.
I don't want you to have a nuclear weapon.
I think you do want them to have a nuclear weapon just so you have another nuclear enemy that you can fucking demagogue.
We would have made a good deal.
This guy says that he wants to prevent World War III. That's one of his biggest things is like, World War III, folks, it's going to be terrible. Nuclear weapons. You think climate change is bad? You think global warming? Well, the real global warming is nukes, right? He's made it more likely that Iran is going to have a nuke. And he is literally pushing us towards war. This guy, like, assassinated a member of Iran's military. That's somebody that wants war with Iran. You made it more likely for them to have nukes, and you made it more likely for the United States to get involved in a war with them. And if you're worried about a conflict with Russia, I would look more towards the Iran-Israel conflict than I would towards the Ukraine conflict. Again, people look at Russia, by and large, people in the world, like, unless you're just dependent on Russia for your oil, in which case you're like, yeah, no, good job, Putin, that's great, right? And you look the other way. But most of the countries in the world, they say, they see that Russia invaded Ukraine, and they're like, that's kind of fucked up. So there's not a lot of sympathy for Russia when it comes to Ukraine. Russia escalating that conflict with the United States would not go in their favor. In other words, there'd be more nations that did not help Russia and more nations that did help the United States if there was a conflict that broke out over Ukraine. Iran is different because Israel has become a global pariah, a worldwide pariah. Israel occupies the place in the world once occupied by South Africa. People hated South Africa because they ran an apartheid system, and now Israel is doing that. Israel is trying to start war with Lebanon. Israel is trying to start war with Iran, right? There's not a lot of people that support the wholesale slaughter that Israel has conducted in Gaza with U.S. ordinances, with U.S. bombs, and that is actually on Kamala and Biden. The sad thing is, though, do you think you could vote for Trump and maybe Trump would be different? No, Trump would actually be worse. Trump's thoughts on Gaza is that Israel should hurry up and finish the job. In other words, end life in Gaza, right? So he's worse. He's not better. And that's the front on which the MAGA ideologues are pushing war. They're not anti-war. They just want a different war. And a war that actually would go a lot worse for the United States, right? If the U.S. goes to war on behalf of Israel, a lot of countries are not going to be on board.
With Iran, they would have been happy, and I think they're going to end up being very unhappy, but it's very dangerous. They're very close to a nuclear weapon. And the other thing, you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation because inflation was driven up by their bad energy policy. And you remember your gasoline started going up to 5. And
inflation was driven up by your tariffs. Inflation was driven up by problems in the supply line. Inflation was a worldwide phenomenon, not just a phenomenon in the United States, not caused by any U.S. policy. Inflation something that happened as a result of Donald Trump's mismanagement of the pandemic. And also by the one good thing that he ever did. Look, in case anybody ever comes in here and they're like, you're just so negative on Trump, you can't find anything good that you like about Trump. One policy that Trump enacted that I like was the stimulus. But I also know that he enacted the stimulus not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Donald Trump's, policies, the one policy that he got passed during his entire tenure in office was to lower taxes on the rich. So that's his preference, to lower taxes on the rich and to raise prices for everybody else through tariffs. But yeah, in that case, he did allow for two distributions of a stimulus as well as an extension on unemployment benefits because he had to. Otherwise, the economy would have gone to hell. But again, for whatever reason that he did it, I'm glad that he did it. But again, that actions have consequences, and the consequences of putting more money out into the economy is generally going to be inflation, especially when you've got more money in the form of stimulus, PPP loans, and unemployment benefits, more money chasing fewer goods because of the supply chain problems caused by his mismanagement of the COVID crisis. So again, you want to talk about inflation? That is also your fault.
$6.
That is you. That is you, Donald.
And then what happened is they said, oh, we're going to get killed. We have an election. We're going to get killed. And they went back to my policy. So they went.
Nope. They opened the strategic reserves. This guy's full of shit. He complained about this when Biden did this, right? The United States keeps a certain amount of oil in reserve. It's called the strategic reserves, and it's supposed to be there in case, the United States for emergencies. Well, you kind of had an emergency with the pandemic. And Biden opened up those strategic reserves and let that oil out onto the market, while at the same time, some of the oil producing countries were trying to raise prices, right? This caused them to be unable to raise prices. Eventually, they gave up on that. And when the prices came back down, Biden bought up oil and put it back in the strategic reserve. So if we'd been listening to him from, I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever, he would have complained about Biden going into the strategic oil reserve. Since so much of that has been put back now, you're not going to hear shit from him. He's going to change it to to being like Biden's not drilling enough, even though the United States is a net oil exporter and is essentially I think the biggest exporter in the world right now, even though so look, and this isn't a good thing necessarily, right? We do need to worry about climate change, and Biden has very much put that on the back burner. But this is just another area in which the policy isn't as different as he'd like to say it is.
Back to the same.
But yeah, the release of strategic oil reserves is what got the prices back down. Not adopting Trump's policies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anything to complain about. And they're not, adopting all of his policies, just way too many of them.
They don't, and they say we produce the same amount as Trump. Well, they went right back to my policy, or you would have had $25 a gallon gasoline. So they went back. What they don't say is, though, I would have been producing 4 times as much, and I took us from third
magically
into first place by a lot. But we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia.
Russia.
And we would have been so dominant in energy. We would have, we didn't need any energy from anybody. We didn't have to protect any other countries in order to get their oil, which we've done for many years in the Middle East. We were energy independent. Sounds so beautiful to say it. We're energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant.
I don't know what you want to call a situation in which the United States is producing record levels of energy, but it's the situation that we're in right now.
And we would have been now having so much money coming out of the energy. We just have the best. We have Bagram in Alaska.
Yo! Okay, so anybody that was worried about Biden having glitches, Biden having meltdowns, Biden losing his train of thought, motherfucker just said that Bagram, which is, he was just talking about Afghanistan, he said that Bagram is in Alaska.
They say it might be as big, might be bigger than all of Saudi Arabia. I got it approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. I got it done. In their first week, they terminated it. Check that one out. Bagram.
Yeah, check that one out. Check that one out. Chat, look that one up. Look up. We have Bagram in Alaska. Hey, look, we have Bagram at home. Meanwhile, Bagram at home. Oh my God, he's talking about the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. That's where he wants to drill, baby, drill. Not Bagram. Not Bagram. How do you mix up the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge with Bagram?
No, think about this. Between Bagram, between Hugo.
And he's not just saying it once. It's not just a slip of the tongue.
You take a look at the kind of things that we've given up. We should have that air base. We should have that oil. We would have had a whole different country. But to give up Anwar, to give up the biggest air base, military air base in the world, and they left it.
I'm sorry, I gotta call it, chat. He's too old to run for president, just like Joe Biden. We do not need octogenarians running for president unless they are Bernie Sanders. There's very few people of this age that are completely in control of their faculties the way that you would want a president to be.
In the dark of night, with the lights on, and they did leave the dogs behind. There are a lot of people.
They left the dogs? Oh no, not the dogs.
But we would have been a much different country right
now. So chat, if you're confused about the fact that he's weaving between he's really talking about Anwar and Bagram, to the point where it confuses him, there's a reason for this. There's a reason. Right? He explains this in great detail. All right, let me show you the weave.
You know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things, and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like,
they all end up mixed up like in a pudding of nonsense in reality, right? Like, look, I get what you're saying. If you can tie a lot of things in together, great. If you can make yourself understood in that way, great. But he can't, and he doesn't, and he mixed himself up. Motherfucker was talking about Bagram being where he wants to drill in Alaska. He wants to drill in the wildlife reserve, right? He wants to fuck up, more. He wants to fuck up a wildlife reserve.
Of mine that are like English professors, they say.
And it's not as if the United States has got a problem of like a lack of energy, a lack of oil. The United States is the biggest energy producer in the world right now, producing record levels of energy. And he's just like, well, that's all he can do is drill, baby, drill. And he can't even get straight like that. He wants to drill the wildlife reserve, not Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan. He can't keep Afghanistan and Alaska straight.
It's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. You know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things, and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like, and friends of mine that are like English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. You know, I do the weave.
He doesn't ramble. He does the weave. Okay. Okay, Donald.
Right now. But we're going to get it back, and I promise you we're going to get it back with guys like this and people like that. And, Sarah, just one thing. Because this is the world's longest answer to an otherwise simple question, but the difference
but look, he doesn't ramble. He doesn't ramble.
That's productive as opposed to an answer.
It's a really productive answer. The answer to drill in Bagram Air Force Base, which you think is in Alaska, the answer that even though the United States is taking in like record levels of like producing record levels of energy, that the answer is still drill, baby, drill, right? No, this is the
answer that
productive answer.
Is not very productive, right? Like in the debate. But just to end this, we are going to
look. I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He needs to drop out, just like Biden. He needs to drop out. This is an octogenarian that should not be running for president. It's ridiculous that we've got this system that like forces these, this kind of elder abuse, like, right? The Trump family, you're doing elder abuse right now. Republican Party, this is elder abuse. You are making this man go out there and make an absolute clown of himself, ridicule himself. For what reason? To try to steal another 4 years after you failed to steal the election last time?
For Michigan, because we want to be a little bit Michigan-centric. You used to be the capital of the world in cars. Today, you're an afterthought in cars. And I don't know the head of your union. I've never met the gentleman, Sean. I've never met him. But what he's done to your union and what he's done by agreeing to allow this country to say...
For the record, is he talking about Sean Fain or Sean O'Brien? Like, there's multiple unions in Michigan, right? It was a big... one of the biggest union states that ever existed before the Republicans attacked the unions almost out of existence. But
we're going all electric.
But yeah, neither of those two unions, it looks like, are going to endorse Trump.
Which at some point they're going to end up taking back that mandate because that mandate is insane. They want to go all electric basically by 2030. And for him, think of this, for him to do that, just real fast, you're right now at...
Okay, I gotta ask, who is he talking about? When he says him, does he mean A, Biden, B, Sean Fain, or C, what is the other guy's name, Sean O'Brien?
Where you used to be, and heading south, because the electric cars are all going to be made in China and Mexico.
I don't know, and I don't think he knows either. I think if you asked him, he'd be confused. Like, who is the he you're talking about right now?
But they're all going to be made basically in China. We are going to bring so many auto plants into our country. You're going to be as big or bigger than you were 50 years ago because they won't be able, if they're not willing to build a plant, we don't want their product. And that's enough.
Problem is that you're not going to be able to, you'll be homeless, all right? Because the mechanism with which he wants to accomplish this quixotic task of deindustrializing, literally, like, I mean, the only way you could is with a time machine, right? That would work. You go back to the past, maybe go back to the 70s and you'd be reindustrialized, right? But he's talking about through tariffs and what tariffs are going to do before they ever, claw back industry into the United States. They're going to raise prices for Americans. They're going to cost the average American family, or the average American worker, $4,000 more per year. And for a lot of us, we cannot afford. One in chat, if you can't afford an extra $4,000 a year. If an extra $4,000 a year would break your financial solvency, one in chat, because that's what this guy's talking about doing. He wants to sacrifice you for his trade war, which the last time he tried a trade war, he lost. He tried to have a trade war with China. He ended up losing that trade war. This is Donald Quixote literally tilting at windmills because he says they're going to kill the birds.
That's all I wanted.
What do you care about the birds if the planet is fucking on fire?
And it'll happen fast. It'll happen very fast.
I think it's safe to say that Michigan is happy that you're going to be president again. And Mr. President, we don't mind that you give long answers because you actually have something to say, because you actually got something done when you were president.
It's a very interesting because she said, I don't think
He didn't get anything done when he was president, right? He said he was going to repeal Obamacare. Thank God that McCain stopped that. So he didn't repeal Obamacare. What did he get done? He cut taxes for billionaires. And it didn't make the economy better, right? The economy under Trump slowed down from the rates of growth that the economy had under Obama. So he cuts taxes for millionaires and billionaires, which, surprise, surprise, doesn't actually work, right? It's supply side economics, Reaganomics, trickle-down economics. That's when the rich piss on the rest of us, right? It doesn't actually work. It doesn't actually help. The thing that stimulates the economy is putting money in the hands of the working class, right? That is called Keynesian economics, and this country that has not been in practice since like the mid 70s. But yeah, what did he do? What did he actually do? Failed to build a wall? Cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires? He didn't get anything done.
I've never said this before. So we do these rallies. They're massive rallies. Everybody loves.
Oh, here we go. Are you ready?
When she said that, well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out. Okay?
Now, I want to see if I can find this, but I believe that there's footage of people leaving this rally.
Okay? Because I don't want people leaving. But I do have to say, so I give these long, sometimes very complex...
What, he's going to threaten people?
...sentences and paragraphs, but they all come together.
The weave.
I do it with...
You do the weave.
Raising Cane, that story, I do it with...
No, I've never heard him do the Raising Cane thing. Wait, what are we looking for? Oh, yeah, Trump.
Story on the catapults, on the aircraft carriers, I do it with a lot of different stories. When I mention Dr. Hannibal Lecter, I'm using that as an example of people that are...
I'm using it as an example. They think I'm rambling, but it's a great example. It's
coming in from Silence of the...
Right, the asylum, right? Folks, you're dumb enough to think that asylum... like an asylum that Dr. Hannibal Lecter would be locked up in, is the same thing as a person seeking asylum because the United States has fucked up their country and it's too dangerous to live there.
I use it, they say, it's terrible. So they say, so I'll give this long, complex area. For instance, that I talked about a lot of different territory. The bottom line is, I said the most important thing. We're going to bring more plants into your state and this country to make automobiles. We're going to be bigger than before. But the fake news, there's a lot of them back there. For a town hall, there's a lot of people. But the fake news likes to say, oh, he was rambling. No, that's not rambling. That's genius when you can connect the dots. You gotta. Now, Sarah, if you couldn't connect the dots, you got a problem. But every dot was connected, and many stories were told in that little paragraph. But there is something, but they say that. The other thing I say is this. We had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey. We had 68,000 people show up in Alabama. We had 79 or 81,000 in South Carolina. And they'd never said, I'm a great speaker. And I said, am I a great speaker? They say, oh, no, he rambles. What the hell are all you people showing up for if I ramble? You don't want to show up for a rambler. So anyway, thank you very much.
Mr. President, no one has done more to fight for the American worker than you, to bring back jobs and manufacturing to this country. Tonight, there's obviously a lot of people.
All right, so that's the thing that I wanted to look at was the return of Hannibal Lecter, the late great Hannibal Lecter, and the rally thing that really seems to have gotten to him. Take a look at this is from the debate.
And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies.
I'm surprised you're not accusing her of AIing her rally, her crowd sizes.
Most incredible
Like, this is a guy, if you remember, not so long ago, bragged that that January 6th was bigger than Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. Literally, dude flexed on Martin Luther King.
Rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here? You're going to end up in World War III.
All right, check this out.
Watching, stay updated about breaking news and.
All right, so I got the deets for you. I got the. See, this is from 5 days ago. Trump supporters talking about leaving. Well, let's start off with this. We got video of this. This rally, right? This is Flint, Michigan. All right, check this out. Check this out. That's that rally. People don't leave my rallies, do they? Let's see what the tape says, Trump.
When she said that, well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out, okay? All we need is somebody smart at the top to say, you can't flood our market. Because I don't want people leaving.
That's the same rally.
Yeah, so I guess they're calling that a town hall in Flint, Michigan. Donald Trump speaking there. One of the last visits he made to Michigan, of course, he hosted an event in a purported black church that he filled up with white MAGA supporters. Here he is now in Flint after himself contributing to a lot of the problems there. And again, this went off the rails very, very quickly. Watch this.
Not once, but twice. You've literally taken a bullet for our country, and yet you keep fighting. You never give up. The reason that you're going to win in November is because America needs a fighter. And we've never needed a fighter more, and we've never had somebody more qualified to step in and lead our country than you. I'd love for you to tell us, why do you want to be president, and why do you continue fighting even after they keep attacking you every single day?
So we ran. Thank you, everybody. A lot of love in this room. I love you. You love me. And you love Sarah.
Here he is again. Play the clip.
She said, I don't think I've ever said this before. So we do these rallies. They're massive rallies. Everybody loves, everybody stays till the end, by the way. You know, when she said.
All right, so he's at this rally saying that you just saw this, right? This is the Flint rally. Watch what they find in this rally.
Well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out, okay? All we need is somebody smart at the top to say, you can't flood our.
You see that?
Because I don't want people leaving. But I do have to say, so I give these long, sometimes very complex sentences and paragraphs, but they all come together. I do it a lot. I do it with Raising Cane, that story. I do it with the story on the catapults on the aircraft carriers. I do it with a lot.
We got to look at the Raising Cane thing. I mean, that one. What even is Raising Cane?
Different stories. When I mentioned Dr. Hannibal Lecter, I'm using that as an example of people that are coming in from Silence of the Lambs. I use it. They say it's terrible. So they say. So I'll give this long, complex area. For instance, that I talked about a lot of different territory. The bottom line is, I said, the most important thing. We're going to bring more plants into your state and this country to make automobiles. We're going to be bigger than before. But the fake news.
Yeah, Crystal Saphira's got it right. Why does he want to run so bad? Why is he still running even though he's getting, in danger and shit like that? Because he wants to stay out of prison.
There's a lot of them back there. For a town hall, there's a lot of people. But the fake news likes to say, oh, he was rambling. No, no, that's not rambling. That's genius. When you can connect the dots, you got to. Now, Sarah, if you couldn't connect.
And play this clip.
We're energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant, and we would have been now having so much money coming out of the energy. We just have the best. We have Bagram.
Raising Cane is either a horror movie or a chicken restaurant?
In Alaska. They say it might be as big, might be bigger than all of Saudi Arabia. I got it approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. I got it done. In their first week, they terminated it.
As if you think that isn't bad enough, just doubling down, play it.
Terminated it. Check that one out. Bagram. Check that one out. Think about this. Between Bagram, between you go to Anwar,
and again, a lot of this is just like the ramblings of and ravings of like a madman. Give George Conway credit for the Anti-Psychopath Pack for calling it out. We've done a lot of videos here on the Midas Touch Network about it. Anyway, I'll keep showing you more clips like this. I don't want to sane wash what it is you're watching. Here, play the clip.
My name is Isaiah. I'm a third generation UAW worker, working hard to build trucks here in America. Yes.
Donald J. Trump, where the J stands for genius. True.
You're going to be doing plenty of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I work for Ford, and you actually came and visited the plant that I work at. That's right. You did. And
the interesting thing about this audience member is that he sounds like he is affecting Donald Trump's speech pattern. You came and you visited my place. Wait, let's hear this again.
Doing plenty of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I work for Ford, and you actually came and visited the plant.
You actually came and visited the plant. Like he's a Trump bot. This is like Night of the Living Trumpsters.
That I work at.
The Trumpoids.
You did.
The Magoids.
And my question to you, sir, is what do you see as the major threats to the future of Michigan manufacturing?
People think that CHUD is just a figure of speech, but it stands for, chat, Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dweller. Right? CHUDs are these people. CHUDs are Trump supporters. That is what that refers to. It's from an 80s movie, right? And it's kind of a joke, right? To call they're like CHUDs, right? But it's like, is it? When he's like infecting them, even with his speech pattern? When he's infecting them with his id, with his lies, with his violent rhetoric? When he's demonizing hardworking migrants? And getting bomb threats called in on schools and hospitals? It kind of is a zombie movie type scenario. What about HOG? What does that stand for? Humanoid. Oh my God, I got to think of that one. What does HOG stand for?
Manufacturing, auto working jobs. And what will you do to eliminate those threats, sir?
Okay, so I'll get into another little bit of a long answer because when you say major threat, to me, we have one really major threat. That's called nuclear weapons.
I thought you were going to say it's Kamala.
We have other countries that...
And he continues on. I mean, this is, I guess they say...
Now, do you understand what just went on? Look. The economic misery inflicted on the American people is very real. It's not because the economy's bad. It's not because there's inflation, because the inflation has gone back down to the point where they took off the they took off a 0.5%, a half point of interest, right? The Fed cut the interest rate by 0.5 point. So obviously we're not dealing with actual inflation anymore. It's because of price gouging. Price gouging when it comes to your apartment, when it comes to apps that allow landlords to raise their prices, to fix the prices. when it comes to grocery stores charging too much for necessities because they're, they think they can charge it. But that's real. That's real. Him worried about the lack of good jobs that like maybe his father, his grandfather, his uncles might have had, right? That's real. And that's something that should be addressed by both parties. Instead of engaging with what he said in any way, Trump pivoted to nuclear war. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about me. He doesn't care about working people because motherfucker has never had to work a day in his life. Let me show you what exactly I'm talking about here. I can find it. So yeah, there's a lot that's been said about Donald Trump's acumen as a businessman. He wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Oh wait, sorry, he didn't write that book. He paid somebody to write the book and to put his name on it. Right? The ghostwriter has come out and also not much of a fan of Trump, but yeah, somebody else wrote the book for him. And there's a very good reason for that. It's because Donald Trump is not good at business. Donald Trump received a lot of inheritance, a lot of free money from his dad. And everything that he touches goes to shit. You're looking right there at a Trump casino. Casino is one of the easiest businesses in the world because literally you're not selling a product. You're exchanging money for chips. People come in, they exchange money for chips. They gamble, and 9 out of 10 times the house wins. And so you're guaranteed statistically to earn money, and you're not even selling a product. You're maintaining a building, you're paying workers, but there's no actual product being sold there. People just come in there and give you money on the hopes that they can somehow, be the one winner out of 100. It's not an easy business to fuck up, but yet look at this. This is his building being destroyed, being torn down because he failed at this business. There it goes. That's the story of Trump's entire life.
That was the demolition of the Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City back in 2021. And if you know anything about the story of Trump and his casino businesses, I bet you know that the story does not end well. Multiple Trump casinos ended up filing for bankruptcy. That much I'd bet you are.
I'm sorry, did I say one of his casino failed? Yeah, they had multiple.
You don't know this story.
I think all of them.
The year was 1982, the first year that Forbes magazine published its list of the 400 richest Americans. Donald Trump made the list, claiming he was worth $100 million. But at the time, Trump was really only worth about $5 million, and he was also hemorrhaging cash. But Donald Trump had a plan. That year, Trump got a license from the New Jersey Casino Control Commission to operate a casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And Trump found an investor to help him finance the project. Holiday Inn, which owned the casino chain Harrah's, would give Trump $50 million in cash to build the casino, and then Trump and Harrah's would split the profits. Trump had to just prove one little thing first. Here is how the New York Times investigative reporters Suzanne Craig and Russ Buettner tell the story in their new book, Lucky Loser. Donald was on the verge of a great deal, one that would also get him out of a bind. Before leaving, the CEO of Holiday Inn told Donald that his board of directors would want to see with their own eyes that construction on the casino was underway, evidence that this young builder could make this happen. Donald kept the truth to himself. He did not have things underway because he did not have the money. So he directed his construction supervisor to hire every piece of earth-moving machinery he could find. The day the Holiday Inn board visited the site, dozens of bulldozers and backhoes pointlessly pushed mounds of earth around the 2.6-acre site in an elaborate ruse with no purpose other than to fool Trump's new business partner. Afterwards, Trump introduced himself to one of the Holiday Inn executives with the line he would never forget: "I think I'm probably the most successful person my age in the United States." That was how Trump started the Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino. He bluffed his way into it. Trump created the myth of himself as a successful businessman, and he sold it to the public so that he could then sell it to his business partners. And for a long time, that myth really worked out.
There is a new billionaire in town. Trump's the name. Donald Trump is a major deal maker, a swashbuckler.
Today, a lot of this country still believes that myth. And Donald Trump is still...
You got to look back into the 80s and you're going to see something really rotten. You're going to see a country full of boomers, right, that are just starting to come into their, adulthood. Like they're turning 30, they're turning 40, right? The Woodstock generation. It was all about peace and love and defiance. Has now become the yuppies. And their values have done a 180. And you have shows like The Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous that are just basically glazing up millionaires and billionaires. You've got kind of the beginning, I would say, of the new American Gilded Age. The Gilded Age was what took place in the United States in the 20s and 30s. It was a great time to be rich. And, going into the 30s, a pretty poor, awful time to be poor. And that's when the New Deal happened. That's when, the Great Depression happened. And as a result, you got the New Deal, and American politics kind of flipped into, the Keynesian consensus, as I've described it before. In the 80s, you had the beginning of a new Gilded Age. That was their answer to stagflation, was the mythology of wealth and opulence. Not the reality. Not the reality for American workers. Definitely not a reality. American workers were getting fucked over. If you were an air traffic controller and you went on strike, you lost your job under Ronald Reagan. There was something so profoundly rotten that has never been fully addressed. Like, look at Reagan's policy. What is he known for? He's known for supply-side economics, aka trickle-down economics. What his vice president, George H.W. Bush, called voodoo economics. Why? Because it doesn't work. It's a symbolic gesture made to call down the money gods. And in reality, all you're doing is giving money to the people that need it the least. And somehow, these myths have never been debunked. Reagan needs to be put in his place. Reagan is the cause or the beginning, let's not even say the cause, but the beginning of so many of the problems in the United States. And so many people still think that this was some kind of golden age. It was a gilded age. It was not a golden age. But yeah, the myth of Trump emerges at this time. And Trump is a fucking loser. His wealth comes from his inheritance, and it's wealth that he ends up losing. Every single enterprise that he engaged in, every single venture that he tried, ended up losing money. The only exception to that was his reality show. That was the one thing that Trump was good at, was television. Look at who was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an actor. This is the time when the American people literally elect a fucking actor over Jimmy Carter, who, although I do blame Jimmy Carter for, the beginnings of neoliberalism, in the United States, but Jimmy Carter is probably the best loved president alive right now. I mean, what does he got to compete with? Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton's a creep. George W. Bush? Forget about it. Who else is alive? Reagan's dead. HW's dead. Obama? I guess, people liked Obama at one time, but there's a lot of hope and change that was never really fulfilled. Obama was a big letdown for an entire generation that worked so hard to get him elected to push out Hillary, and then found a president who was very similar to policy to Hillary Clinton. Like, what was all that work about? What was all that campaigning about? What was all that energy about, right? Jimmy Carter is, sadly, kind of the best that the U.S. has got as far as living presidents, and he was rejected by a traitor named Ronald Reagan, who did a backroom deal with Iran to get Iran to keep the hostages that Jimmy Carter was trying to negotiate the freedom of. That's why you had Ronald Reagan. Because much like Nixon did in his negotiation with the North Vietnamese, telling them to hold off, to not make a deal with LBJ, Ronald Reagan did the same thing in the Iran-Contra, in the Iran hostage affair.
Chatted $5. Got to give it to Arthur Laffer that introduced the Laffer curve, the beginning of economics.
Yeah, lest we forget Laffer. Good point, Izzy Sanchez, and they'll still refer to that stuff. And this hasn't been debunked. This hasn't been debased, and it needs to be. It's important to destroy the myth of Ronald Reagan, the actor. That's right, Bree Breezy.
Cashing in on it. It is not just Donald Trump, the Republican nominee, who is having a busy week. Donald Trump, the businessman, also has a lot on his plate. There's his new cryptocurrency venture and the possible sale of his shares of Trump Media, the parent company.
Laffer drew the curve on a cocktail napkin.
True Social. But as New York Times reporters Suzanne Craig and Russ Buettner point out in their deeply reported new book about Trump's wealth, Trump's successes aren't the result of shrewd business acumen. They are the result of many, many, many.
Speedrunner's adding more lore to this. He wrote it on a tip sheet at a restaurant instead of tipping the service workers. Wait, a tip sheet? Are you talking about like a manual ticket? Like, because that was the 80s, right? I waited tables, but our tickets were electronic because they didn't want us to pocket the. They didn't want us running away with the money, right? Our stuff was all accounted for on computers to
lucky breaks. Good things happened to Donald Trump. He did not earn most of those good things. He was born. He was discovered by a revolutionary television producer, and he was pushed into an investment against his will. And from those 3 bits of good luck came the equivalent today of more than $1.5 billion. That sort of tailwind could paper over a litany of failure and still fund a lavish life.
And that's why he lives that lavish life, right? This is the myth of Trump. For him to paint everything gold, for him to live a life of apparent opulence, right? He is the very poster boy for conspicuous consumption. And what is that conspicuous consumption for? It's not actually because he just enjoys lavish shit that much. It is to present a lie. It is to present a myth. It is to get more people to be conned by this man.
There's no evidence that in 50 years of labor, Donald Trump added to his lucky fortunes. He would have been better off betting on the stock market than on himself. Joining me now, our Pulitzer Prize winning.
No, not even the stock market. He would have been better off with he would have probably been better off with a savings account.
New York Times investigative reporter Suzanne Craig and Russ Buettner, authors of Lucky Loser, How Donald Trump Squandered His Father's Fortune and Created the Illusion of Success. Congratulations, guys, on this exhaustive, really delicious read. I shouldn't say it like that, but filled with a lot of new reporting and some deeply informative reporting on stories we sort of knew. I want to talk first about, because the word father is in the subhead of the book. Maybe Suzanne, you can start first. Just the relationship between Donald Trump and Fred Trump was more beneficial to Donald Trump than I think people even imagine, right? He's prone these days to calling him his Brooklyn builder of a dad, but the reality is he's the money man behind Donald Trump's entire fortune.
Yeah, he makes his dad sound like a bricklayer, when in reality he was a racist landlord.
You talk a little bit about it.
I think we'd all, in some ways, like to have a father like
in some ways,
Trump.
In all ways. I think just throwing millions of dollars.
A lot of money, yeah. Donald Trump definitely benefited from his relationship with his father when it comes to the finances. He was born into an incredibly wealthy family. I just remember one of the stories that I was thinking about the family, and they grew up in Queens, and all the kids in the neighborhood used to marvel at the fact they had an electric door opener for the garage. Like, they had everything. They had the first color TV, and he really, he grew up very, very wealthy, and he inherited a lot of money. And we've written about the fact that he inherited it, and it was enhanced by tax fraud. But that was really like the first hugely lucky break of his life. And he has spent so much time talking about how his father, he's really a small-time guy, nothing to look at here.
Never could have made the fortune that Trump did.
No. Small-time guy gave him a very small loan, and Donald Trump did it all on himself. It was as if he was robbed of a hard scrabble story, and he had to come up with one. It's incredible just how he has gone out of his way. First, we see in his
Dylan Puddle says he's a con, very much so.
Early business career that he appropriates his father's wealth. We see news stories where he says he's worth $200 million. It grows to $1 billion. He's appropriating his father's wealth. And then he spends a lot of his life diminishing his father's accomplishments. Fred Trump.
And, for what it's worth, Fred Trump seems like a pretty bad father, right? Like, the stories of Fred Trump and just do not paint, like, a very supportive father. I mean, supportive financially, yes.
Donald became a black hole for Fred's money eventually.
And Fred Trump.
So he was a fail son. And his dad was an asshole. Probably never let him forget it.
Abides this smack talking from his chosen son, right? Not only does he single out Trump. Of the 5 Trump kids, Donald is the chosen one, and he allows Trump, his son, to basically diminish his legacy and suggest that he's some kind of mastermind, when really the inverse is true, is it not?
It really is, and I think that's one of the most remarkable parts of this as a long story, right? That's a thread that weaves through decades of this thing. Fred has done everything pretty much he's broken rules, but as a businessman, he follows very strict procedures. He always estimates correctly what his revenue is going to be. He doesn't spend more than that's going to take in. All his projects make money. He's very careful. Donald is just the opposite sort. But when Donald first arrives in about 1968, he immediately starts taking over the business. He becomes the public spokesperson for it. This fellow John Barron becomes the public spokesperson for it. Right. And Donald starts announcing that they're building projects all over the place, that they're going to build.
So now they're assuming that that John Barron was the alias that Trump would call into television and radio and newspapers, right? He would pretend to be somebody that knew of Trump or worked for Trump or was somehow connected to Trump, who would describe in great detail the accomplishments of Trump, the beautiful women that Trump was spending his nights with, right? His evenings with, right? It was his hype man, but it was actually him. If you ever listen to any of the phone calls, it's Donald Trump's thinly disguised voice. That's who John Barron is. And no doubt why he named his son Barron.
A new seaport in Lower Manhattan. They're going to build a convention center in D.C. They're going to do all these things. And it's all smoke and mirrors. None of it happens. Fred's never done that in his life, but he goes along for the ride. And when Donald does get a project up, when he gets his first sort of building up, he starts Donald starts telling the world that he has fully taken over the finances of his father's company. He has not. But Fred goes along with that and allows Donald to say, and echoes it, that Donald has surpassed me, when Donald literally had one building up of his own. It's really just a remarkable relationship that's very central to what he was able to accomplish.
And setting in motion what would become a long career of diminishing people closest to him who support him and assuming that their loyalty is inviolable.
And casting them overboard when they're not loyal.
What is staggering to a lot of folks who remember Trump in the 80s and 90s is that even in the Apprentice years, it's like completely castles built. It's a paper tiger, right? The Apprentice offices or the offices that the Apprentice is going to film in are so shabby that they have to kind of use smoke and mirror. Can you talk a little bit about the stagecraft of pretending that Donald Trump is actually a successful businessman?
There was a lot of stagecraft involved when Mark Burnett showed up at the offices and his producers. They came in thinking that they were going to be casting a billionaire. And keep in mind, Donald Trump was the host of the show. He was the prize that all these contestants wanted. They were vying and they were scheming to work for. And the producers showed up and they found chipped furniture and they said the carpet smelled. They just said it was awful. So they ended up creating a whole nother area on the fourth floor of Trump Tower.
And again, chat, I will read donos after the after this segment. Remember, if you want to interrupt me during the stream, $5 or more super chat will actually engage the TTS voice, and I will be forced to contend with your question immediately. Saving that, I get to the super chats and memberships and all the donos at the end of the segment, just so that we have, it makes it easier for my editor, since my editor is me.
For where the contestants would live, but the whole boardroom was fake. That was not Donald Trump's boardroom.
Editor, remember to edit that out.
The whole thing.
The one thing that escapes me is, given the fact that this guy is hemorrhaging cash, he's going into deals, he's being bailed out by other investors who then are brought in. He continues to sell himself publicly as a businessman. Nobody pipes up. I mean, here we are looking today at the potential sale of Trump Social stock, which is largely built on Donald Trump's reputation and not at all on Truth Social's ability to generate revenue. Do you have a working thesis about how he's able to convince people over and over and over and over again?
I think there's a couple of things you have to give him credit for. He has this innate charisma that's followed him his entire life in every...
See, now, here's what I question. I feel like it's a selective charisma, and I'm trying to identify the basis for selection. What I mean is, to me, it's negative riz. Right? Everything about Donald Trump has always just pushed me away, put me off. And there's other people, obviously, the exact opposite. And I don't mean to be elitist about this. I'm definitely not trying to build myself up as some kind of intellectual, titan. Obviously, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I am intelligent enough to know what Donald Trump is, and he's a con man. And maybe it's just for people that don't, that it's like, Donald Trump himself is not that smart, but I guess to somebody less intelligent, less wise in the ways of the world than he is, maybe he comes off that way. I don't know, chat. But I mean, look at MAGA. Look at MAGA. You don't see a lot of intellectuals voting for Donald Trump. And the ones that are, because there absolutely are people that don't really become part of his cult. They don't love him. They vote for him out of a lesser of two evils kind of choice, right? They're voting for him to cut their taxes.
Aspect, every era of his life that we look into, there were people that were wooed by him. But also, he can be incredibly persuasive. And not just people who you think are easily persuaded.
See, no, maybe I'm wrong.
This book, there are people who are very smart and very accomplished who give him opportunities to do something when he hasn't done it before because he convinced them that he could. That has been a diminishing trend over the last 10 years, right? The things that once he got the money from The Apprentice, he decided again to undertake this effort to make himself look like a businessman by starting businesses. So he built a huge tower in Chicago. He secretly declared it completely worthless on his tax returns after he got it open. He remodeled the old post office into a hotel in D.C. He lost $7 to $10 million every year, and he had to sell that. He bought some golf courses in the UK. They all were sucking money, and he had to subsidize them with this money from his fame. So, he's not really convincing people much anymore, but now he's got this new audience.
I mean, he's convincing the television audience. He's convincing, and I was going to say convincing Mark Burton, but honestly, he made Mark Burton money. So it's not like Mark Burton is the one person that worked with him that at least as far as I know, he has not conned, right? Mark Burton got a lot from working with Donald Trump. Most people that work with Donald Trump, they get stiffed. They get ripped off. They get thrown under the bus, but not Burton.
Which are his political followers. And I really think Truth Social is marketing to them.
Right. Yeah.
He's selling their persecution complex to them. And if you look at the site and read the people who invested, that's the thing that they grab onto, is we're under assault from all sides. We have to protect this site. We have to protect Donald Trump. He's our only chance.
Yeah, he was once monetizing the sort of Trump brand and this gilded 80s, 90s New York. Now he's monetizing grievance and rage. Really, you have to hand it to him.
But what's interesting is this, right? He sold himself as the apprentice boss man, right? He sold himself as the character from The Apprentice based on the lore about him being successful in the 80s, which, to the extent that that was real, it was a very swiftly fading phenomenon, right? Like the end of that 80s story, the end of Donald Trump as a real estate magnate, was Donald Trump losing more money than he'd ever made and going bankrupt. But what got in the news, what got reported on, what got talked about was the success, or the appearance of success, was his ostentatious lifestyle. Was his cavorting with supermodels, right? That's what got attention. That's what got press. And then his failure, somehow just not that interesting, not really reported on. And then he comes in the 2010s or 2000s, whenever The Apprentice started, and he gets this show. He gets this audience for the show based on the fact that boomers remember him as being a successful businessman that he never was. But based on his sort of tabloid notoriety of appearing with supermodels, with conspicuously consuming an ostentatious lifestyle. He smelled like money. He smelled like wealth. He smelled like opulence, even if that opulence was just daddy's money. And because of that, he gets this apprenticeship. In other words, if he was revealed for who and what he actually was, he never would have gotten the reality show. The reality show is based on the perception that he's the deal maker, the businessman, the best businessman, the richest, right? All these things are lies. All these things are lies. And he would have been had it not been for The Apprentice, right? The end of his days would have been a lot less opulent than the beginning. At some point, in other words, the reality check would have bounced. At some point, he would have spent down his dad's fortune. Not entirely by living that opulent lifestyle, but mainly by all these failed ventures that he did. And because he was never called up, because the media failed to identify Reaganism as a con, failed to identify Trump as a con, the con goes on. Money, 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 money. And the legend lives on through The fucking Apprentice. So we wouldn't have Donald Trump as president had he not had that reality show. He wouldn't have had that reality show were it not for the media's just ridiculously poor coverage of the man. Inability to actually tell the end of that story, which is that he loses, he goes bankrupt, right? That's the end of that story. And we wouldn't have any of this if it wasn't for his daddy's money. He would be, I don't know, I'm trying to imagine the Donald Trump that would exist were he to not have had that seed money to start out with. Very different guy indeed. All right. Well, anyway, that is the Trump segment. If you enjoy this content, make sure to hit that like button. Think about subscribing. You can also hit the bell button to get notifications when I stream next or when a video comes out. And if you want to support me, you can do so on Patreon. So let me, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read donos, and then we're going to do one more story about Kamala. She is being interviewed by the same organization where Trump's really started. Like, his downward trend really started, I think, at the National Association of Black Journalists. That was the first moment that I covered Trump, where it was just like this universal, you know, like just everyone agreed that this was a train wreck. And Kamala is speaking in front of the same organization. I suspect, though, that her appearance will be very markedly different from Donald Trump's. All right, so let's switch over. Ban somebody on Twitch. Twitch, you need to do something about these bots. It's getting bad. Oh yeah, this is a good... Wait, no, we can't listen to Hit 'em. Does chat know about Hit 'em? Wait, is this gonna be oh my god, what is going on? Oh, maybe that's a live stream. Oh, it is. It's somebody's... Oh, neat.
Pulled from in the description. Probably not up now because...
Here, I'm trying to find a video with I was gonna give you just the I was gonna give you the hippo content, but I can't seem to find that. Oh, there it is. There's the hippo. All right, there we go. Some more palate cleanser for you after the daily Trump tent. So I'm gonna do one more segment today. We are up to 61% on the dono goal. That is 39% away from earning extra bonus content. If you want to see that, it looks like a lot of people are pulling for What If Alt Hist. I'll take a look at the poll and I'll read the donos in just a second. I kind of wanted to find this content over here.
Talking to a girl and she told me about a genre called Hit 'em. That is... Y'all already know. Y'all seen this. I had a dream. I was at a rave talking to a girl and she told me about a genre.
Anybody know about Hit 'em?
5/4 time, 212 BPM, and super crunched out sounds. Thank you, Dream Girl. It's a pretty viral tweet that happened on Twitter. However, it all started, at least for me, when Machine Drum added, "Yo, follow back, please." And I said I was cringe for this because how am I not following Machine Drum? But he's putting together a compilation of this fake genre. Technically a fake genre, I guess. So
I don't know about that. Is it a fake genre? What do you think, Chad? Anybody know about this stuff? We're talking about Hit 'em. It's a genre that you know, of electronic dance music that has like about a 212 BPM. It's in 5/4 time.
So Machine Drum is collabing with this random Australian guy called Drew Daniel, but this homie is making a compilation of this fake genre, dream genre, and it'll be on Tabula Rasa Records. Machine Drum messaged me and said that if we get some bangers out of this one, you guys will be included in the comp.
Oh my god, so he's actually gonna make some.
Pretty cool. Could be dope. Little added bonus on top of regular bitch battle of just trying the prompts. You could actually get into the compilation. Could be cool. Could be cool. Could we hear some examples? I haven't heard any either. See if we can find any.
This is what it sounds like. you don't count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You count HITEM.
Hit him.
HITEM, 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 HI.
You'll get the idea, though. Maybe I'll start with Sky Keys. Show Skylar, my goat. I like that. I never.
Okay. Anyway, this is a producer, so I just wanted to see if I could find something explaining Hit'em. But wait, let me. If I can find the tweet, I'll be able to explain it myself. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this is Drew Daniel. He says, I had a dream. I was at a rave talking to a girl, and she told me about a genre called Hit'em. That it is 5/4 time at 212 BPM with super crunched out sounds. Thank you, Dream Girl. Thank you, Dream Girl. This is making me want to produce music on stream. We'll have to think about that. I'm not really, I don't have any software at the moment, but I don't know. Could be fun. I've never really had a lot of success with non-standard time signatures like 5/4, 7/8, whatever. But let's read some donos. How does that sound? All right, so right now, What If Alt Hist, his video on the anthropology of the left, that is what's winning. It's ahead by 9 points. Wow, it's really had some changes. We've only got 46 votes, so if you haven't voted yet, it's a good time to do it. It's also a good time to hit that like button if you have not already. Yo, that dinner looks really good, though. What are those green things? Okay, we got some pumpkin in there. I know that hippos love pumpkins. That's one thing I know about hippos. These are pygmy hippos, so I don't know if they have different tastes. What is that? Is that asparagus? I can't tell. Anyway, let's take a look and at the donos here. Shaxby says the Grillin Sicilian. Yes, Shaxby, I did add your dono to the Grillin. Yes, 25 extra points for a What If Alt Hist from chat. So far, everybody that's donated. Look, there's a bunch of you though that haven't told me yet, like which of these topics you want to see. I mean, we've got some donos to Fallout New Vegas. We've got some donos to What If Alt Hist. Yo, we're up to 61%. That's 39%, almost 2/3 of the way there. If we hit that by the end of this next segment, Kamala Harris at the NABJ conference, then I will I'll do some extra bonus content for you. How does that sound? And you've already got some pretty cool bonus content with this Mooding. The newest social media star, Mooding. Dylan Puddle says I'm assuming you mean Trump, is an example of the lottery of the life. Trump is a useful idiot that the GOP found to lead their ticket. Yes, people get thrown under the bus to protect rumps. Trump is basically a white-collar scammer. Obsessing over pursuit of wealth is perversely incentivized in capitalism. Yeah, but for him, it's like it serves a purpose, right? Most people, their conspicuous consumption, I mean, I'm sure there's an element with Trump, he's all about his ego. He's very narcissistic. But there's also a purpose that it serves in terms of it lets him con people, right? He presents this wealthy lifestyle. In some ways, chat, is Trump like the first influencer, I have to ask, right? Because when you think of what influencers kind of amount, like what the... Anyway, chat, I think it's time to consolidate the chats. As we do. Let's consolidate the chats. How does that sound? I'm going to give you the link if you're in the Shorts chat. feel welcome to hit that link and join us, right? The stream is going to end on Shorts. It's going to continue in the full screen stream, and you're welcome to join us. In fact, you're obliged to do so. But yeah, I've got the link pinned for you. I also threw it in there. Click it or tick it, exactly. Prepare for transportation. Are you ready? Oh my god. I don't know what the fuck happened. Apparently this Puffy content was doing really good, and then I got boring. That's the thing about Shorts chat, is it feels like it's like unforgiving, right? If I ever even do a palate cleanser or I talk to chat, it just, the Shorts just dies and it doesn't come back. So we're gonna have to end it for today, but I figured out some more stuff, right? You know, we'd had a kind of a drought where, you know, 200 was about the highest that I'd hit on Shorts chat for a while. And it looks like we figured out that it's just like all about, you know, having a topic that's...
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Should cover the legal eagle covering musicians suing Trump due to Trump playing their songs. One musician estate actually won. My votes for what?
Nice. Okay, so I'm going to add 5% to What a Fault Hist. So it's now up to 30%. Dono Goal goes from 61 to 66%. And I will think about adding that to the bonus topics for tomorrow. Does that sound good? All right, we're ending the short stream. Join us on the full scale stream. Yeah, I kind of want to... Machine drum is good. I'm kind of interested in this. That's good. Sasha G says, I like my music fast. It's kind of breakcore-ish. Yo, that's wild. There's actually a video essay I was watching about breakcore. Many people, including myself, have misidentified popular music in a variety of genres as being breakcore. In actuality, breakcore is more specific than people give it credit for. I think the number one is like atmospheric drum and bass that people will call breakcore, and you know, the breakcore fanatics, right? The fans, they're not too keen on on everything just getting folded into breakcore, but thank you, Dream Girl, for this new genre. All right, let's go and
Hit him.
For our seniors at $2,000 a year because we, unlike the former president who promised to do it, we finally have allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices against the big pharmaceutical companies. And these are just some of the accomplishments.
Sasha G super chatted $5. YouTube still not letting me gift subs. IDK what's up? Face exhaling. That said, this goes to what I fullfist.
I love that it reads your emotes out too. Sasha G, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, everything seems broken. Like on my end, you know, everything about this stream has just been wild, and not in a good way. Like I meant to come on. Like I started the stream like, I don't know, 2.5 hours before actually it got going because my computer just like crashed, and then I had to do all this you know, I had to fix my camera, I had to fix my microphone. Luckily Zara was there to help me out, so I thought I'd bring her on and you know, have a little fun on stream. And you know, it's nice to talk to her as always, and to thank her for you know, helping me get it back together, because I kind of freaked out. She can tell you I freaked the fuck out, and she really helped me survive that. Agalith with the 5 community subs. And the you just got weaseled thing is broken. Right? I'm pressing this and it won't work. But I'll do them manually, I guess. XX Noyomi, thank you for the follow. Agali, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. CH Madog, you just got weaseled. Contraband 89, you just got weaseled. One Eye Jack, you just got weaseled. Asgore Dreamer, you just got weaseled. And Breaky Time, you just got weaseled. And that is 15 going to What If Alt Hist, which is up to 86. And again, chat, I'm gonna try to see if we can change the dono goal, because I have had some people complain to say that if they're on early, then they don't get to see the bonus content, or they have to see it on the VOD, and that's just not right. So yeah, I don't know what like my one idea was to kind of like try to encourage people to front load the donos, and then when we hit the dono goal, we do the bonus content like before the end of the stream. That might work. I'll see what I can figure out. The other thing we need to do is apparently I got made fun of for using a word pad by a certain drunken Canadian streamer. A drunken Canadian streamer that I have been holding back on covering because I am embarrassed for him. Because he is an embarrassment. And yet he has the gall to make fun of my dono goal because we don't have the resources to do some kind of weird Doom guy that keeps track of the donos automatically. So anyway, no, we shall not speak his name. We shall not speak his name. I've had enough of his fucking content, right? And at this point, like, I had his fucking chatters in my chat, like, begging me not to cover his shame. And I'm just like, you know what? It feels bad. I know technically he's punching down on me massively, right? But it feels like I'm punching down on him. And I just don't like that. We gotta talk at some point, Sunday. We gotta talk at some point, because like this needs to stop. Your thing with Tyler needs to stop. You talking shit about me needs to stop. Me covering you needs to stop. I don't like this. I don't like this, right? You are a target-rich environment, sir. It is not hard to find embarrassing things with your name on them, okay? And I'm not saying this to dunk on him. I am saying this to stop. To get him to stop. Because I'm not enjoying it. Oh wait, did I do that wrong? Agalith, I think I might have. Yeah, it's so community subs. So as far as I understand, right, if you get yourself a sub on Twitch right now, which you can do to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, if you're seeing those ads and you no longer want to see them, there's several ways you can go about it. You could do it for free if you have a Prime. You can use your Twitch Prime sub to get out of the ads for free. If you use it on me, you'll no longer see ads in my chat, right? You can buy yourself a sub, which I think is discounted. I think it's $4 right now. I think it's 25% off. That's what I've heard. I haven't bought any subs myself this month, so I don't know. But you could also be gifted a sub if you're lucky, like 5 people just were just now. If you're active in chat, you're more likely to get those gift subs. So, you know, all the more reason to be active in the chat. Now, when you're gifting the subs, though, I don't think you get that price break. I think you're paying full price. So, and I'm also I'm also counting Twitch subs as 6. So what are we doing here? 6 times 5 is 30. Is that right? That's right. Like, memberships are so much cheaper on YouTube. It's like literally half the price of Twitch. But they basically count for the same amount, I think. Like, as far as what the platform gives me, it's like, so I just tell people to, you know, whatever platform you like better. So this goes to 60. Damn. What if Alt Hiss has got all kinds of energy behind it tonight. Trump is basically, yeah, I'm glad I noticed that, Aglith. I was about to count your community gift subs, but yeah, we're not talking about President Sunday tonight. Hopefully we don't have to talk about President Sunday like ever again. We're talking about Kamala.
Too high? Yes. Do we have more work to do? Yes. And I will tell you, I do believe that I offer a new generation of leadership for our country that is about, in particular, turning the page.
She sounds like she's selling a soda, like the new generation. We're the Kamala generation. I would make stalactites out of this music. As a music producer nerd, I'm glad you found this meme. I found the meme great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's like. I don't think I'm good at making alternate time signature music, though. I don't think I'm great at that. I think I'm best when I stick to 4/4, honestly. But it'd be fun. It's a challenge, right? Exactly an example of such a perversely rewarded incentive. But yeah, I'll add Legal Eagle to the stream tomorrow. Wait, should we go right to the... Maybe we should... Wait, I said that if we hit the dono goal, we hadn't really started the Kamala segment, had we? Let's do What If Alt Hissed. How does that sound? Because I get that a lot of people are...
One of my favorite...
All right, so there's several things, right? There's this vicious cycle that I seem to be in, where I stay up too late, which means that I get up too late, which means that I start streaming too late, which means that I stream too late and then I stay up too late, right? It's a vicious cycle. And I want to get out of that vicious cycle. So it might actually be good to leave the Kamala content till tomorrow. And we'll try to do this from now on. When we hit the dono goal, next segment is the bonus content, right? Because I want people that donate for the content to be able to see the content. I hate the idea that there's people coming in here early, donating because they want to see something or other, and then they got to wait like 8 hours. That's ridiculous. I got to stream for less long. I got to stream till, like, I got to stop streaming so late, and then I got to get on earlier and get back on my time, which is supposed to be 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. The other thing, Eastern. Yes. The one where everybody else is on, it feels like. So yeah, we'll do that. We will also, and look, I don't even have to count it. What if alt hist blows everything away? So we're gonna put the legal eagle. If I could spell it, legal eagle. Wait, legal. What? How do you spell legal? Legal. Eagle. 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 Is that how you spell it? What is it called again, chat? Yeah, I got to make an executive decision here. Somebody, okay, Legal Eagle, what is the name of the video? Musicians suing Trump. Yay. So that's what we'll have on for tomorrow, right?
Underlying points that I've used about a dozen times on this show is that we know nothing about the things that we know the most about. This
what?
Paradox exists since you can only understand what something is based upon its underlying context. Thus, if you exist too close to something, you can't look at it objectively, given you don't have enough distance to see it for what it's not. An easy example of this I think a lot of you would know from your daily lives is that you can be in a toxic romantic relationship without even realizing it, since you're so close to your partner. This is very true of anthropology today. That's since human societies are absolutely insane across the world and history. The more you look at how we humans organize ourselves, it's just incredibly fascinating. Between the Aztecs doing millions of—
And make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already.
Human sacrifices to please the sun god. How many—
Wait, is that JoJo part? Wait, JoJo part. Which is the one that has that? Oh no, it's the JoJo AMV. No, is it an AMV? What is it? It's not an AMV. It's a— Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a short anime. What's this called?
Islamic states had princes who were slaves, the West's ability to make godlike technologies, or the Prophet Muhammad showing up and making the biggest empire in history up to that point out of nothing. It's just remarkable that it's all real. Furthermore, our society today is possibly the most absurd society ever in history. On top of this, there are so many very rapid social changes occurring right now that no one ever talks about. There's so much material to talk about anthropology if we put the slightest—
It's an OAV, is that what it's called? Yeah, don't they have like a some kind of Aztec scene that, I don't know, some kind of ritual sacrifice? OVA, thank you. It's an OVA.
Amount of effort into it. However, our society has no interest in how societies work. We believe pretty stupid ideas that were never tested.
JoJo Part 3, right?
Like the blank slate that human nature is all social engineering and is naturally good. Alternately, that all cultures work the same.
What? What is bro talking about?
And men and women are the same as well, and that culture is unimportant. This is so stupid, and people don't even realize how stupid it is. With all of this being said, we never study our own society anthropologically.
Wait, no, what is he's taking from the— He's taking from the idea that women don't deserve to be subjugated, that society thinks men and women are the same. Look, Rudyard. If men and women were the same, there would be no such thing as trans people, because it wouldn't matter. It would be like, it's all the same, whatever, right? No, obviously that's not— he's missing the point. He's misunderstanding the left, and this is supposed to be the anthropology of the left.
What I once said to a friend is the reason we don't look for lessons in history is we know that if we found them, that we would be doing it really wrong, and we don't want to be held accountable. However, if we did the slightest amount of digging, we would find fascinating—
Did you say the slightest amount of digging? I'm sorry. It sounded like he said dicking.
results from studying the anthropology of.
Okay, now that's manifest destiny, isn't it? That's literally settler colonialism embodied as some kind of highfalutin goddess. It's really running like what is Naruto run? What is she doing? Like she's gonna fall over.
Our culture. This is the first video of a two-part series. The next video that will immediately follow this one is on the anthropology.
Look at that. Obviously, most of America supports Donald Trump. You can see from this map.
Of the right. We will be studying the right and the left as if we were looking at tribal peoples in the Amazon or the Congo.
Oh my God.
In this video, looking at the origins, strengths, weaknesses, and character of the left as a cultural formation. I can promise you the results will.
It is a very shitty painting.
Surprise you.
Literally, it's a painting about manifest destiny. What's it called? All right, let's make up a theme song for it. What if alt hist? What if alt hist? Ah, la, la, la. He cannot miss. Rudyard. What if alt hist?
Fortunately, mainstream media is dominated by liberal voices while
liberal voices like Marvel Comics, ESPN, Cozy TV. What? Wait, what is Cozy TV? Is that's not the Nick Fuentes thing, is it? What is Cozy TV? COZI TV. No, it is. It is. It's the Nick Fuentes thing, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not. It's an actual TV station with King of Queens. Cozy TV is an American free-to-air television network owned by NBC, the NBC-owned television stations divisions of NBC Universal. Okay, so it doesn't, I'm sorry. I'm going to get sued if I don't correct myself and say this has nothing to do with Nick Fuentes. That is COZY, I think. I have to ask Ninetails next time I don't talk to her.
Conservative views tend to be suppressed. This makes finding unbiased news tough and attention for right-wing concerns almost impossible.
Yeah. There's no money. There's no money out there for right-wing concerns. Just ask Tim Pool.
Thankfully, ground news helps me.
Oh my God.
A 70. Well, the Independent broad eligible for hot news / unlimited access, and I can legit. I want to make it clear, and I think you folks already.
Okay, what is this? Zoomer history? Possible history? Okay, these are different YouTube. These are different YouTube channels. So Kraut and Tea here is on the left. Extra history is what would this be left libertarian? Like anarchist? That's a weird way of saying it. But Sunday would be okay with it, right? No, Sunday's over here. Sunday's over here, actually. No, sorry. Alternate history, that's the tanky alternate history PT, apparently. Authoritarian leftist, channel older than Stone Age Fossil was somehow still uploading. Every single scenario ends in global communism. Is Portuguese. Kraut and Tea. I agree with him. Jesus Christ, dude, learn to type. I agree on him about Ukraine, but he seems otherwise quite obnoxious and biased. I tried to watch his vids one time, almost fell asleep. I mean, I don't know. I would probably fall asleep too. Is in the worst quadrant. So left, middle, worst quadrant, Zoomer history, in between left and right. Wait, why is there like a Nazi, the creepy Woj? It's like a Nazi, creepy Wojak. Unironic Holocaust denier? How is that not right or... Oh my God, because he's screwed up. This guy's so screwed up. Unironic Holocaust denier. Churchill is the devil incarnate. Checks love Heydrich is somehow still on YouTube. I'm not encouraging you to report him, or am I? Mr. Z, definitely paid by Putin, spent 10 minutes ranting about how libs ruined America in an alternate history video. Calls himself the last honest historian. Cac W. Oh my gosh, Cac W. What if alt has Trump supporter? I guess I don't care much for his politics, but his videos are gold. He predicts Turkey will annex the Balkans and revive the Ottoman Empire soon. Alternate History Hub, that's in the ANCAP space. That's the Sunday quadrant. Not sure, but he seems chill. So he must be lib, right? Has a wife, kids, rare site in this quadrant. Is a reason I got into history and politics. We'll never forgive him for it. Free space. I couldn't find lib center YouTuber. So I'm using this quadrant to remind you that yes, I am in fact lib center, and that all my opinions are okay. Anyway, I shouldn't stop to pause it. I shouldn't.
Mostly. But I clearly have a dog in this fight. I'm known for being a conservative pundit who has said some negative things about the left in the past. First of all, finding a person without a political axe to grind today is nigh impossible. Even when centrists show up and try to openly be as centrist as physically possible, they get shoehorned in by the left and the culture in general into being part of the conservative coalition. Studies have found that the demographic breakdown of the population in America is 1/3 conservative, 1/3 leftist, and 1/3 politically inactive.
What? That's not what your chart says.
Coalition. Studies have found that the demographic breakdown of the population in America is 1/3 conservative, 1/3 leftist, and 1/3 politically inactive. They found in said study the apoliticals weren't principled political centrists, but rather anti-intellectual normie idiots. Secondly, what matters more than the political dog racing is the truth. If something is the truth, it's just the truth. You can stop there. If someone says something true, it doesn't matter what their motivations are or how they reach their conclusion. What matters is that they won.
What matters is that they trigger the normies, I guess.
The race to the finish line. Being fair isn't 50-50, an ideal our society sometimes pretends to, but we don't commit to. Being fair is saying the truth for what it is. The fact that we're operating off any other principle in direct opposition to the West's intellectual heritage since the ancient world is a sign that we are a society that the left has already completely changed. We operate under a leftist philosophic worldview in a level where, at this point, even conservatives are.
Prachi says Sunday needs metaphor coconut bonks for epiphany. Metaphorical coconut bonks. Yeah, you're not advocating violence there. But thank you for the for re-upping your membership.
Are working inside the left's logic.
I don't know why it sent that message. It's just my free milestone message. I think so. Or is it renewing or something?
A book by Tom Holland called Dominion, and it's about how much Christianity influenced the modern world in every conceivable way.
Okay, I gotta say this, all right? Christianity's fucking weird, all right? No offense if you're Christian. Because the world is weird, existence is weird, and my sister's a Christian, too, right? And I love my sister, so I love you. But as somebody who's raised as a Christian, I gotta admit that a dude sacrificing himself and like having his disciples practice eating and drinking him like the night before, and this is how you're saved? There's an eternal hellfire that you'll go to, but that you believe in the strangest fucking story ever. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Again, no hate to Christian. No hate to Christians out there. Like I said, my sister.
You could possibly imagine. I made a previous video on this topic if people are interested. What Holland says is that Christianity.
Also, can we dunk the bread in the wine? Is that okay? Because it's like if you're gonna symbolically eat some dude, you might as well have them together. Is that a thing? Do you dunk it? Can we at least dunk it? And also, can we have grape juice? Because I don't like wine. I do like wine, but not with bread. I just want to dunk it in grape juice. Can I dunk it in grape juice? I'll be a Christian if you let me dunk it in grape juice, okay? I'll say whatever you want me to say. If you let me dunk it in grape juice.
He has influenced the world so much.
Bread with grape jelly or like a peanut butter sandwich, maybe? It has to be wine.
So that even people who are purposely anti-Christian end up becoming indirectly Christian through taking Christianity's assumptions about the world without even thinking about it. The irony is that the anti-Christian left does this given the values of the meek being good, equality, progress, and utopia all stem from Christian thinking. We forget this.
Hi, Luminous Fender.
But go to India, China, or the Roman Empire, and they didn't believe any of that stuff. I'm going to argue here.
What? What's he saying? Leftist philosophical assumptions that are really Christian. Human life is naturally equal. Progress is normal. We will eventually reach a utopia of peace and no struggle. This message is universal. The prophecy saying we must succeed and our enemies punished by the universe. The force of the universe is behind. I don't think he knows any leftists. He's saying leftist. The meek and downtrodden are good. No, you missed the point of Marx. This is one of the biggest things that people read into Marx that just is not there, right? They read a nobility to the proletariats, right? Marx is writing for the proletariats because he is part of that class. He's not saying that it's scientific. So the Marxist socialism is scientific socialism. It's not about morality. It's not even about ethics. It's about economics. And it's a path forward from our economic youth, our economic adolescence to something more mature and hopefully better working. That's all. Meek and downtrodden are good. The meek shall form the party. Oh my God. Look, I mean, you wouldn't be completely out of whack for saying that there's something a little bit Marxist about Christianity. But to flip it the other way, it requires a misreading of Marx. I'm sorry, it just does.
Utopia all stem from Christian thinking. We forget this, but go to India, China, or the Roman Empire, and they didn't believe any of that stuff. I'm going to argue here that leftism is what Christianity was to the whole of history is to the modern world. We fundamentally...
What Christianity was to the whole of history, leftism is to the whole of history what Christianity was to the modern world. What? God, this guy's maps are like the worst.
Exist in a leftist world today. Every single thing someone says, the way they see the world, and even how the right acts is all based on leftist philosophy. There is basically nothing in our world today that is not leftist. In the same way that Christianity permeated the Western mind so much that you struggle to find anything that's at least not somewhat Christian. I think our world is so colored by leftist assumptions that we are all leftists.
What's up with the Trump tent? He's bringing Hannibal Lecter back. The late great Hannibal Lecter is coming back.
One of my friends likes to say the future.
We're gonna merge fiction and reality because Trump is the ultimate lolcow. He's the ultimate Sonichu medallion.
Whatever the left says, people can't conceptualize anything except the left's future of progress, social engineering, and equality.
Okay, now what is he talking about here? Look at sci-fi or futurism. They all show a secular, materialist, equal feminist world. They all show mechanistic and utilitarian architecture. If you want to predict what the future will be from the past, which is really the only information we have, the future would look religious, cultural, ethnic, and chaotic. However, the left has won so hard that even conservatives can't imagine that.
The right merely rejects this future.
It's some kind of twisted version of capitalist realism.
Yearning for a past that never really existed, while the left are the only people with a comprehensive direction for tomorrow, even if it's an...
Is this what happens to you if you make shitty YouTube content that gets views? That you just stop caring at some point, and you just do this really low effort non-analysis? The reason I say the right's past never really existed is that even though we are an absurdly degenerate society in which the shit has hit the fan, the right's model of the past is very pure, noble, trad place. The idea that goes back thousands of years to the Greeks, Bible, or Confucius of the pure golden age we declined from. The more you study the past, you realize it's anything but pure. The past is dirty, chaotic, sexual, violent, and a complex place. I mean, it is true that the conservatism's glorious past never existed, but I mean, like, that's just the nature of palingenetic ultranationalism, is that there is no real genesis to Palin 2, if that makes sense.
Incredibly delusional view of the future. Let me use myself as an example. I am well known for being a libertarian rightist, which is the exact opposite of Marxism. However, I see Marx's influence on my ideas a lot. Marx was the first guy to look at the patterns in history to predict the future, which is what I do. Class analysis...
No, wrong. It was Harry Seldon.
Something Marx invented. Is something I...
in his theory of psychohistory.
...do all the time, and is a trademark for me vis-a-vis other intellectuals in the space. Marx talked a lot of the contradictions of the current ideological system and why there was an inevitable revolution that would form around an ideology that he has developed. Guess who predicts that there's going to be a revolution against the ideological contradictions of the current society while proposing a new ideology and a manifesto? Even while being his opposite in many ways, Marx still has a huge influence on me. Thomas Sowell has made a really fascinating point that's really stuck with me. He said in the modern world that what the left is clear, and whatever is not the left is the right. That the right basically shares no features across its coalition. When you look at the left, you see Marxist-derived ideologies which believe in a unified technocracy based around equality of all people, social engineering used to bring about utopia, wealth redistribution done through the state, the blank slate, among other things. That being said, when you look at the right, you find the Taliban, libertarians, Nazis, monarchists, Confucians, neocons, militarists, religious fundamentalists, and boomer cons, which are all shoved into the same box. These people really share nothing except support for some sense of tradition.
Okay, does it not look to you like Reagan is farting in this picture and that he's feeling something a little wet, right? He's expecting to expel air. It's a little bit painful. And what actually comes out is more than just air. Like, this is Ronald Reagan shitting his pants. And it's very wet.
And opposition to the left's worldview. Mind you, in fighting against the left, they often develop similarities, as I said before, including some preferring to an older social order, even if the left has become the new status quo. What's been going on here is that the left has a shared proposition that they've been trying to conquer the world with for the last 200 years. Meanwhile,
200 years. What? 1824? What is bro talking about? He's showing a picture of like a communist. Wait, oh my god.
Become the new status quo. What's been going on here is that
yeah, there we go. Now this isn't just like that. Here. Okay, so communism is older than Marx. True, right? But those symbols, the idea, yeah, Russian. This is a Russian fucking. This is Bolshevism. This is a Bolshevik, like, revolution depicted. And that kind of Marxism, like Marxism is not 200 years old. Some forms of communism, or socialism, I'm sorry. Like communism itself, you know, theoretically dates back to primitive communism before the period of barbarism. But no, the 200 years thing, I don't know what he's smoking.
The left has a shared proposition that they've been trying to conquer the world with for the last 200 years. Meanwhile, whoever happens to be in that place in that time who fights them, whether in World War II Germany with the Nazis, modern...
Smith, can you tell me what goes on when you roll up a Jeffrey in the tatters of an American flag? You know what I'm saying? If you get like every drug and put it together and you roll it up in a tattered piece of American flag, what does that do to you? Like will I if I smoke that thing, will I stroke the furry wall?
Afghanistan with the Taliban or modern America with the Republicans are whatever the right is positionally. The last 200 years have been the global battle between the right and the left. You see it as early as the French Revolution, then 1848, the World Wars, communism, and now the culture.
I feel like the contribution of channels like this on YouTube, like I said, that they get monetized, they do well enough. They make absolute slop analysis, absolute slop content, and they're rewarded with a YouTube career for it. I feel like the contribution that these people have is to just put something together, really low effort, no study of history, no historical analysis, no, not a care for actually understanding these grand narratives like Marxism, capitalism, etc. And they just say good enough. Why is it good enough? Because I'm making money at it. I'm supporting myself off of this channel. It's good enough, right? And there's way too much of that going on. There's way too much of people whose contribution is like the exhalation of a meth pipe, and they are just calling that good enough. And it's
today. The amount
disturbing. It's disturbing. Maps of the area I am aware of that are run by woke governments. Oh my, Brazil, it's super woke. Oh my God.
Clear ideological difference between leftism that happened during the French Revolution and modern wokeness.
The Australian, you're woke.
Is not that big. I've read a couple interesting books which compare the things radicals in the French Revolution said to the modern left, and it's really interesting. Ironically, the Marquis de Sade, who, as we all know, was a really nice guy, spoke about the deep personalization and the alienation that would come about from the sexual revolution or human life in a way that seems perfectly in touch with the most hedonic factions of the left today. If you want this
that's right. That's what leftism is about. R-ing dozens of women and being a horribly,
better read this text.
It's Russell Brand. That's what leftism is.
The best book on this topic, although one that's admittedly difficult to read, is Fire in the Minds of Men by Billington. I'm going to reference it a lot for this video. It's a book on the
I'm sorry, but I refuse to call that man James H. Billington. I will, from now on, refer to him as Billy.
Book on this topic, although one that's admittedly difficult to read, is
He's Billy.
Fire in the Minds of Men by Billington. I'm going to
you mean Billy.
Reference it a lot for this video. It's a book on the 19th century origins of the modern left. He talks about how French thinkers in the 1820s like Saint-Simon talk about how we needed mass migration and liberation from the third world, which would cause a war of liberation to free the first world. He wanted to create a priesthood of the science, which would create secular religion to honor the discoveries of science. He wanted to create a new man, interchangeable from old cultural ties, and to have complete androgeneity between the sexes, pushing for something that sounds like trans. Every single
What are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is everybody fucking Jeffrey'd? Sorry, not everybody, but like the person I'm reacting to and
left can be found in French thinkers 200 years ago, like Saint-Simon. In my opinion, he's one of the most underrated historical figures. Between the 30 Years' War and the French Revolution, Western civilization was stuck in a conflict between Britain or France, that being underlined by capitalism versus mercantilism.
I feel like this guy is just trolling his like history prof. I don't think he even means this. I think he's like, this is trolling. This is clearly trolling. Also, Goat Smith, you are trolling. You are trolling.
From the Black Death until the 30 Years' War, it was Protestants versus Catholics. Before then, from the collapse of the Frankish Empire until the Black Death, the largest ideological struggle inside Western civilization was between the Catholic Church and secular authorities like the Holy Roman Emperor. These kinds of divides are completely normal over history, with other examples being the Optimates versus the Populares in the fall of the Roman Republic, or the Armagnacs and Burgundians in 14th century France. In each case, these ideological battles overlay some ethnic, regional, or class interest where ideology rationalizes it. As I frequently say, people just like killing each other and make up reasons to do it. Over the course of this video, we will explain what the underlying social—
Oh yeah, and then we go to like a pro-choice protest, right? Like killing each other, just making up reasons for it. That's right. Oh my god! What the fuck? This exquisite fucking brain rot.
Ethnic, economic, and psychological drives behind the modern left are. I think a lot of you guys will find this application of anthropological techniques normally used on other cultures when applied to the modern world fun. It's actually pretty easy to put all the pieces together, but y'all have to wait a second. What I will say is that there are two lefts over history. There is the Western left and the Eastern left. This is an idea I've developed myself when I looked at the history—
Yes, of course you developed it yourself. When I was cooking my brain in the microwave, I developed this theory myself.
History of leftism. I think Western left is the line from Rousseau through the—
Green equals gay, red equals tankies. So the Occidental leftism is gay. Yellow is French bank accountants? No, he's definitely trolling. He's definitely trolling.
French Revolution, then into Bohemian culture, Weimar, the 1960s, and—
This is such reducing. I don't even know if yeah, the green is gay. Western leftism, Rousseau, feminism, gay, Weimar, Jacobins, libertine, sexual revolution, environment, guilt, delusion, pessimistic, Eastern leftism, Marx, Stalin, Mao, tankies, authority, masculine, practical, brutal, shame, optimistic.
Now with wokeness. Meanwhile—
Also, you forgot gay. You forgot gay.
Eastern leftism starts with Karl Marx, then Lenin, Stalin, and—
They're both gay. You're missing the fact that everything is gay.
Mao, and now with the Chinese Communist Party. The Western left is more libertine, feminine, delusional.
Stalin and Mao had a fiery relationship, a fiery sexual relationship.
Anarchic, gay, and green. The Eastern left is masculine, authoritarian, aggressive, statist, and direct. I actually think it's useful to study them as completely different movements, since they seem to be operating off different trajectories. I've already made a video on the Eastern bloc of leftism, that being the communism video. I've purposely tried to put different content in each video, and so there's lots of stuff I'm leaving out about the Western left, which you should—
Oh my god. I need to drink more water because my brain is not— this is breaking my brain.
Focus on the Western branch, or basically the Western leftists that we see fighting over the culture wars today.
And this is destroying my brain.
Antifa and BIPOC, not Lenin.
Antifa and BIPOC? What are you talking about?
The theme which we subtly teased out earlier, that the left can determine what is socially acceptable today, should be an important tell, which we'll gradually answer later. I think this is a really fascinating topic to cover, given—
The sad thing about this is, as much as I want to just classify this all as word salad, it's not. It means something to Rudyard. But he is this dark, impenetrable void, and just figuring out what the fuck that meaning is, it's nigh impossible.
What the left shows as its face and what's really happening under the hood are so different. The irony, and this is a feature, not a bug, is that what the left says they are and the truth are so different as to basically be opposites. Over the course of this video, we will look at the demographics, philosophy, and psychology of the left.
It feels like Roger just got AI to print out a script for him.
2. Demographics. One of the tweets of mine that went the most viral, which got over 1 million views.
Oh no. Yeah, I wonder why it got 1 million views. Maybe we start off with anti-Semitism. It's easy to identify the Jews. The Jews have been in significant positions of authority in business, media. Oh my god, it's just fucking Nazism all the way down. Oh my god, what is he saying? He's confirming, like... This is like... I can't even. I gotta pee.
I don't think the Jews are to blame for the left. Rather, I blame the Jews and women, Calvinists, and the bureaucracy. I think for each of these, they share some of the blame. As we will get into later, I'm going to throw in another group who were decisive to the formation of the left, the French. Although the French importance has shrunk over time, historically we have the illusion of knowing what the story is. The problem of writing about the present versus writing about the past is that we knew what happens afterwards. When you read enough about a particular era of history, you realize that people at the time were worried about 1 million different trajectories that just didn't happen. The feared Russian conquest of Europe in the mid-19th century, the French invasion of England, or a communist revolution in America, all of which serious people worried about. However, we can know what did or didn't happen in the past. For example, when I talk about historic conflicts, I can often distill it into a single variable. The parliamentarians versus the royalists in the English Civil War were bourgeoisie capitalists against the old gentry and nobility. The whites versus the red in the Russian Civil War was the Russian heartland around Moscow versus the fringes. The American Civil War was the slave-owning South versus the industrial North. There are at least 4 separate correlative trends that you can use to predict the demographics of the left. These are 4 separate trends that stack up almost perfectly onto the other, in America at least. I know things are kind of different in Europe. Those being cities versus countryside, managerial versus merchant class, low agency versus high agency, and female versus male. To explain all of these, if you look at a map of red states versus blue states, it's very clearly an urban versus rural map. The blue states are the states with the huge international cities. Places like New York City, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, or Chicago. Chicago is a great example of this, in that in almost all cases, the rural areas of blue states, like downstate Illinois, upstate New York, or the Central Valley of California, are conservative. Meanwhile, cities in red states like Austin, Dallas, Kansas City, or Atlanta are blue. On a statistical basis, the strongest correlation by a significant margin for whether someone is conservative or progressive is that conservatives would rather live outside a town to have a larger house with more land, and leftists would rather live closer to the action and have a smaller home.
How is the brain rot? How is the brain rot? What happened while I left? Land doesn't vote. Is he doing the land thing? He started off with that, didn't he? Oh my god, chat.
This is an almost perfect urban versus rural proxy. The beautiful thing about the world is that there are multiple...
Do I need to rewind this? Yeah, liberals prefer smaller houses. They're hobbits.
Layers of causation always happening at once.
That's exactly it. It's not that the fucking... It's not that rent is more expensive, and that's why it's that liberals prefer to live in smaller houses. They love the pods. The liberals, they love the pods. They want to live in the pod. They're pod people.
The anthropological nature of cities establishes incentives in which you naturally see something like leftism show up. An important fact to keep in mind is that only since the Industrial Revolution do we see majority urban populations. I talk about this theme more so in my video on population collapse, but cities are anthropologically different in that, for example, ever since the ancient world, cities have always been incapable of demographically sustaining themselves without countrysides. On top of this, cities have always historically been atheist or agnostic and have been places of creativity and also moral degeneracy. This is inside.
The fuck? Where did he get that picture? Is this shit AI? Like, is this an actual, like, historical... It's like a French comic? Or is... What the fuck is this? You like my sweatshirt? I was cold. I was cold. I had to warm up.
Cities, you can't use social ties to maintain moral standards. Humans evolved to live in small communities in which everyone knew everyone else. Cities remove that, thus allowing them to be creative systems which can produce lots of cool stuff, but at the expense of social stability. Keep in mind that there were certain people who had value systems roughly similar to the modern left in the pre-industrial world, but they tended to be cosmopolitan aristocrats. People like some Italian Renaissance humanist thinkers, Tolstoy, Marquis de Sade, or some ancient Greek thinkers like Epicurus. The reason there aren't that many parallels to the left in pre-industrial societies, in which almost every society before the Industrial Revolution is in the authoritarian.
This is like time cube shit. Do it. Check this out. This is time cube. Look, I guess the Vikings in colonial America are down here. Some failed messianic religious cults. Literally everyone before 1800. Look, this is time cube. Clinton lives here. Einstein lives here. Jesus lives here. Socrates lives here. This is fucking time cube. Just like Trump is basically Sonichu.
Right box of the political compass is that all pre-industrial societies were rural. You can also map this correlation in that France was
like this content is inherently exploitative. This is like this is some kind of a like I feel like it's turning me into like a commentary channel, and I'm
first country in Europe which urbanized, building its entire elite around Paris due to the centralized monarchy. Thus, France was the first country in Europe to experience leftism or agnosticism, that being the French Revolution. After this, you can correlate the rise of socialism with urbanization, as you can see from this text wall. The other correlations make sense from looking at the urban-rural split. This is why the founding fathers of the left were all French. I am going to keep recommending the book Fire in the Minds of Men by Billington.
By Billy.
But the entire...
His name is Billy.
First generation of leftist thinkers were all French. An interesting side...
They were all French. Yes, no one else was experiencing the Enlightenment other than the French.
Note here is that modern socialism came out of various sub-factions in the French Revolution. Inside the chaotic maelstrom that was leftist French revolutionary
capitalism came out of the French Revolution, you fucking dolt.
Politics, the different political factions were literally made.
Does he not understand this shit?
Who went to different cafes.
Stephen Baker says, now I'm just a big city degenerate lawyer, but this sounds off.
You could map different factions of radicals based on the streets that the cafes they went to were. France had a 50-year demographic lead on the rest of Europe, which is a trend that goes back to the Middle Ages. What that means is that France consistently hits overpopulation 50 years earlier than the rest of Europe. This also explains why in the early 19th century, leftism jumped to Germany, Italy, and Poland after originating in France.
The way he says Poland is weird. It's like Poland.
Population booms. This fusion...
Look, Poland was the country of Edgar Allan Poe. That's what Poland is.
Communism, or the eastern branch of leftism, as Marx was a Jew from the German Rhineland. If you look at a map of the modern Western left...
Oh my god, I'm so uncomfortable with the way that he says Jew. It's just like... I mean, you saw that tweet of his earlier.
Which I colloquially call WEFism from the World Economic Forum, is that...
No, it's Bonoism.
It almost perfectly maps onto Calvinism. Calvinism was a sect of...
What?
Protestantism, which believed that humans were born in sin and that most would be...
This guy has been to like a Puff Daddy party, like the freak off. He smoked a Jeffrey.
Cast into hell.
He smoked a Jeffrey and he stroked the furry wall.
Which we had no control over due to divine predestination. Calvinism was strong in the Netherlands, Scotland, Eastern England, southwestern France, the German Rhineland, Switzerland, or Berlin. After that, they populated the American...
Or Berlin? You're not sure which? Either Switzerland or Berlin?
Northeast, who in turn populated the Pacific Northwest.
Wait, what is that, Utah?
Or
where's that? Like, that looks like the Mormons, right? Is this the Mormons? From New York, yeah, to like Utah, right? That's... Am I wrong about this? Yeah, this is...
Speaking Canada. If you compare the areas that supports modern globalist ideologies like the World Economic Forum or wokeness to Calvinism, it's literally just the same map. Calvinism involves a theocratic, educated elite, much like the professors who dominate wokeism.
Wokeism
had a small anointed caste who had...
Oh, it's from the Teletubbies.
...fight on in a sinful world. This was so similar to the modern left's vision of the world that Thomas Sowell titled his book...
Thomas Sowell.
On the leftist view of the world, the vision of the anointed. The concept of castes of the saved and sinners also fits very closely with the modern woke creation of a racial caste system of oppression. Calvinists are also predisposed to messianism, or an attempt to build a utopia, or, as they called it in New England, a shining city on a hill. Calvinist societies pushed for equality, standardization, and state intervention to very strict levels. It was the 17th century's equivalent to the nanny state, in which you were fined for arguing with your wife too loudly. If you're interested in this topic, check out my videos on American region.
The nanny state? The nanny state? Like, this is a conservative description of social safety nets, right? That's what the nanny state is, right? What part of the welfare state is you getting fined for arguing with your wife too loudly?
Cultures. There's also a different argument that the Quakers, another British Protestant sect, founded modern leftism, which, even though I am a Pennsylvania Quaker, I partly see, but I don't think it's the underlying cause. The Quakers pushed for women's rights.
I mean, Dylan Puddle says someone has been working Google overtime cherry-picking facts to support his bizarre hypothesis, racial caste system of oppression. Woke opposes this. Don't they? No, it's Shapiro thought. This is Shapiro thought. Right? Shapiro looks at intersectionality and sees like a reverse hierarchy where you get points for being oppressed. He posits that with the striking down of like Jim Crow laws, the world was equal, and that intersectionality seeks to reverse the traditional order of, I don't know, to the like the opposite, right?
And the abolition of slavery. However, you look at the Quaker diaspora in both England and America, where they went for libertarianism and hyper-capitalism. Quakers pushed for classical liberalism or freedom of choice, while never going through social engineering. The soft-heartedness of the left and a lot of the ideas comes from the Quakers, though, but then it disseminated to other groups who actually pushed it. Then there's the popular argument that the modern left is...
Oh no. Oh no.
By the Jews. Again, like all of the other arguments here.
So what was his weird anti-Semitic tweet? It was like the first paragraph was like anti-Semitism, but then he says, but the white people, you know, which he's like separating out from the Jews, deserve it, because if you can be dominated by like 1.5% of your population, then you sort of deserve it. I mean, it's like the weirdest thing in the world. Oh my God.
There is a strong element of truth. What I will say is that none of these groups are really responsible, in that the left formed as an organic whole, incorporating discrete elements into its own thing. Jews have had...
Oh no, it's more fucking anti-Semitism. It's all anti-Semitism. Reason I'm putting this out here is that people started playing loose logical games once informed thinking kicks in. People want to say, due to being overrepresented, the Jews created the left. We don't say that Romans are responsible for everything bad France did, or that Americans are really British. Past a certain point, a whole new organic whole is created. Also, this theory ignores that at no point were even close to the majority of leftists. He can't write. He's so lazy. His analysis is lazy. His writing is lazy. And especially like these things, what he does is like, he's got more script than he has time. He his videos run around like an hour, right? But he's got more script left, and he lets that script that doesn't get read pour out into these weird little paragraphs. And he can't even write these correctly. Like he just like a little bit, you could use a copy, like a copy editor.
Vastly disproportionate element.
Oh my God, is he gonna ask me to be his copy editor, just like Sunday asked me to be his thumbnail artist? What the fuck is up with this?
The creation of the modern left. This is especially pronounced in certain sub-regions and eras. For example, almost all of the postmodernist thinkers were Jews.
Sunday, you could do thumbnails yourself. You just need to stop putting fluids in people's mouths. I swear to God, your thumbnails will be like 70% better if you just like leave the fluid out of people's mouths. You don't need to put fluid in people's mouths. You're not Xander Hall. You have a poli-sci degree. That makes you different than Xander Hall. You should be better than Xander Hall. And yet you still putting fluids in people's mouths and you think it's a thumbnail. That's not a thumbnail. That's just some fluid, okay? And you don't need it.
Mid-century America, the rise of communism in Russia, or the Weimar era were also
oh my God,
proportionately Jewish. In my opinion, Kevin McDonald and Kurt Doolittle are the people who have made the best arguments for the Jewish element in the left. Basically, that you can trace certain parts of leftist philosophy either towards a Jewish self-interest to protect themselves from nationalist governments, which have very frequently targeted them, or that the left is a projection of certain elements of Jewish society and philosophy. The Jews have always cared a lot about social cohesion and welfare inside their own communities. The Jews also have a bent towards messianic thinking that they are on the edge of reaching utopia, and if they are morally good, God will reward them with victory or confusing the good for the truth. Jewish culture also has an idea of criticism in which the prophets would do social criticism of the ills of society. Even though there is an element of truth, I think this argument gets pushed too far all the time. There are a couple counterpoints to also look at. The first is that the Jews are vastly disproportionate in literally everything, including the far right. Jews are only 1.5% of America's population and less of Europe's. I am of British...
They're vastly disproportionate. Do you know what vastly disproportionate means? Do you know what it would mean for a group to be vastly disproportionate in everything? You're literally saying there's a lot of these people, and then also saying there's not a lot of these people. It's just a contradiction. Like, what the fuck?
Irish ancestry, and
Wait, what is he doing here? England? Pacific Northwest. Look, you've got Finland. You've got Norway. Why is this not... What is this map of? What is this fucking map of? Like the origins of different people? Is he just pulling this out of his ass? Like, he's just missing the fact that he's missing the Scandinavian enclave in the Pacific Northwest, the most obvious thing in the world.
Have lots of hyper left-wing relatives. It seems strange to think the Jews just
obviously no relatives in the Pacific Northwest.
Brainwashed most white Western women. Wouldn't it make more sense if the Jews happened to supply ideas that—
He is obsessed with the Jews. Bro cannot stop talking about the Jews. This is like
fed into white women's self-interests. The problem is that if you factor the Jews into being the left, the equation just doesn't add up. You have too many ecosystems that had basically no Jews and yet still had the left. Look at China, the Spanish Civil War, Stalin—
But I thought you said that tankies were different than the Western left.
Purging the Jews from the Soviet Union, or why is Israel so—
It's weird because you say, like, tankies is literally a description of, like, British leftists who were like British leftists that supported the Soviet Union after a certain point, right? That's what tanky means. Like, it's not, but in his mind, tanky is like, no, it means the Russians, or it means the Soviet Union. It means Maoist China. It means, oh my God.
Conservative politically. The irony is that the Jews in politics tend to be moderate.
They are vastly overrepresented, apparently, in everything. Yeah. This is such a reach, and it's like, this is what I'm saying, is like, he's just this is such lazy content creation. Like, I get the feeling he doesn't care.
Leftists.
And I get the feeling that whatever 10K people are liking this video, they don't care either. They're just going to accept it. How many of the 672K subscribers, how many of these people are they like hate watchers and...
In that the people like Sam Harris, Steven Pinker, Sad Gad, Konstantin Kizin, Brett Weinstein, among others, tend to be the moderates. The raving insane people on the left are either our BIPOC brothers or white
Yo, little racist there? Little racist there? Like, did you hear how he said that?
Anglos or other Europeans. If you removed all Jews from the West today, the left would just get crazier, given the Jews are a moderating force on the left. You would still have over 100 million white radical leftists. Ironically, this is proven by the left turning on the Jews recently with—
Oh my God, I knew he was going to do this. I knew he was going there. I knew he was going there.
Demographics.
So his whole trying to like back out of his like anti-Semitism, which seems to be like baked into the, baked into the cake that he's presenting, is that like, well, you got to give him some credit for, like, I don't know. Oh my God. Like, it's not even, oh my God. I can't even do this. Like, he imagines Jewish people as a whole as being, of genocidal intent against Palestinians, and gives them credit based on that. That's what he's doing there.
Which make up the left, which we will analyze in the next two sections independently. Those being women and the bureaucracy. Part 3, the philosophy of power.
Part 3, God, the like, how long does he take to do a video essay? Like, it just seems like a parody of a video essay, right? You've got parts, you've got titles, you've got pictures that he's showing while he says words, but there's just no effort in this.
The entirety of leftist philosophy is built on its most fundamental level by the idea of the blank slate, the noble savage, and the open view.
Oh my God.
These three ideas are actually the same thing, or that human nature is good by its natural form, and that social conditioning makes us bad. The lesson here that we really need to learn as a society is that the seemingly nerdy argument here about stuff like human nature—
I think what he's seeing is like he's projecting his view of like the inherent, the original sin, and since like the left does not buy into that, then they must subscribe to the exact opposite of that. The open view, as he calls it. Like, with him, it's more like the blank stare.
Determine literally everything else about how you live your life. Philosophy matters a tremendous amount for everything. I used to not believe that, but I see it more and more every day, since your soul informs what you do with your life. As Steven Pinker said, the natural endpoint of the blank slate is that if human nature is naturally perfect, and how you engineer people determines everything, then totalitarianism is the immediate next logical point, given you need to perfectly engineer the perfect conditions to turn humans into saints. This idea is foundational to literally the entirety of the left. They view the human soul like a semiconductor chip that you rip apart and engineer to perfection, while it's really a garden that you have to gradually cultivate. The great irony is that literally
Voltaire? Not just Voltaire. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say Voltaire, right? That's a character in Voltaire. That is Pangloss. Motherfucker is unironically Panglossian, right? This is the character that Voltaire was satirizing. And here, like, what if Alt Hist has somehow absorbed this, but not understood that this is the subject of ridicule?
Really no one with a scientific background believes these underlying assumptions of the left today. We live in this strange zombie culture, probably due to aging, in which everything is based upon the assumptions of the World War II era and the one that came right after, whether or not they actually make sense on any level today. Everyone in the sciences at this point believes that human nature is at least half genetic, that genetics informs biological race, sex, and class, which are all real, that human nature is ingrained in our blood as much as it is malleable. This is even—
Oh my god, Jonathan Haidt, there you go. Oh my god, I bet somebody tell Pod Save America that their favorite dude is— No, I feel like Pod Save America talks about Jonathan Haidt in his with his takes on social media and its effect, right? I don't know if they're buying into Jonathan Haidt the way that Anna Kasparian is, but
sciences now believe. I'm curious to see how this imbalance will be resolved over the next generation or so, either by the left dying out or the left arguing that we need to use genetic engineering to create equality. I could see an ideology like that develop at the end of the 21st century for complex reasons I explain in this text.
Genetically engineer me, daddy.
This is going to sound insane, so let me preface it with this. The author of Fire in the Minds of Men was a Princeton professor.
Billy. You mean Billy?
And a congressional librarian. So about as legit as you could get. This was also a time in which academia was overwhelmingly still left-wing, so not really a conservative bias. He also did a tremendous amount of research on this topic, studying all the founders of the modern left as individuals and seeing their life trajectories.
Psychology of an Island, North Pole Expeditions. He just has a random, like, this just like stock images, stock footage of reading a book. He's so lazy.
He came to is that the modern left came out of the 19th century German occult movement, or the Illuminati, which mixed with French revolutionary ideas. The Illuminati was a secret organization in late 18th century Bavaria. It exists upon a concept of atheism, in which there are no secret underlying truths. The idea was to create a false concept of secret underlying truths so as to create an incentive to get people to push for social equality and a simpler world. A theme that keeps on popping up in the book is that the left's ultimate aim is to push for radical simplicity, to erase differentiations of sex, class, religion, and nationality to make—
The Illuminati was invented in Playboy? Like, what, Playboy magazine?
Everyone the same. Interestingly, this goes back to Pythagorean philosophy, in which the founders of the early left
Pythagorean, come on,
were obsessed with Pythagoras, who founded a cult based out of mathematical principles.
And not eating beans, but also not eating animals. It was a low protein diet. It was very—
In 6th century Italy,
Pythagoras just, like, he was a fart machine, right? So he thought that beans were evil because when he ate beans, they just, like, they tore him up. And so he comes up with this diet of, like, you know, no meat, no beans, no protein. And I don't know.
thing the left does is project.
He did a lot of cardio.
In which the outward mask they wear is the exact opposite of the underlying reality. When the left wants diversity, what they're trying to cover for is to get everyone to cooperate as interchangeable cogs in the machine that is bureaucratic civilization. You're not supposed to find pride in your ethnicity, region, family, community, or religion. Instead, submitting to the manager.
Oh no, oh no, it wasn't anti-Semitic enough without adding globo homo. He had to bring in globo homo. He was like, you know what, the one thing that this thing, like, I haven't been anti-Semitic enough in this. Let's bring in a globo homo, right? What's next? The Great Replacement? What are we gonna do? Blame Jewish people for, like, literally every chimera of this guy's mind?
Real global homo, a great term. I have a text wall here to
a great term. He loves this term.
Explain.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. Wait, homo is the Homo sapiens, or the attempt to create a new human through a blank slate. Homo is in gay, as in gay, which is which this regime is violently supportive of. Violently, you must be gay. Homo is a homogeneous as an attempt to sublimate local, class, ethnic, family, or sexual identities for Yo, who's trying to sublimate sexual identities for homogeneity, right? What's more what's more homogenous than heteropatriarchy?
Provide cover for this, they push diversity, which is also a weird, truthful psychic withdrawal from said global homo. This again fits the left's strategy of causing a problem, then offering a solution to said problem, which makes the problem worse, and the cycle continues. Get rid of the police. Leftist political thugs replace said police.
Yo, you left, white people don't have culture. Me, yes, because you guys got rid of it. And he's like showing like high tea and knighthood. Is that Sacré-Cœur? Okay. Wait, is it? Is that Sacré-Cœur? I feel like I remember the stairs being different there. I don't know.
Remove white people's culture, blame white people for not having culture, and then give them BIPOC brothers. To get back to that earlier thread, the Illuminati was relatively irrelevant and not the evil mastermind organization.
White people don't have culture. White people are from a culture which in the United States has been subsumed into this like idea of whiteness, which is, you know, very bland by the fact that it's essentially a de-ethnicizing of, you know, of people who are trying to see themselves as the superior. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That conspiracy.
That is Sacré-Cœur.
Paint it to be. It was mostly an atheist social club for South German aristocracy and intellectuals. Ironically, the thing the Illuminati did that was the most important was die. In that, out of its collapse came the formation of these different groups that were secret societies in Central Europe, which entered a period of Darwinistic competition, out of which the left came out of. They would combine the occult.
Out of which the left came out of. Out of which the left came. Could you spend a little bit more time, Rudyard, writing your script? Just a little bit more time. I would love that.
Crazy at first, but it makes a lot of sense once you start thinking about it. In that, this was a very religious society in which all educated people knew religious philosophy. Europe was also under the rule of a genuinely oppressive ruling class, which fused the church and state. Thus, to be against the state was also to be against the church. The French Revolution was coordinated through Masonic lodges, since the Masons were explicitly anti-Catholic, and their secret organizational abilities allowed easy coordination from the government secret police. For all these reasons, the idea that the left stems from these occult movements makes a lot of sense, and this is a conclusion from about a dozen different authors who have studied this topic have each independently come to.
Oh no, coming to our senses? So wait, we're bringing, this is like some new age crystal mommy shit, isn't it? Body and spirit and the hidden history of the West.
This is something serious historians agree with. However, I won't say that just because the left was founded by these occult groups, that makes it bad. Modern
Wait, am I thinking of another book with the same title?
Science is an extension of alchemy.
Occult bad, religion good, gotcha.
Which was largely the same thing, as you could say with Protestantism. There was a time when the Christians were a heretical, outlawed occult group. The major...
They fundamentally misunderstand that anti-whiteness is against the concept, not against the people. Yeah, and the thing about like whiteness is it keeps, you know, white people from feeling like they have a culture. It turns white people into spam, into homogenous, like fungible, like non-ethnic people.
Change was that with the Industrial Revolution, which was really the thing that gave the left its legs, turning it from a bunch of silly radicals to the world's dominating ideology, partly by making the world's population majority urban in itself. The Industrial Revolution also created strong incentives towards standardization, social engineering, and technological progress, thus playing into earlier occult beliefs about radical simplification. Hegel studied the occult very deeply, and it seeps into his entire work. He was basically trying to write history in a theological way while pulling from esoteric mysticism. Marx took Hegel's work on its head and flipped it from what was originally completely spiritual or mystic in the Hegelian tradition into completely materialistic.
Do you understand what Marx meant by materialism? I would love to hear him try to explain that. Because I have a feeling he's talking about a different kind of material, a different meaning for the word materialism.
One of the fascinating things about leftist philosophy is that it's basically the only intellectual tradition which is purely materialistic, at least on paper, in that the leftist philosophy rejects the soul or spiritual world in toto. This is important since in a purely materialistic worldview, standards of conduct don't really exist.
Oh my god, people get Marx wrong on this too. Religion is a heart and a heartless world. Like the opiate of the masses because of the world that it exists in, not because of some sort of like anti-religious fetish or yeah, he's just missing the point of what materialism means in that sense.
The ends naturally just
like what kind of spiritual philosophy is tricking people into not caring about their own well-being because they're going to have some sort of pie in the sky when they die. They're gonna have their reward is with Jesus, and they'll like, right, you know, it's a great way to get people to be like, oh yeah, I guess our situation of being dominated and exploited is just totally fine and we should just turn the other cheek, right? That's the problem, not religion in and of itself.
Justify the means, given moral standards aren't real. Leftist philosophy literally does not believe in a concept of truth. This sounds like a conservative conspiracy theory, but I've taken a course in gender studies and have read a bunch of books on leftist philosophy.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass this guy would be in a gender studies class?
They literally say they believe it in that the powerful can socially construct reality for whatever they believe. In my opinion, the reason the left has such a powerful propaganda arm, focusing on how kind they are,
I don't know, that sounds more like Dick Cheney than the left.
Is that when you boil down how they see the world, that's just the...
That sounds more like Christianity. Sorry, Christians.
Underlying principle. When you give people that principle, almost all will reject it. In that, if you ask a normal person, do the people in power...
A normal person? Okay, so this isn't the normal person. He's lazy. He's a lazy video essayist, right? These are these should be the people in power. But
power determine reality.
Like, look, when you make a video essay, the way to do it is that when you have a transition, like what you're showing is taken as corresponding to what you mention. And if the first thing out of your mouth is like normal people and you show Jeff Bezos, you kind of fucked up. And you fucked up all over this video.
They're going to say no. And because of that, the left focuses on the external trappings.
Like he's just lazy.
Of their worldview, like how kind they are, not the underlying philosophy.
And I don't mean lazy as some sort of moral condemnation, or I just mean that he's not interested. He's not invested. He's not curious. He doesn't care about this. He's putting together slop and feeding it to his pigs. And they're just devouring it.
In fact, you could view our entire society as the desperate attempts to avoid thinking about how stupid our underlying philosophic principles are.
Lazy should be a moral condemnation. Well, I don't mean it as one, right? It can be. It usually is one, but I just mean, like, I mean he's uninterested.
As we use hedonism and ideology to never think about it. And
look, for the, I don't know. Maybe he'll make his money and he'll go out and do something else. He'll stop he'll stop putting his slop out. I don't know.
Leftist philosophy, the most important thing is that you push for the revolution. There's this meme on right-wing Twitter that whenever you talk to the left on any given issue, whether climate change, the economy, racial issues, it's never about the issue. It's really about the revolution. This is something Marx said in his own philosophy, in that in Marxism, philosophy itself is lame since philosophers weren't pushing for the revolution.
Yeah, that's what Marx said. Philosophy is lame. Marx, probably.
The rule of life is to push for the revolution, and if a philosopher isn't doing that, he's complicit in the old evil established order. Thus, in leftist philosophy, which lacks an effective metaphysics, the way to be moral is to push for the revolution and its related social agendas. Thus, to be moral in the leftist worldview is to fervently believe whatever is strategically efficient for the left as a movement at that.
The sad thing, or not the sad thing, but like the irony is that there's probably more like of the modern atheist movement that is part of the right than there is the left, right? It's just that there's not a singular like metaphysics amongst people on the left.
Given time. What this results in is
effective metaphysics, what, like effective altruism? Marx had one of those bumper stickers with Calvin pissing on philosophy, yeah.
Constant virtue signaling and one-upsmanship you see in leftist regimes, whether Mao, Stalin, the French Revolution, or the modern West. Since there are no moral principles, they can't stop themselves anywhere or reset. It's also why they can immediately rationalize any breaking of their own moral codes. Leftism ends up in very stupid places again and again due to this mechanism. One of the things I can never wrap my head around that it's real is that the left will have their elites pick a strategic calculation for power, and then the lower ranks of the elite in future generations of the left will unironically believe these strategic calculations as if they are
the gender unicorn. Wait. I feel like this was called something else. This like drawing, it haunts their dreams.
Religious dogma. An example of that is that in the mid-20th century, the left made a very clear strategic decision to emphasize women, ethnic minorities, and gay people. And now the left treats those intersectionalities as...
Yeah, that's what the left was like. It was like, yo, you gotta be gay. Or, why you're not gay yet? Could you be more gay? You suck because you're not gay.
Sacred. And they have...
Or rather, you don't suck, and that's the problem. So suck. Suck on this leftist...
different timeline. They would have the Jews or the Catholics or the working classes as the demographics.
I'm sorry, what the fuck is he looking at with Gramsci?
Those intersectionalities.
Socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity. In the new order, socialism will triumph by first capturing the culture via infiltration of schools, universities, churches, and the media, by transforming the consciousness of society.
As sacred, and they have zero self-awareness that in a different timeline, they would have the Jews or the Catholics or the working classes as the demographics they would push. And if you read mid-20th century leftist authors like Saul Alinsky or...
Pick a target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. Cut off the support network and isolate the target from sympathy. Go after people, not institutions. People hurt faster than institutions. This is cruel but effective. Direct, personalized criticism and ridicule. It sounds like Donald Trump, though.
Gramsci, and Yuri Bezmenov, this is just literally what they say they're doing, that they're picking certain groups to get into power, and they made the strategic decision that the working classes were no longer a demographic which they could use to get power. And the crazy thing is that the leftist elite today completely unironically believes in these things that their elites made as strategic calculations, and there's zero self-awareness involved here that this is all a cynical ploy, and they act as if it's the Bible. I will keep repeating this, but things—
You will keep repeating this, won't you?
Sound like conservative propaganda are things the left literally publicly says. In the leftist worldview, the ultimate aim is the seizure of power, and anything can be justified in order to reach that point. I keep seeing conservatives get their panties in a twist about the left being hypocrites. There's this whole tagline in conservative media, what if the roles were reversed? Or conservatives were doing what leftists do. I've just stopped caring.
Wasn't Saul Alinsky a lib that Hillary Clinton was about? Maybe? I don't know. That's what I've heard from the right. I haven't really looked at 60s era new Democrat. Maybe, was he SDS? Was he part of the SDS? What's wrong with prioritizing those who've been oppressed?
Not being hypocrites isn't a part of their value system, and thus they have no reason—
I even question the prioritization. It's like—
to not be hypocrites. They don't give a damn about what if the role—
like prioritizing the equity of is different than prioritizing the interests of.
Were reversed. They care about winning. I think the Unabomber made the best assessment of the modern left I've seen anywhere. In the anonymous urban world of industrial civilization, where we are all cogs in the machine, it doesn't matter if we're richer, the soul aches at the anonymity and sense of meaninglessness, which was totally alien to the complete enveloping constrictive social condition.
I bet hard money he used AI to write a script too. He is definitely very lazy. Like, and by lazy, again, I mean, like, incurious, uninterested, even in what he's saying.
Of the pre-industrial village. The industrial man works at a job with a boss who doesn't care about him, is surrounded by strangers, and so regulated that he can't change his environment. The Unabomber called this process over-socialization.
Yeah, what can we learn from the Unabomber? Tell us, Rudyard.
Pushing of social pressures to the point where we lose our humanity. The left does this, trying to destroy human nature. The Christian theologian C.S. Lewis said around the time of the World Wars that the greatest crimes of the next century would be caused by men sitting behind desks wearing suits, acting out what they believed was good. He also warned of an abolition of man, or an idea that bureaucratic civilization would—
all of this elementation he is talking about is literally the alienation is literally a symptom of capitalism.
Try to abolish human nature. This is what the left is doing, trying to remove our normal ethnic, national, or sexual identities, tribes, families, communities, social class, tradition, or anything else that makes us us, or gives people meaning.
You think your whiteness makes you you? That's hilarious, dude. That's fucking hilarious. It gives you a substitute you to be who has superiority for not being definable or scrutable
in life. This is what the left is trying to do, to break human nature through social engineering.
They're trying to put robots in our goddamn schools. What the fuck, left? What the fuck? We don't need a robot in the classroom? Like, we need humans. The robot's coming along, displacing everyone with its fat fingers. How is that robot supposed to type?
Their mistaken belief that human nature is
that AI?
Perfect. The Unabomber said that this sense of anonymity came from a sense of resentment at over-socialization. This means that the left is a power fantasy made by people
who
feel powerless. This makes sense since you can almost perfectly correlate lack of agency in real life with left—
most stupid representation ever.
Bureaucrats, professors, or retail or service workers are all very left-wing. These are jobs without agency where the resentment builds up. Furthermore, the left is all about power. They want a dictatorship of the proletariat and don't make a different plan, even though it's failed dozens of times, given they all
replaced an actual culture with whiteness, yeah.
Want to be dictator. You can see that the left is all about power and agitation, since they will always pick the most aggressive strategies to get their goals. They will...
Yes, that's what they're known for.
...be strategic and indirect to push the interests of minorities or their chosen groups. They do so in the most abrasive way possible. That's just going to backfire. Every single...
I love the Friends shirt.
Thing they say gives them more power. Once I realized every single thing the left says is projection as well, my worldview got a lot darker, but at the same time clearer. I suddenly saw that their projections of hate, institutional power, and racism that they shove onto the right are all completely true about them. What the left...
Even your stock footage sucks, Rudyard.
...says about the right is...
Like, what the fuck is wrong with your stock? What is going on with that?
If you learn this rule...
You see the like...
It's going to save
like frame skips
times. One of the most beautiful moments of my life is when I was on Twitter looking at a debate between a leftist woman and a conservative man. I was watching them go at it for a few tweets. And then
if you ever say one of the most beautiful moments of my life was on Twitter, you really need to check yourself. All right, even if it's like learning about a dream girl who espouses a new music genre of 212 beats per minute, 5/4 time signature EDM.
This woman wrote a criticism of the conservative that was...
If you're like, this is the most beautiful moment of my life, you really need to check yourself.
Incredibly beautiful, because it was such an artistic and intelligent depiction of the flaws in her own argument. I would not be able to write something that poetic if I tried. And seeing the degree of the left's projection makes me believe in the human soul, because there is some deep part of people that know what is inherently wrong. With the
check their fingers? Are you talking about the robot? Their fingers are merged together? Oh my god.
Revolution came the bureaucracy, which is the underlying driving social class behind the left. I've said before in previous videos that the left exists in the modern West to push the self-interests of the college-educated. Every single thing in the leftist worldview comes from the college-educated.
Because the only way that you can get people to watch your videos is if they're not college-educated. Right? It sounds high-minded. It sounds intellectual to people who have never engaged with any sort of critical thinking. But the second that people are exposed to the, humanities, to the liberal arts, to even just the most basic, like, critical thinking, this all falls apart. That's why you hate the college-educated. All right, let's be fucking real.
Self-interest. They push for the abolition of the police and the replacement with college-educated social workers. They want to get rid of...
I mean, unironically, though.
Military and replace them with college-educated diplomats. They pervert college-educated...
Wait, this is not... You're not showing...
...professors to traditional religions and their...
Like, I mean, this is not the left, but, like, that's not a bad idea either. Like, I mean, it's a kind of a... It's not something that could automatically happen, but yeah, shouldn't that be what we want? To work things out between diplomats rather than
priests. They loathe the working classes at this point, while treating the college-educated barista as their target demographic. They push for...
What? Who do you think the working class is?
For college-educated managerial bureaucrats.
And also college-educated barista, that's kind of sad, right? Like, somebody working their way through college with a job like that, that's, oh god, you're right, chat. Look at the fingers. Look at the fingers. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, chat. How...
In either the government or private enterprise, vis-a-vis the entrepreneurs or merchant class. One of the best political books I've ever read is The Leviathan and Its Enemies by Sam Francis. It explains the current ruling class
riffing off of civilization and its discontents
of our society by talking about
that's definitely AI.
How, with the world wars, the managerial class gains total dominance over society. He explains everything going on as the bureaucracy's natural attempt to grow at all costs. One of the interesting facets that goes on here is the bureaucracy will pick issues that just physically can't be solved, thus allowing infinite funding for forever. If we're being blunt, the issues in black ghetto communities, the hysteria of—
Oh no, did he just say black ghetto communities?
And the third world's poverty just won't be fixed by bureaucracies, thus allowing infinite bureaucratic bloat. He argues that the reason the left was able to gain social dominance was that since it naturally appeals to the self-interests of the bureaucracy, thus as every single institution becomes run by a bureaucracy, the left was able to gain social control of the upper brass of the military, media, academia,
the upper brass of the military? What are you smoking? Oh, that's right, a Jeffrey.
Branch, educational system, state government, news, religious institutions, and anything else you could imagine. Since power was concentrated in the bureaucracies as the only way to manage an urban society with that technological level, thus those who ran the bureaucracies had the power. This explains pretty cleanly how Western
His idea of middle managers being the fucking vanguard of leftism is wild.
Was taken over.
I feel like he's sucking off a robot
completely by.
He's gonna end up with fluid in his mouth.
Suicidal.
This is where all of President Sunday's thumbnails come from.
Who hate the civilization itself because
sucking off a robot.
The bureaucracy gets power from dismantling Western civilization. Francis often brings up the Italian thinker Gaetano Mosca, who said that the left selects for the certain class of leadership called foxes. Foxes are clever, wily, and manipulative. They are a kind of people who are good at running complex systems. However, they're bad at using physical force.
The fox looks really cute, though.
Or doing hard things that deal with the real world. It fits into a classic historic pattern in which the empire is built.
He's literally, like, in two places in the last few minutes, said that bloody battle is preferable to diplomacy.
By tough, strong men. But after a few generations, the emperor is an old fool or child, while the court is run by harem girls, eunuchs, and bureaucrats.
Yes, that's the right court.
Since those are the kinds of people who are the best at navigating court politics.
Those are the foxes.
Or the foxes.
The foxes!
Empire deteriorates, the peasants rebel, or barbarians burn the capital down. I think this is what will happen to our society, as I've said in a dozen other videos, as we are a society run by eunuchs, harem girls, and bureaucrats driving the nation into insanity. The left in its victory has grown weak and stupid. The left won so hard it lost the ability to do anything. They can't wage war, make companies, art, manage government, do law enforcement, develop new ideas. There's not a single recent left-wing author who I admire. 10 years ago, there were plenty, but the left has become decadent and stupid. One of Francis's ideas that I like the best is that you can divide the modern left into the new left and the consensus liberals. The consensus liberals are the Sam Harris, Redditor, rationalist.
That's a liberal? That's a liberal? That's a liberal to you? That fucking racist piece of shit?
Marked UN, graph go up, neoliberal.
Not that libs can't be racist, but
in a jumble of words, better than articulated.
I just wouldn't call Sam Harris liberal. I don't think he would either.
I know that you know what I mean. They are the de facto ruling class. Meanwhile, they are one being rational and the other being intuitive. The reality is that they've been working together as a sort of
what's going on?
Playing good cop, bad cop since the world wars. The consensus liberals pretend to be reasonable, scientific, and a consensus, while the reality is that they artificially stuff the bureaucracies and committees to get whatever they want. Said impersonal processes were supposedly created to bypass the negatives of human nature, while the reality is that they just enable its worst aspects. facts. The consensus liberals use the threat of the new left to keep shuffling the social consensus leftwards. You want to avoid the complete insanity of the new left, so take this reasonable step for progress. This is salami slicing for the left to get total power. The new left is astroturfed as outsiders used to push the regime's interests, given everything the new left pushes for really demands the growth of the managerial class. It's funny how punk rock, rap, and other degenerate, chaotic art forms have just become the mainstream so easily.
Oh my God, I was just talking about this earlier, like, right, the way that conservatives think of, there was we didn't end up watching this, right, because it's cursed, and if I watch it, it's going to make you think less of Ryan Grimm, but Breaking Point's had Matt Walsh. Breaking Point's had Matt Walsh on today, and his whole point was that, like, they show him the tweet by Lauren Loomer, and he's like, that's not racist. You don't know that Laura Loomer looks down on people whose food smells like curry? Maybe, you know, like, right, it was this whole thing of, like, it's not racist unless you explicitly, like, hate and look down on someone. And it's just, like I could name, like, a million examples of, like, objectively racist shit, like when people say that rap music is not music, or like he's saying degenerate, right? Where it's like, well, no, that's not racist. They're not saying they hate black people. They're just saying that they don't respect, like, rap as an actual form of music.
Cases, what the new left,
and it's like, to anybody with half a brain, yeah, that's fucking racist. That's what that is. That's what that's about.
As
that's what that's doing there.
Traditional social ties or individual responsibility, which is always filled by the state or management. As the society decays and collapses, the bureaucracy fills the void. Part 3, the abdication of responsibility. This leads into a topic which totally deserves,
oh my God, yes,
video, given it
this fucking AI mole rats deserve to be their own video. Wait, are they mole rats or are they something else? No, they're like, what is that? Oh, I should know this creature. I can't tell because it's so...
to the most deep and fundamental part of human or animal nature, a split which goes back nearly 1 billion years, that between men and women. This is literally the most taboo thing to talk about in society, which just proves the point in of itself. You know who's in power by who you're not allowed to criticize. And I frankly think a big reason rightist discourse is so obsessed with the Jews is that they're scared of blaming women. We've reached a point recently...
That's what we really should be doing! Oh no! He's seen, like, Rihanna Wu, and he's like, I don't know, he's seen, like, you know, I don't know, it's like he's seen somebody calling anti-Zionism anti-Semitic, and now he's got to find. He's like, well, you know, I'm still going to be weird about Jewish people, but I'm going to go hard as fuck on women now. That's the real target.
In the divide between male and female has become a inherently political divide among...
This is... I believe that this graph is... fairly debunked.
Young people, in that 3-to-1 young men are conservative and the reverse is true for young women. The question I have here is, how the hell are they supposed
although South Korea maybe not
start families together and have kids if they're fundamentally different religions or civilizations?
Here's what happens. We select for the men that do not get chuddified. I know you're all about breeding, but you're not going to be doing it because you are unfuckable when you're that right wing.
If we told any pre-industrial society that the great political divide inside our society was men versus women, they would be in complete shock. The idea that women could push their own interests would appear insane by historic standards. For a real historic example, the Greek writer Aristophanes in the 4th century BC wrote the play Assemblywomen. It was about a society where only women voted, kicking men out of the franchise. The result of an all-female electorate was that women voted in economic communism, the end of privacy in the nuclear family. Beyond that, the women...
Megastar says, I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid you can't do that.
women's sexual.
I'm sorry, Roger. I'm afraid you can't do that.
Communism, in which there was free love, but in order to sleep with a beautiful woman, you had to sleep with an ugly one first. The female senators would complain about how difficult being a senator was on the Senate floor, how cold the room was, and they had trouble forming a coherent strategy to carry out their plans. Doesn't this sound awfully familiar? It feels like the Greeks knew something profound about human nature that we've forgotten. If you give women authority due to their own biological self-interests, they will end up pushing certain policies that end up looking a lot like the modern left. Winston Churchill.
Wait, are you sure? You like, for all the homophobia in here, like, I feel like you shouldn't be glazing up Greek culture as much as you are.
When asked if he supported women's suffrage,
a sexual social credit, yeah,
said that if you gave women suffrage, it would become the starting point for a series of social.
Fuck Winston Churchill. Fuck him in so many ways.
Issues that were ridiculous that would immediately be championed forever without stop. John Adams.
You forgot to quote that after he said that he fucking burped because he was drunk as fuck.
When asked about women's suffrage, said the exact same thing. That society would devolve into pushing silly political projects for greater equality. Firstly, this happens in the.
That's why he sounds like he sounds so bitchy. Silly political projects for increased equality. I mean, who wants that?
Industrial world, but not
like, that's pretty anti-enlightenment, bro. That's pretty fucking anti-enlightenment.
Previous societies to anywhere the same degree due to the industrial world removing men's advantage.
My brain is melted, and those little errors show how little he cares. Yeah.
In physical strength, and the last feminist wave came about due to women being liberated from sex being immediately associated with childbirth. The real question to ask here is what in female nature meant that an ancient Greek
yeah, this is the thing, is being his girlfriend would involve being his mom, right? Because he is immature and he is not able to pair with anyone. He would need to be socialized. He would need to be like, he would need to grow the fuck up before you could actually date him. So before you would be his girlfriend, you would be his mom. And who wants that?
Could predict leftism 2,500 years in advance. An interesting thread that I need to make a video about at some point is that the ancient Greeks did have their own versions of socialism and feminism. Athens at the time of Plato or Pericles treated women like the Taliban does today. Within a century, women got legal equality with men, while Greece saw waves of communist and socialist movements. The reason America's founding fathers were so careful about mob rule and the faults of democracy is that they studied the precedent of Greek socialism very closely. The most important difference between men and women is that men get benefit from risk and women don't. Men wage war, hunt, go on trading expeditions, while women are weighed down firstly by childbearing and are also just physically weaker. In game theory terms, this creates very different incentives. For men, it's the formation of systems in which men can excel through doing stuff.
I am sick at my stomach.
To make themselves more attractive as mates. For women, it's to mitigate risk as much as humanly possible. This is why female voters push for welfare, the breakdown of the family, war, capitalism, and other things. In each of these cases, they're removing things that can be bad. You could have a bad husband, the military could turn against you, or your company could fail. The thing with government welfare is that no matter how you screw up, the government will still support you and your offspring. This is why there is a relatively close correlation between welfare and feminism over history. The purpose of the left is complete risk mitigation for the individual in this manner. The state does everything for you, so no matter what, you'll be fine. This explains almost all of the left, the attempt to escape responsibility. An important point that modern civilization never makes is that the human experience is largely lived through individual consciousness, in that things like nations and groups form, but it's formed by the individual consciousness. And so things that are really questions just about human life itself have important ramifications for society itself. And the left is resentful that we are born into a world of suffering where you have to actually do things to survive. And thus, in a very childlike form, they just rebel against that and the idea that you have to struggle in life. There's another fascinating divide that the right versus left divide is very much R versus K selection. R selection is you make short-term decisions to have as many many children as possible evolutionarily and just hope they survive, while giving them very low investment. And case selection is high investment, long.
Bomber Z Squad, no, we're turning Trump into a lolcow. That's what Trump tent means, right? Like tip tent for tipster, like sun tent for Sunday. Who's got Trump tent?
Term, and our selection does better in more chaotic societies, where if you're in this bloodthirsty tribal culture, you'll just try to sleep.
Okay, I don't know, like, if how does Twitch feel about like art? How does Twitch feel about
low emphasis on getting values?
I'm not sure if they have an exception for artistic
cultural traditions, all these things that further case selection, while the right is the opposite. Another interesting element here is that we've consistently found from
oh god, studies in ancient wisdom. This is his thing, isn't it?
Or an acronym I invented for study.
Yes, you did invent this because it's the most meaningless, bizarre thing in the world.
In ancient wisdom is that women are just as aggressive as men. They just put that aggression into interpersonal.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. You're close. You're really close.
Personal relationships. This occurs through GSR, or gossiping, shaming, and rallying, that being female relational warfare. If you look at what the left does, they always smear their enemies and make their enemies socially unpalatable.
Yeah, poor Richard Nixon.
They've been doing this.
They made him all sweaty.
To the right for decades. Leftism is GSR on a
That's right. John F. Kennedy, noted communist.
Continental industrial scale. For an easy example of this, the left criticizes me for being a pseudo-intellectual, incel, autistic, egomaniac.
I wouldn't even give you pseudo-intellectual. I know pseudo-intellectuals. Sir, you are no pseudo-intellectual.
Maniacal, deranged.
Oh god, yeah, what is the R versus K? I feel like I've seen this before.
Schizophrenic, broke, loser, fascist, Nazi. None of those are true, and for many of
Wait, what is... I know because Vosh said it once. Never read a book written after 1965. Gets all his sources from his crack pipe. Thanks, Vosh.
The reality is the exact opposite, but that doesn't matter one whit. What matters to them is that they made me look low status and thus not worth listening to. It's the political version of a mean...
No, you're worth listening to. It's just for a very different reason. Much like Trump, you provide the lulls that people need to have their escapism.
Girl saying you look fat today. The left are the best people in the world at playing verbal games. They won in a world where everyone was so wealthy that appearing popular trounced actual survival. What Moscano said is correct, that the kinds of people in the leftist elite are the same sort of people who are cunning but not tough. They can only control the population through...
That's the left! Yo! Caw the motherfucking python! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That's the... They want to eat you! They're like, seriously, Mowgli, let me eat you. It'd be really cool. Like, just get hypnotized and let me just, like, wrap my coils around you. Oh my god, Chad, that whole thing. That was, like how you smearing the left nonstop since I got here while accusing the left of smearing. Yeah. Okay, like, am I right to be disturbed by that scene? Was there something weird going on with Ka the motherfucking python? Did I mention AI and I are in a fight to the death?
Psychological manipulation.
Is it like a fight between, like, oh my god, I'm trying to remember, what was the fight in the Jungle Book?
This
between like Shere Khan and the man cub.
This is why they use schools, academia, the media, and
oh my god, I feel like this scene was really weird. This was war. This was war, wasn't it? That's what that was. The Jungle Book is about war.
All other...
The Disney version, I mean.
Types of manipulation.
There's also a Russian version.
In order to control the population from the cradle. This is why they responded to Trump with an insane bout of shaming and...
Is that an AI Kamala, or did you just catch her at a moment of
trying to make him look terrible?
Like, you just eating food isn't war? Wait, what? So wait, Mowgli's just food?
If the left is screeching at you, that's a good sign. It means they're scared. The reason women use GSR is they can't use physical...
I'm sorry, I don't have the energy to screech at you.
Force. The left is a fascinating historic moment. I think thousands of years from now, people will be shocked that it ever existed. I think the left will be remembered.
I thought, but isn't, like, Mowgli's like, I thought you were my friend, dude. Why are you trying to eat me?
In the far future.
Shere Khan wants to kill, Mowgli because he hated humans. Yeah, because didn't humans, like, fuck up his shit or something, or
we look at the bizarre
burn his forest down
and theological conflicts which occurred around the time of the Dark Ages. Wait, people actually killed each other over what aspect of Christ's divinity existed at the very moment he was resurrected. It makes perfect sense to us now since we're stuck here, but the left's denial of reality itself inside their own worldview is just bonkers. I don't know how else to say this, but once you dig to the bottom of the left's worldview, they're just wrong. In future eras of history, we're going to learn these lessons and they'll ask us, hey, why didn't you immediately ask the left what their view on human nature and the world was? And when they didn't give you a good answer, why didn't you immediately call them out?
Human fucking nature. You need to see something called human nature. You need to have it reduced for you. You need humanity fucking essentialized. And if you don't essentialize humanity in a good enough way, like the right does with original fucking sin, then I guess fuck you. Also, this guy hates, like, queer people.
You guys were so scared of looking nerdy that you completely sold out your society to insane people. The powerful just don't construct reality.
Yeah, we should have been more like Stalin.
In their image. Human nature just isn't perfectible. The state won't fix all of our issues. People just can't completely abdicate responsibility. The fact that we let Marxists take over our civilization twice, after the previous round killed a little less
the fuck is he talking about?
100 million people, is just insane. I've been reading Solzhenitsyn lately, and he's
oh my god, you learn to pronounce his name then. Learn to, if you like him so much, learn to pronounce his fucking name. Can you pronounce archipelago, though?
One of the best authors I've ever read, although it's so depressing. It's
the Gulag Archipelago.
To read. And the biggest thing I can't forgive the left for is just the sheer pettiness. Solzhenitsyn.
You want to tell me about pettiness, sir? You want to tell me about this whole fucking video essay, if you can call it that,
writes about how communists would starve someone for a month, leaving food in front of them without letting them eat it, torturing people like a mouse plays with a cat, enjoying the suffering, interviewing someone about a friend who was sent to the gulag, asking them about every single thing they said in their casual conversations. If you say the wrong word, you're dead. Even if you do it all right, they could kill you anyway. This is something I see with the left.
You should also read the work of Solzhenitsyn's wife.
Choose to see the left for their pretty face or what's under the hood.
Person on Earth, because if they don't,
okay,
them or drop them as friends.
What was this about? Musk threatens Springfield update, JD Vance, RFK. Oh god, here we go. This is what we'll end on, chat. This is what we'll end on.
State that he represents.
You're getting extra bonus content about RFK.
But speaking of actual weirdos who actually desecrate the corpses of animals, much to the apparent delight of the Republican...
As opposed to the slander at Haitian immigrants to Springfield, Ohio, who really desecrates animals, this guy.
Party.
Hey.
RFK Jr. has now indicated he's under federal investigation for decapitating a beached whale and driving its detached head across state lines.
Finally, Chad, I was saying this the other day, he can't keep getting away with it, right? He can't keep getting away with it. Time after time after time. He can't keep getting away with it.
This is like how they got Capone on tax evasion. They got RFK Jr. on animal desecration.
Yeah.
We couldn't get him for all the like blatant fucking lies he spread about vaccines and autism
and Jewish people,
whatnot, and like literally directly contributing to
all of his racism. Yeah, no, that it is wild how many people want to give him a free pass on something so obviously racist.
Back of old diseases and the deaths of children, but we got him on something else.
It was like this past weekend or recently, Biden met with a woman whose husband killed her son, killed their son, and killed himself.
I read
because
that whole.
they had differing views on vaccines.
The article is wild. I believe it was in the Atavist about a year ago, but people were posting it in the replies to this news. And I read the whole thing on Sunday morning, and it ruined my day. But yeah, it was just a story about a woman marrying a guy, and that guy just slowly going down a fucking rabbit hole.
Walking barefoot into an airplane bathroom should be illegal. Did he do that?
Conspiracy bullshit, and eventually getting divorced, and then murdering his son because his wife wanted him to get the COVID vaccine.
But to the RFK whale story and the investigation, here's NBC News with more on this. This is just one, by the way, of many RFK Jr. Animal Corpse sagas. So here's the latest on this.
That's what I mean.
Got a lot of skeletons.
He can't keep getting away with it.
In his closet.
He wasn't
Animal
lying.
skeletons.
He wasn't lying. If the skeletons in my closet could vote and they were humans.
Yeah.
But no, here's what people keep forgetting. The one story about RFK that should have been the most paid attention to was the things that he did to his childcare workers, right? One of these childcare workers, he, in a creepy way, he was like, could you massage this lotion on my back? I really have a messed up back, and supposed to put this medicated lotion on here, and I need somebody to rub it in for me, right? And she so you could say, okay, I don't know, maybe he just wanted, write that. You could write that one off, right? And then another time, he comes up behind her, grabs her thighs and presses himself into her, right? So yeah, this guy's, And when he's asked about this on Breaking Points, his answer is, I did a lot of bad things when I was younger. Motherfucker was 40 years old. All right. Essaying his childcare worker. That is the one story that you never hear about. And if all this weird animal stuff, I think this is a little worse.
I didn't say they're human skeletons.
Yeah.
Former
Kennedy's not commit sex crimes challenge impossible. You're right.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said Saturday he is being investigated for collecting a whale specimen. I received a letter from the National Marine Fisheries Institute saying they were investigating me for collecting a whale specimen 20 years ago, Kennedy said during a campaign event for former President Donald Trump in Glendale, Arizona, noting that he received the letter this week. Woo! Hey guys, who's excited about
this? Is like Hassan's what is it, Hassan Life News or something? Hassan, when Hassan comes on and he's like, it's time for Hassan Personal Life News. Yeah, Personal Life News, right? Everything that happens from the moment Hassan turns off the camera to the moment that he hits start streaming again, you're gonna get an update, right? And this is RFK's Personal Life News.
About President Trump, anyway, just
or personal news or something. I don't know.
Updates about what's going on with me. So yeah,
I'm under investigation.
Remember the whole whale story? Yeah, I did do it.
And by the way, if you didn't hear about it, now you'll go search for it.
Okay. Kennedy said that he responded in a letter baselessly linking the National Marine Fisheries Service with whale deaths and calling for the agency to investigate. This is all about
It's actually the Marine Fisheries Service killing all the whales. He just chainsawed it, put it on his car, and took it home. He didn't kill the whale. Or did he?
Weaponization of our government against political opponents, he said.
What?
I would have totally gotten away with breaking the fucking law and stealing a whale corpse.
If it wasn't for you kids and your meddling kids and your whale.
If I wasn't a threat to their power.
And also, they should investigate themselves because it's probably them that's killing all the whales.
It's literally a crime.
He never said he was a choir boy. Thank you for reminding me of that quote, Sasha G. You're right.
I don't know how you spin it.
You're right.
You're not allowed to do this.
He also took it across state lines.
Yeah, you can't steal a fucking dead whale off the beach. You just can't.
Also, can you imagine the mess that he left? Right, dead whales washing up on a beach. It is a very difficult mess to deal with from the get-go, right? It's oftentimes they're too heavy to haul off. You can't push them back in the water, right? You're just sort of like the one time that they tried to. There was a story about in the 70s, right? A whale washed up, died on the beach, and they thought like, well, we could explode the whale, yeah, with dynamite in the whale, explode it, and then it'll explode into little pieces, and the birds will eat it up, and it'll be good. And no, chat, it was not good. It was not good. It was a mess. It made a bigger mess when they did that. RFK chainsawed the whale's head off and left the rest of the corpse there to try to, I don't know, somehow taxidermize the skull.
You can't cross state
Now,
lines
if
with
it were a goose,
definitely a biological hazard. I remember that whale juice is it's dripping into his car, getting on his family.
Get mad at us. Get mad at your daughter for telling the fucking news about it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
meow, 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 meow.
Ben Affleck before he apparently got back with J-Lo.
That is, I don't even want to get into that, but
that's Kit Kennedy that they're talking about.
It's so messy that I actually am
daughter of RFK.
Hooked on this drama now. I'm just like, yeah, go nuts. This is so crazy.
I 100% get it. It is crystal clear to me. Some people, when you're dating, that's when the passion.
I knew a guy who once fell down inside a beach dead whale. Damn.
Yeah.
Wait, was it halfway buried, Aegon?
And the more settled down you get, it's just sort of
You lose
boring.
the spark.
And if you just so they were dating in the early 2000s, and then it just got more and more serious, and they're like, all right, I'm over it. They got back together years later, like, oh my God, this is awesome. And then gradually they get married, and it's just like, all right, whatever. And then they get divorced, and they're like, oh, well, now if we date, this is something new again. So I think they just have to keep dating and getting divorced over and over again, just to keep the passion alive.
Or conspiracy hat. It's a psyop to take attention away from everything else. Hey guys, I know we're all focused on a lot of big issues right now, but have you heard that J-Lo and Ben, despite getting divorced very recently, are back at it again?
Wait, when they get back at it again, do you change their name from being Jennifer to like Jen? Do they have to reverse their couple name? It wouldn't be Bennifer anymore, right? It would have to be a new name.
I mean, you can.
I know. I'm literally joking. But
anyways, back to Robert F. Kennedy and the dead whale. Yeah, so Kennedy did not go into details about the whale incident, but his daughter had previously described a situation involving a whale that took place 30 years ago.
You think she's gonna get punished, right? I don't know if this is true, but it seems like nobody thought about this until Kit Kennedy mentions this in a magazine. And what's the deal? She's dating like Ben Affleck or something in between J-Lo and Ben Affleck.
30 years ago?
This
I guess
is their reporting.
when she was a kid, yeah.
Yeah.
She told the story 10 years ago. And okay, whatever. His daughter, Kathleen Kick Kennedy, 36, described.
I really want her to be a soccer player.
12 article for Town and Country magazine how when she was 6, okay, yeah, the timeline checks out. Her father used a chainsaw to cut the head off a dead whale that had washed ashore and bungee corded it to the family's car during their drive home. And yeah, that's why there's no photos of this. If this has happened now, obviously every
he took the whole head for private reasons.
car on the road. But back then, people weren't driving around with a fucking
there might be some
camera.
film somewhere they need to get redeveloped.
He was probably selling the whale oil to P. Diddy.
Because someone's got to take out a camera for that.
Yeah, there's got to be a roll of microfilm somewhere.
Yeah, so there were a few more things that we did want to get to today, but we'll...
Yeah, wait, P. Diddy would have been like 20 back then.
Sum up a few very quickly. Amidst the ongoing, very strange relationship between Donald Trump and white nationalist podcaster Laura Loomer, Loomer was reportedly banned from traveling with the former...
Oh, here we go. Vamps. As much as I try to escape the cruel destiny that you present before me in the form of the thumbnail, I am unable to do so. I thought that I was going to end the stream without having covered Laura Loomer. And it turns out that Vamps is just too damn powerful. Too fucking powerful. I must cover the content that she presents in the thumbnail. That's how it works. Sunday thinks that it's me telling a thumbnail artist what to do and doesn't realize that it's a thumbnail artist that decides the fate of the stream.
President, and is at the very least no longer allowed to fly on his personal.
Isn't there like a Loomer? Isn't that like a song on My Bloody Valentine, Loveless? Any shoegaze fans in the audience? Isn't there a Loomer, like a song called Loomer?
She's standing outside of his airplane with a boombox.
Yeah, please, I miss you. In addition to that, rumors have been flying.
Rumors of Loomers.
Yes, regarding a romantic relationship between the two, which is obviously disgusting to think about, but also wouldn't surprise anyone at this point. Most of these stories are coming from a very generally unreliable.
That's true.
Milo Yiannopoulos, so we're not going to go into the details.
Well, I mean, listen, I felt the same way, but Milo recently...
He was right about Kanye.
He Babe Ruth the fucking Kanye one. He's like,
Still.
Kanye's on nitrous, and people were like, okay, you're Milo Yiannopoulos. We can't believe anything you say.
I hate the fact that Milo has got a good track record of calling things as of late.
Then boom. 100% vindicated.
These are just rumors, and they will remain that way until we hear further. But what an October surprise that would be!
See, the reason I don't believe it is,
wait.
Not be able to keep her mouth shut.
Wait. What an October surprise it would be if she was pregnant by him. Which Milo kind of poured cold water on that one. Milo said that the former president no longer has sex like that and prefers the oral method.
That's what he's claiming that
she did tell
she's
someone, yeah.
telling everyone. But what I don't think she's Trump's type.
I don't know.
Does he have a type?
Oh, another side story that we didn't cover, but Donald Trump Jr., who is engaged to Kimberly Guilfoyle, was...
Oh yeah, he's apparently cheating on her.
He was just making out with someone in public.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Poor Kimberly.
Yeah.
Anyways, also during a recent interview with Megyn Kelly, the editor-in-chief of conservative outlet National Review finally did what many conservatives have seemingly wanted to do for a very, very long time. He said the N-word, hard R and everything.
Yeah.
Despite later claiming that it was a mistake. And
it was a big oopsie.
Listen, it probably was a slip of the tongue. But it's incredibly...
But if that's what slips out of your tongue, when your tongue slips, it says something.
Not say the N-word on accident.
It says something. It says something. If that's like the Freudian slip. Look, the thing is, you're being racist anyway, and you accidentally say the N-word. I don't know. Like that's the most Freudian of slips possible.
Ever.
Yeah.
Unless you say it privately.
Like supposedly he was trying to decide whether he wanted to say migrant or immigrant, and somehow you mix those two words up in your mind, and apparently it comes together as the N-word, which is, and it's possible. It's possible.
Sup, y'all? Anthony Fantano.
Wow, that's very young, Anthony.
Music nerd here. And just woke up not too long ago. And, just getting straight into doing this new classic review over here because here we have reviews for breakfast. Let's do this. My Bloody Valentine. And pop songs. The song Loomer is especially viscous because of its lack of drums. I feel like
Loomer, no drums.
I'm just sort of dipping my arms all the way up to my elbows and like.
Did you do that on purpose, bro?
The song Loomer is especially viscous because of its lack of drums. I feel like I'm just sort of dipping my arms all the way up to my elbows.
The fuck was that?
I feel like I'm just sort of dipping my arms all the way up to my elbows.
That's not. That wasn't a YouTube poop edit. That was real. He didn't do that on purpose, did he? That's like an artifact. This is a video from like 11 years ago.
In like a vat of molasses.
And just so you know, Chad, if you're not familiar with this album and this band, it is or was often like in people's top 5 lists, right? Like right next to OK Computer by Radiohead. Loveless by My Bloody Valentine from, I think, like 1991 or 1993. It's a shoegaze album. And indeed, there's a song called Loomer.
Or something like that when I put this track on. And the way the guitar chords hum on the track, To Hear Knows When, it just feels like TV static. And the way it sort of moves and shifts over the song, it's really sort of surreal. The guitar sounds that Kevin Shields and company were coming together with were just insane. Essentially, this guitar tone that is just sort of wavy, but also sharp, but also light, is really one of the weirdest and most psychedelic drones I've ever.
And chat, you know that I'm going to listen to this very track right after stream.
Heard in my life.
And you should too.
The track When You Sleep is really one of the clearer and
all right, there we go. There we have it. Get in that robot, Twitch. A viscous track indeed. But yeah, I'm gonna listen to this. I'm gonna see if it holds up. A Trump loony child, not another one to worry about bringing in the end of days? Wait, you're saying, oh God. Well, I mean, that's the rumor, but a lot of people are, Milo said it didn't happen. Milo said it was just oral. It was strictly oral. So we have nothing to worry about. The only child is gonna be, no. When Laura Loomer burps, I don't know. Oh my God, chat, why did I have to be like that? I just made myself vomit. Good night. Good night. Oh my God, throat goat. Yeah, I just made myself throw up in my own throat. It does hold up. There's a newer MVV album. It's also great. I'll have to check it out. Really loving the mental images. Oh, it's more than just a mental image. It's like a mental taste. Oh my God. No. And also feel and, I'm just waiting for this raid to take place. There we go. There we go. Raiding out. All right. Good night, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I think we're gonna, yeah, I think I have to stream tomorrow because I missed Tuesday. Eventually I'll be on the right schedule, like it says on Twitch. Yeah, look at Twitch for my schedule. Hopefully. Good night, chat. Listen to shoegaze.